Chapter 677. In a room in the guest house, Prince Ming suddenly woke up from his drunken dream. He opened his eyes and moved his body. He realized that he was lying on the table. Had he fallen asleep just like that? It was already dark outside and the beauty in the room was gone. He stood up but his legs were numb and he fell to the ground with a thud. The embroidered uniform guards outside heard the commotion in the room and quickly rushed in. "Your Highness." They bowed in unison. The leader of the group walked forward and helped Commander Prince Ming up. Prince Ming was in great pain from the fall and his head felt like it was about to explode. "What's wrong with me?" He held his forehead and asked angrily. The embroidered uniform guards helped him back to the stool. No, my butt hurts." He had been sitting on a wooden stool for an entire afternoon. Even an iron butt would not be able to withstand the pain. There was no bed for him to lie on. The leader of the embroidered uniform guards had no choice but to ask his companions to help him sit on each side. Although this was not comfortable, at least his butt would not suffer. Where is Miss Gu?" Prince Ming asked as he held his head that was about to explode. The leader of the embroidered uniform guards replied, "After you got drunk, Miss Gu left." "What? You let her leave just like that?" "Your Highness, you did not ask us to keep her. Wasn't it because I thought she would leave? Are your brains made of wood?" Prince Ming choked. Seriously, he had gotten drunk at such a good time. Prince Ming wanted to blame the beauty, but when he thought of her cold personality, he felt that he had left her in a fit of anger because he was drunk. "Didn't you say you would give me a painting?" "Your Highness, is this it?" One of the embroidered uniform guards picked up a piece of paper on the table. Normally, a painting given to someone of Commander Prince Ming's status would be framed in a scroll. However, this was only a piece of paper and it was slightly wrinkled. She did not know what had happened. Prince Ming asked someone to bring the painting over. He took a closer look and his mouth could not close. What's all this nonsense about? Was this the standard of a beauty's painting? How did he manage to do that? This was forget it, he didn't like her because she could draw. Her beauty was what truly moved him. If she didn't know how to draw, then so be it. At most, he would teach her in the future. Yes, that's right, he could use the opportunity of teaching the beauty to invite her again. He believed that she wouldn't refuse. As this thought flashed through his mind, the haze in Prince Ming's heart was swept away and he instantly felt refreshed. Just as Royal Prince Ming was happily putting away the beauty's painting, the coachman suddenly came up and reported at the door, "Royal Prince, something has happened to Heir Han." In a quiet courtyard of the Han family, servant girls came out of the main room with basins of bloody water. Han Shizi's injuries were too horrible to look at. The doctor spent almost an hour just cleaning his wounds. Fortunately, his internal energy was profound and his foundation was not damaged. However, it was still very humiliating. He sat on the chair with a cold expression, while Han Yong sighed and stood by his side. "I want you to lie on the bed for a while," Han Yong said. "No need." Han Shizi was bare-chested. He covered his chest and gritted his teeth. Han Yong sighed, "Why are you so stubborn? If you're injured, you have to lie down." Han Shizi's eyes were cold. "I said no need." Second uncle didn't argue with him on this topic. Instead he asked, "Who did this? How could they injure you like this?" Han Shizi's martial arts were absolutely unbeatable among his peers in Jianghu. Those who were older than him wouldn't easily attack a junior. Han Shizi recalled the masked teenager he saw on the roof. He also felt that he was unfamiliar. If there was such a young master in Jianghu, it was impossible for him not to have heard of him. However, the opponent didn't rely on martial arts to defeat him. It was a scheme in gunpowder. First, he used countless hidden weapons to make Han Shizi think that Han Shizi was carrying hidden weapons. This caused him to choose not to dodge when the opponent threw the gunpowder. Han Shizi recalled, he used gunpowder. Han Yong suddenly understood, so it was gunpowder. No wonder it could hurt you. Wait, gunpowder? Isn't gunpowder something that only the State Preceptor Hall has? Han Shizi shook his head. It's true that gunpowder was invented by the State Preceptor Hall, but it's already used in the military. The aristocratic families can also get their hands on it. Han Yong pondered for a moment and said, "The control of gunpowder is very strict. It's not easy to get it." Han Shizi didn't deny this point. The gunpowder was mixed with knockout drugs. Also, he used something on me in the end. It wasn't knockout drugs, but it made me unable to move. Han Yong pondered, gunpowder, unknown poison. Was it really done by the State Preceptor Hall? Han Shizi said, "I have no enmity with the State Preceptor Hall. Why would they do this to me?" Han Yong nodded, "That's true. The state preceptor hall didn't collude with any forces, nor did they have conflicts with any forces. To be exact, no aristocratic family dared to have conflicts with the state preceptor hall. Naturally, the state preceptor hall didn't bother to make things difficult for any aristocratic family. Han Shitzi asked the servant at the door, "Where's the Commandery Prince? Hasn't he arrived yet?" Just as he finished speaking, Commandery Prince Ming arrived. Han Yong saluted Commandery Prince Ming. Han Yong was the son of a concubine in the Han family. In terms of status, he couldn't be compared to the direct descendants. Commandery Prince Ming nodded slightly. His attitude towards Han Yong was naturally different from his attitude towards Han Shitzi. "All of you may leave. Second uncle, you stay." The servants left one by one and closed the door. Only the three of them were left in the room. Commandery Prince Ming looked at Han Shitzi, who was covered in wounds. Although he had heard that Han Shitzi was injured on the way here, he was still shocked when he saw him in person. "Cousin, who injured you like this?" Han Shitzi didn't answer his question. Instead he asked, "Let me ask you, who did you meet today?" Commandery Prince Ming was stunned. Han Shitzi said sternly, "Are you going to tell me honestly, or do you want me to capture your maidservant?" Commandery Prince Ming's pupils contracted. Cousin actually saw that maidservant?" Han Shitzi snorted coldly, "Or, I can report this to the Crown Prince and let him ask you personally." Commandery Prince Ming pleaded, "Cousin, please don't tell my father. If my father finds out, he will kill me." The Crown Prince was very strict with Commandery Prince Ming. He didn't allow him to do anything that would disgrace his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden his identity from the beauty for so long. Han Shitzi said, "If you don't want me to find the Crown Prince, tell me honestly. Who did you meet today? What did you do?" Commandery Prince Ming had no choice but to tell Han Shitzi everything that happened. "Cousin, you promised me that you can't let my father find out." Han Shitzi said indifferently, "Men, send Commandery Prince Ming back to his residence." "Yes." After Commandery Prince Ming left, Han Shitzi closed his eyes in frustration and asked, "Second uncle, what do you think?" Han Yong said, "That student from the Kanglan Women's Academy must have something to do with this." She purposely lured Commandery Prince Ming and the 6 embroidered uniform guards away. Han Shitzi's eyes were deep as he said, "Since second uncle thinks so, then we have to investigate this person." It was a dark and windy night. Little Jing Kong had already fallen asleep on the soft bed in one of the bedrooms of the Kanglan Women's Academy's Linglong Pavilion. He opened his little mouth and snored evenly. Xiao Heng called Little Nine and asked it to guard Little Jing Kong. Then he went to the gatehouse and gave the gatekeeper 1 tael of silver to let her sit in his room. Little Jing Kong usually didn't wake up. However, if he woke up halfway, it was always good to have someone around. Whether something happened to him or not was one thing, but whether he was scared or not was another. After doing all this, Xiao Heng put on his cloak, hat, and veil. Then he sneaked out of the academy. On a big tree, a man in black gave his companion a look and said, "Let's go. Follow me." Xiao Heng's carriage stopped in front of a pawn shop on Huayang Street. Xiao Heng got out of the carriage. The clerk of the pawn shop was closing the door and said, "We are closing now. Come back tomorrow." Xiao Heng took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. "I want to see your shopkeeper." The clerk was slightly stunned when he saw this sentence. Then he looked at him carefully. Xiao Heng was wearing a veil, but it didn't affect his unique beauty. Some people could charm everyone with just a pair of eyes. The clerk swallowed his saliva. Then he saw that Xiao Heng's black cloak revealed a bit of the Kanglan Women's Academy's uniform. He said in a daze, "Please wait a moment." The clerk rushed in. He could hear the conversation between him and the shopkeeper. "Who is it? It's so late." "A girl. She wants to see you. She seems to be very powerful. Her aura is very strong." The clerk ran out with a smile and said to Xiao Heng, "Please." Han had his own intelligence network. Naturally, the people he sent wouldn't be bad. Except for the time when they followed Gu Jiao, they all completed their tasks perfectly. Sun Feng and Jing Hai are back. The guard outside the door reported. "Let them in." Han said. Han Yong took a sip of tea. The two of them entered. Sun Feng reported, This subordinate has inquired. That student's surname Gu is from Zhao Kingdom." Han Yong was surprised. He laughed and said, "Zhao Kingdom again. That Xiao Lulang is also from Zhao Kingdom, right? Do they have any relationship?" "It's hard to say." Han continued to ask Sun Feng and Jing Hai, "What else?" Sun Feng replied, "Also we followed her and found that she went to a pawn shop in Flower Sunday." Han asked, There are several pawn shops in Flower Sun Street. Which one did she go to? Sun Feng hurriedly said, Guren Hall. Han Yong weakly inhaled a breath of cold air. He touched his chin and asked, the one that used to be a pharmacy and later became a pawn shop? Han's eyes narrowed. That's right. Han Yong didn't understand and said, wait, we investigated that shop before. What was the shopkeeper's name again? Wang Fugue. Yes, that's the name. Isn't he the Crown Prince's spy? Han said, he's also the Nangong family's spy. Guiran Hall is a contact point for the Nangong family to collect information. Han Yong laughed sarcastically. This Wang Fugue wants to eat from both sides. He's both the Crown Prince's man and the Nangong family's man. Isn't he afraid of being overthrown? Although the Nangong family was on the Crown Prince's side, the Crown Prince probably wouldn't like it if the Nangong family bribed his men to be spies. Since you knew, why didn't you tell the Crown Prince? Han Yong asked his nephew. Han said, so what if I told him? Instead of letting the Nangong family bribe someone else, it's better to use this Wang Fugue. At least I have my eyes on him. Han Yong laughed. That's reasonable. Han looked at Sun Feng. Did she go to the pawn shop to find Wang Fugue? Sun Feng respectfully replied, yes, she waited until the pawn shop was about to close before going to see Wang Fugue directly. I didn't hear what they talked about. She's mute. She wrote it all in words. They had followed so many people, and this was the first time they couldn't hear anything. As for Wang Fugue, he also wrote it in words. Han Yong said, it's suspicious that she chose to go when the pawn shop was closed. It seems that the Nangong family is involved in this matter. Although the Nangong family and the Han family both belonged to the Crown Prince's side, the aristocratic families were never harmonious. Everyone wanted to be the Crown Prince's most outstanding subordinate. The Han family had the advantage of blood relations, while the Nangong family had the advantage of military power. Both sides had been fighting openly and covertly for a long time. Han Yong said, not only did they humiliate you, but they also set their sights on Commandery Prince Ming. If Commandery Prince Ming was really bewitched by that woman from a lower country, they would have a chance to surpass the Han family. Han frowned. Second uncle's words make sense, but I still feel that something is wrong. Han Yong said, don't think too much. Believe me. Other than the Nangong family, there's no one else. When Xiaoheng came out of the pawn shop, it was drizzling. The coachman handed him an umbrella. Xiaoheng didn't get into the carriage immediately. Instead, he went to a shop diagonally across the street to buy candied hawthorns. He held an oil paper umbrella and walked in the quiet rain. From time to time, people passed by him in a hurry. His veil was gently blown up by the night wind, revealing a heaven-shaking face. In a tea house by the street, two people sat near the window. One was a young man in white with a folding fan, and the other was a guard in gray with a sword. If Gu Jiao was here, she would definitely recognize them as the people who bought little Jing Kong's golden abacus. Little Jing Kong sold his favorite golden abacus to buy Gu Jiao a wedding dress. The guard in gray was surprised. Young master, isn't he the top scholar of the Zhao kingdom? Look at his face. Young Master Mingyu waved the folding fan in his hand and said with a faint smile, so what if he is and so what if he isn't? The guard in gray thought for a while and said, he deliberately let those two people follow him. What does he want to do? Young Master Mingyu smiled and said, what he wants to do has nothing to do with us. We just need to keep an eye on the little monk beside him. The guard in gray was puzzled. We have been watching for half a year, but we haven't seen that person appear. Does he not want his disciple anymore? He doesn't want his disciple anymore? Young Master Mingyu looked at Xiaoheng, who was holding an umbrella in the rain. He sneered and said, then who do you think gave them the admission papers? The guard in gray scratched his head. Oh, do you mean, it was that person who gave them? Young Master Mingyu smiled and said, I'm really curious now. What does he want to do by bringing this group of people to the Yan Kingdom? After a few hot days it finally rained. Royal Prince Ming braved the pitter-patter of rain to return to his manor. As usual, he went to pay his respects to his father. Although it was getting late, he had come from the Han family. As long as he said that he had been with his cousin the entire time, Imperial Father would not blame him. He was stopped by the guard when he arrived at the door of the Crown Prince's study. Prince Mingyu, the Crown Prince is discussing something important with someone. Please come back tomorrow. Then remember to tell my father that I have come to pay my respects to him. I will. Prince Mingyu did not dare to eavesdrop on his father and left with an umbrella. In the study, the crown prince sat on a chair with an official's hat behind the desk. In front of him was a high-ranking embroidered uniform guard. The embroidered uniform guard had just reported the news he had gathered. The crown prince clenched his hand on the armrest and said in a low voice, "What did you say? The crown princess is coming back?" The embroidered uniform guard said, "Yes, the emperor's verbal order has been sent to the imperial mausoleum." The crown prince said thoughtfully, "Has he finally decided to execute her or pardon her?" The embroidered uniform guard said, "I don't know. The verbal order did not mention this." The crown prince loosened his fist and rubbed the armrest of the chair. "We can't let the crown princess come back." The embroidered uniform guard looked at the crown prince hesitantly. "Your Highness, you mean?" the crown prince said coldly, "kill the crown princess." Xiaoheng bought the last stick of candied haws in the shop. His luck was not bad. It seemed that after using Gu Jiao's identity, his bad luck had decreased a lot. He could pick up money on the streets and avoid bad things when he encountered them. But why did his mood suddenly become strange? Xiaoheng held the umbrella and looked up at the sky full of rain. Was it because of the rain? He suddenly felt a little melancholy. Chapter 678. Gu Jiao went to Qinxiang Pavilion in the afternoon after returning to the outer city. She changed Gu Qingfeng's dressing and got home late. She saw the Horse King and Old Master Meng as soon as she walked to the intersection of the alley. The Horse King was different from the other horse in the house. It had to come out for a walk every day, otherwise it would bully the other horse in the backyard. The Horse King saw Gu Jiao and decided not to run away. It bit the reins and ran to Gu Jiao. Then it handed the reins to Gu Jiao. It wanted to run away from Gu Jiao. The rain in the outer city came earlier and was heavier than in the inner city. Gu Jiao and Old Master Meng found a restaurant with a stable to take shelter from the rain. They stayed there for more than 2 hours. It was already dark. The rain stopped, Gu Jiao said as she looked out of the window. Old Master Meng stood up. "Let's go back. It won't rain again." Gu Jiao said, "I'll get the horse." The stable was next to the backyard of the restaurant. Gu Jiao led the Horse King out. The sound of horse hooves came from the street. Gu Jiao didn't care. The road was wide and she didn't need to give way to anyone. But when Gu Jiao led the Horse King to the entrance of the restaurant, a child suddenly ran out. Seeing that he was about to run under the horse's hooves, Gu Jiao jumped and rolled to the other side of the street with the child in her arms. The horse's hooves fell heavily on the place where Gu Jiao took the child. Water splashed everywhere. The man obviously saw the child running out. He pulled the reins as hard as he could, but he ran too fast. If Gu Jiao didn't jump, the child would have died under the horse's hooves. He looked coldly at the drenched youth and child and said fiercely, "Don't court death next time." His companions caught up and one of them said, "All right, let's go quickly. Don't delay things." He grabbed the reins and whipped the horse, causing it to gallop away. Son. A middle-aged woman from the restaurant stumbled as she ran over. Gu Jiao handed the child to her. Gu Jiao used her body to protect him when he was rolling in the water. Other than his clothes being a little wet, he was fine. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." The woman held the child and thanked him repeatedly. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She walked across the street and stopped in front of Mr. Meng. "Let's go." Old Master Meng looked strangely at the figures disappearing at the end of the street. "Strange. It's so late. What are the people from the Crown Prince's mansion doing? Isn't that the south gate of the outer city? Are they leaving Chengdu?" Gu Jiao said, "Are those people from the Crown Prince's mansion?" Old Master Meng nodded. "They are the brocade guards from the Crown Prince's mansion." Although they weren't wearing the uniform of the brocade guards, he had seen one of them in the Crown Prince's mansion. Gu Jiao paused and said, "There is a murderous look in their eyes. They are going to kill someone." She was an assassin in her previous life, so she was familiar with this kind of situation. Kill someone? Old Master Meng frowned and looked in the direction they left. They were so fast that they had already disappeared from the street. That direction seems to be the Imperial Mausoleum. The next day the sky was clear. Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen went to the academy for class. After winning another game, Gu Jiao deeply felt the enthusiasm of the students of the academy. From the moment she entered the academy, she felt like she was walking on a flower path. "Lulang. Lulang. Lulang Lulang. You are so handsome." Gu Jiao looked at the people who were lining the streets to welcome them. That was not necessary. Wu Fuzi sympathized with them for their hard work in the competition, so he didn't let them stay for training today. Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan went home early. As soon as they arrived at the door, a squishy little ball rushed over. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao caught him with one hand. Jing Kong. Hey, you are faster. Little Jing Kong looked up and said cutely, that's because I have been practicing hard every day. Then he greeted Gu Xiaoshan. Brother Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaoshan pinched his face. Gu Jiao held his little hand and walked inside, looking at the central room as they walked. Don't look. Xiaoheng is not here. Along with a familiar voice, Gu Qingfeng swaggered out from inside. He looked at little Jing Kong who was being led by Gu Jiao and said, I went to the inner city to pick him up. Little Jing Kong immediately said solemnly, Jiao Jiao, I don't have class today. I'm not playing truant. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. With Xiaoheng around he won't let you skip school. Have you recovered? Gu Jiao asked Gu Qingfeng. Jiao Jiao, I'm going to find little Shi. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said. Gu Jiao touched his little head. Go ahead. Little Jing Kong waved his little hands and ran over. Little Shi. I am coming. Horse King, who was eating grass in the backyard, felt its mane stand up and its body tremble. It immediately went to the millstone and put on a condom. It wanted to grind. The two continued their conversation. Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and said, My injury has healed a long time ago. Didn't you see it yesterday? Indeed, when Gu Jiao went to change Gu Qingfeng's dressing yesterday, she found that he had almost recovered. Gu Jiao said, You came at the right time. Remove the stitches on the wound later. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. Gu Qingfeng was pushed into the house and was removed by Gu Jiao without any resistance. This year, his martial arts had improved a lot, but compared to this girl's speed of improvement, it was not enough. What was wrong with this girl? Her skills were improving day by day. Gu Jiao put down the scissors and started to pack up. Gu Qingfeng tried to regain his dignity and said, Aren't you going to ask me how I got into the inner city? Quick, praise me for being capable, praise me. Gu Jiao said, Oh, the number one thief in the capital, Fei Shuang. Stealing a child is not a problem. Gu Qingfeng, what do you mean by stealing a child? Was he that kind of person? But to be honest, entering the Yan Kingdom was the most difficult. It was almost impossible to sneak in. The checkpoints in the outer city of Chengdu were also strict, but it seemed that once you entered you would not be questioned all the time. After all, everything that should be blocked was blocked outside. Gu Qingfeng felt that using words with Gu Jiao did not give him any sense of accomplishment. Because Gu Jiao would never accept a joke. She was the king of awkward silence, the terminator of conversations. Su Fengxian gave me a new identity and an inner city talisman, Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Jiao was confused. Even Gu Qingfeng had an inner city talisman? I want one too, she said. Do you know how to sing? No. Do you know how to tell stories? No. Or do you know how to play music? She knew this. Facing a group of perverted stinky men, you are not allowed to beat them up. Gu Jiao was speechless. She wanted to beat them up. Gu Qingfeng knew it would be like this. He waved his hand and said, Okay, I have something important to talk to you about today. Speak. Gu Jiao put the used cotton swabs into a special basket. Gu Qingfeng said casually, In the past few days in Tianxiang Pavilion, I accidentally found out some information. Saying that he accidentally was being modest. He was clearly racking his brains, using all his skills and risking his life to find out information. I'm listening. Gu Jiao put the used gauze into the same basket. These things would be burned later. Gu Qingfeng said, Last time the people who went to Zhao country to assassinate Xiaoheng were from the Nangong family, right? Yes, didn't you know? Gu Jiao did not hide this matter from him. Gu Qingfeng continued, But did you know that the Nangong family and the Crown Prince's residence are very close? Nangong Li is the Crown Prince's confidant? Gu Jiao's mind flashed back to the conversation between Nangong Li and the shopkeeper at the pawnshop that day. His Highness was very angry and asked why he couldn't even handle such a small matter. This is not a small matter. One of my arms is gone. So, the Highness that the shopkeeper was talking about was the Crown Prince of the Yan Kingdom? The Crown Prince of the Yan Kingdom wanted Xiaoheng's life? Why did the Crown Prince of the Yan Kingdom do this? What was the relationship between Xiaoheng and the royal family of the Yan Kingdom? Gu Qingfeng said, The Nangong family and the Han family are both on the Crown Prince's side, but the two families don't seem to have a good relationship. He suffered a lot at the hands of the Han family, so when he asked for information he inevitably asked about the Han family as well. He continued, I heard that the two sons of the Han family were beaten up one after another. Could it be the Nangong family? Gu Jiao said, no. Gu Qingfeng asked strangely, how can you be sure that it wasn't the Nangong family? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said honestly, because I did it. The corner of Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. As expected, this girl's courage was still so big. Is there any other news? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Qingfeng thought for a moment and shook his head. There doesn't seem to be any useful news for now. He had heard a lot of news at Tianxiang Pavilion, but most of it was the gossip of the aristocratic families. It was enough to be a topic of conversation before and after tea, but it wasn't of much value. Oh, wait. He suddenly thought of something and said thoughtfully, there is another big matter. The crown princess is coming back. It is said that the monarch allowed her to come back. The monarch, the crown princess. Gu Jiao's hand that was tidying up the medicine box paused. Gu Qingfeng saw her pause and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Gu Jiao said, the crown princess might not come back so easily. Gu Qingfeng asked, why? Gu Jiao looked at the medicine in the medicine box and said, last night I met the assassins from the crown prince's residence. If the crown princess is coming back, then it should be to kill her. Chapter 679. Gu Qingfeng was furious. Are you serious? Who is this crown prince? How can he kill his own sister? Sister? Gu Jiao was just confused. Gu Qingfeng thought for a moment. Oh no, I think it's an older sister. The crown princess is the third princess of the king. There are 2 concubine princesses above her. Before she was born there were no princes. As he spoke, he subconsciously touched his chin. This was Gu Jiao's usual little action, but after being together for a long time, they would be influenced by each other's habits. Even he didn't notice it. He said suspiciously, the crown prince wants to kill Xiao Heng and the crown princess. What's the relationship between the 3 of them? I don't know. Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng asked curiously, did they send many killers? Gu Jiao said, 6. Regardless of what kind of person the crown princess was, the crown prince wanted to kill Xiao Heng. So in all fairness, Gu Qingfeng didn't want the crown prince to succeed. Can we report it to the officials, and let them get him back? As soon as he said this, Gu Qingfeng was shocked. Was it because he had been with this girl for a long time that he became bold? The Yan kingdom was a superior country. How could small people like them get involved in the internal strife of a superior country's royal family? One mistake and they would be doomed eternally. They wouldn't even know how they died. Moreover, the crown princess was not related to them. Just because they didn't like the crown prince, they risked their lives to save the crown princess. Wasn't the price too high? Gu Jiao closed the small medicine box with a click. Gu Qingfeng was startled by the sudden sound. Gu Jiao picked up the small basket and started to pack the hidden weapons. Send Jing Kong back later. Of course I will send him back. Gu Qingfeng said without hesitation. I brought him here. If I don't send him back, who will? As he spoke, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wait, why did you tell me? What do you want to do? Gu Jiao put her hand on her belt. Gu Qingfeng covered his eyes and turned around. Even if I'm your biological brother, you can't do this. You should be more careful between men and women. Oh. Gu Jiao said, I forgot that you're a man. Gu Qingfeng. What a heart-wrenching sister. Gu Qingfeng ran out of the house. Gu Jiao changed into a set of night clothes, put on a mask and carried the red-tasseled spear to the backyard to get the horse. Old Master Meng and Gu Yan were playing chess in the backyard. Seeing her dressed like this, Mr. Meng looked puzzled. Why are you dressed like this? Madame Nan's body was fine now. She went to the kitchen to start the fire, intending to make some food for little Jing Kong. She saw Gu Jiao when she came out to fetch some water. She was slightly stunned. You're going out? Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, I'm going out. Madame Nan, please take care of Ai Yan for the time being. It was her duty to take care of Gu Yan. After all, he was her husband's disciple. But how long would she be out for? She even asked for his help? Gu Yan looked down and squeezed the chess piece in his hand. Gu Shaoshan accompanied little Jing Kong to play with little Shi. Gu Jiao asked Gu Yan to tell Gu Shaoshan to take a few days off for her. Okay. Gu Yan responded in a low voice. Gu Jiao led the horse to the door. Gu Qingfeng chased after her. Hey, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? What does the internal strife of the Yan kingdom's royal family have to do with us? Gu Jiao straightened the saddle and fastened the buckle. The crown prince wants to kill Xiao Heng. Gu Qingfeng asked, so? Gu Jiao muttered, There's something I need to verify personally. Gu Qingfeng was anxious. What's the matter? Gu Jiao got on the horse. I'll tell you when I'm back. Gu Qingfeng looked at the departing figure. He was so angry that he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Hey, you brat. Stop right there. Come back here. They've been walking for a day and a night. You can't catch up with them. Gu Jiao went far away. Gu Qingfeng wanted to kill someone. How did this brat grow up? Did she eat bear's heart and leopard's guts? They were from the Crown Prince's residence. The Crown Prince's residence. Run if you can't beat them. You're not allowed to take off the protective talisman. The imperial mausoleum of the Zhao Kingdom was built near the capital. The Yan Kingdom's imperial mausoleum was 100 miles away on Mount Guan. It was said that Emperor Taizu had asked someone to check the feng shui. The mountain range of Mount Guan was shaped like a dragon. It was beautiful and could be called another dragon's vein. Building the imperial mausoleum here could ensure the inheritance of the Yan Kingdom's imperial aura and prosperity of the country. If it was only 100 miles, one day and a night would be enough to cover it if the horses didn't stop. However, it rained in Chengdu last night. It was hard to guarantee that the other places on the road didn't experience heavy rain, which would slow down their speed. As for how much, it would depend on the specific situation at the time. Moreover, they could not rest at all. It would easily affect their fighting ability. Gu Jiao felt that she still had hope of catching up with them, even if the hope was very slim. But even if it was slim, she had to try. She wanted to know the answer. The sun was setting. In a post station near Mount Guan, 6 men in cloaks led the horses in and gave them to the workers of the post station to feed the horses. They also ordered a table full of dishes. We'll enter Mount Guan soon, the leader said. Don't make any mistakes in this operation. The man beside him said, Don't worry, big brother. Don't you know our strength? The Crown Princess's martial arts have been destroyed. How can the guards in the Imperial Mausoleum be our match? The leader said, Do it cleanly. Don't let people find out that it's Her Highness. Of course. Besides, we only want to kill the Crown Princess. The guards in the Imperial Mausoleum should avoid them if possible. If they can't, we'll kill them to avoid new problems. Got it, big brother? They finished the dishes on the table. The leader left a silver coin on the table and led a few people to the stable to lead the horses out of the post station. The sky was gloomy and the mountain was stuffy. A man in black said, Big brother, it's going to rain again. The leader looked at the Imperial Mausoleum not far away and said with cold eyes, The heavy rain will cover the breath. It's a good time to kill. As he spoke, he covered his face with the black cloth around his neck. The others also covered their faces with cloth. He ordered, Let's go. They gripped the reins and pulled out the swords at their waists. With murderous intent, they galloped toward the Imperial Mausoleum in the night. To reach the Imperial Mausoleum, they had to cross a cable bridge. Just as they were about to step onto the bridge, an arrow suddenly flew from behind them. It carried a biting cold murderous intent and an extremely sharp sound as it tore through the air. It seemed to tear a hole in the dark night. The leader instantly became alert and cut the arrow in half with his sword. Who goes there? He pulled on the reins and stopped at the entrance of the cable bridge. When he stopped, the 5 men in black behind him also stopped. They all lined up. The leader turned his horse around and stood at the front of the group. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the youth who was riding toward them in the dark night. Moonlight chased after the youth. He held the bow in one hand and the reins in the other. His entire body exuded the powerful aura of a purgatory azura. Everyone was shocked. The leader looked deeply at the youth who had suddenly appeared. He narrowed his eyes and asked again, Who are you? Gu Jiao pulled out 3 arrows from behind her and placed them on the bowstring. She aimed at the other party, the person who wants your lives. After she said this, she let go of the bowstring and the arrows left the bowstring. It was clearly 3 arrows, but she was still skillful. The 3 arrows were not aimed at anyone, but they shot under the hooves of their horses. The horses were frightened. They raised their front hooves and almost stood up straight. They let out a frightened neigh. The several people quickly dismounted and with a few nimble rolls, they steadied themselves in front of the cable bridge. The leader coldly said, Little brat, good archery? Which archery camp are you from? Archery camp? When the other 5 people heard this, they couldn't help being stunned. There were many people who knew archery, but the archers of the military camp were different from the experts of the common people. This little brat was actually an archer from the military camp. No wonder he was able to force the 6 of them off their horses. Gu Jiao still didn't talk nonsense with them. She once again pulled the bowstring. The leader disdainfully snorted, Little brat, do you really think you can hurt us like this? You guys cross the bridge first, I will deal with him. They were forced off their horses not because their martial arts were not good, but because their horses were not good enough. In fact, they were the real experts after they got off their horses. Gu Jiao fired 3 arrows at the same time again. Only 1 arrow was aimed at the leader's heart. The other 2 arrows were off target. The leader almost laughed. I thought you had some skills, but it turns out you are only so. He raised his sword and effortlessly slashed apart the arrow that was flying towards him. Big brother. Behind him, a black-clothed man shouted. He turned his head to take a look and saw that the 2 arrows that he thought had missed were actually nailed accurately to the rope at the other end of the suspension bridge. The strength and accuracy of the arrows were so great that they actually broke the rope. Such a long distance. Such a thin rope. How did he do it? When did such a young and promising archer appear in Chengdu? The leader shouted, Little brat. Where did you learn your archery skills? Unfortunately, Gu Jiao still didn't intend to pay attention to him. The bridge fell with a bang. Big brother. The bridge is broken. The leader's eyes were completely cold. Little brat. You are courting death. Chapter 680. A mere archer dared to challenge the imperial guards of the crown prince's residence. She was overestimating herself. The leader jumped up and swung the sword in his hand. Above Gu Jiao's head, he viciously chopped down at Gu Jiao's head. Let's see how you can shoot at such a close distance. Gu Jiao didn't choose to dodge and let the horse take the hit. But if he thought that Gu Jiao only knew how to shoot arrows, he was gravely mistaken. Gu Jiao calmly looked at him. He was about to be chopped in half. Why was this kid still so calm? Gu Jiao's calmness wasn't because she underestimated the enemy. In fact, these people's martial arts weren't weak. They were all close to the strength of Sirius. She had never tried to deal with 6 Sirius at once. But she wouldn't let herself panic. If she needed to fight, she would fight. If she needed to kill, she would kill. If she needed to fight, she would fight seriously. If she wasn't, she would fight half-heartedly. Anyway, there was no way out. The sword energy came. Her long hair and the corners of her clothes flew backwards. She pulled out the red tasseled spear from behind her back and blocked the opponent's attack. The sword energy shattered the white cloth wrapped around the red tasseled spear, revealing the small braids at the tip of the spear and the large red flowers all over the spear. The leader's eyes were almost blinded. His breathing stopped for a moment. What the fuck is this? Gu Jiao swung her spear and hit his waist. Shit. He was directly sent flying. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge or catch it. It was just that the red tasseled spear was too ugly. He had been practicing martial arts for so many years, but he had never seen such an ugly weapon in his life. Before he fell to the ground, he touched the ground with his sword and flipped over to stabilize his body. Big brother. The rest of the people gathered around. The leader looked coldly at Gu Jiao and said, You guys think of a way to get over. Even if you have to swim, you have to swim over. I can deal with this kid. Yes, big brother. Everyone agreed in unison. In fact, they could tell that this kid only had the strength and tenacity of his body. He did not have the slightest bit of internal energy. No matter how strong his moves were, he would not be able to last more than 10 moves in the hands of any one of them. Big brother is more than enough to deal with her. The few of them stepped forward. Gu Jiao urged her horse to gallop in front of them. She propped her red tasseled spear on the ground and used the momentum to flip around and land in front of them. She held the red tasseled spear in her hand, holding back 10,000 men. Today no one will be able to pass. An embroidered uniform guard said, You sure talk big. Take this. He swung his sword at Gu Jiao. Just now, the few of them were indeed shocked by Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear, but at this moment they also recovered from their shock. He used 50% of his power. This was considered giving this kid face. For a person without internal energy, even 10% of his power was too much. As for the other 40%, he was venting his anger. He wanted to chop this brat into mincemeat. However, who would have thought that something unexpected happened? This brat was clearly in front of him, but the moment his sword fell, he suddenly dodged. What a fast movement. After Gu Jiao dodged, she attacked him with her spear. However, Skywolf was Skywolf. How could he be so easily hurt by Gu Jiao? He also dodged easily. He was ranked 5th among the 6 people. He smiled coldly. You do have some skills, but this is the end. He concentrated his chi in his dantian and used 70% of his power. Gu Jiao felt a familiar aura. It turned out that they were also men of sacrifice. However, they were not ordinary men of sacrifice. They seemed to have practiced some kind of skill that could hide their aura. At first glance they looked like ordinary masters. Gu Jiao exchanged a few moves with him. She had to admit that the other party's strength was very strong. She did not have time to make a detonator. The black gunpowder in her hand was also used up when she was dealing with Erhan. Lu Dong, can you do it? Another embroidered uniform guard asked. The embroidered uniform guard called Lu Dong had a serious expression. This brat was a bit difficult to deal with. He had to use all his strength. It would be a joke if word got out that the embroidered uniform guard of the Crown Prince's residence was forced to use all his strength by a brat without any internal energy. He attacked Gu Jiao with a fatal blow. His companions did not help him because they felt that it was unnecessary. It was just a brat. Why would they need to work together? Puchi, the sharp blade pierced through the body. Everyone was stunned. The leader's pupils shrank. How could Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear pierce through the embroidered uniform guard's heart? She kicked him away. The moment the red-tasseled spear left his body, blood splattered on her mask. Thanks to the Shaolin martial monks, she had recovered 40% of her strength from her previous life. Therefore, even if she did not have any supplementary skills, she could still kill a sky wolf. But there were 5 more left. Gu Jiao panted slightly. Who's next? She did not say that if they came together, there was a need to consider the situation. I'll deal with you. Another embroidered uniform guard walked out. Fortunately, these people were not like Marquis Shenping. Otherwise, if they ganged up on her, she would be dead in a matter of minutes. Gu Jiao withstood 30 moves from this person. Finally, her spear pierced his vital point. At this time, Gu Jiao was also injured. Her breathing was gradually becoming disordered. Damn it! Attack together. A square-faced embroidered uniform guard said. Gu Jiao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Hey, do you have any shame? So many people attacking me. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The leader said coldly, no one will laugh at us if we kill you. He said to his companions. Kill him. Kick him into the water. Leave his red-tasseled spear. It looked ugly, but it was very useful. Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear in her hand. As expected, no one could escape from the red-tasseled spear. Unfortunately, this red-tasseled spear was her brother's. She could not give it to him. The 4 people joined forces to kill Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao and the 4 people exchanged more than 100 moves. Her body was already stained with blood. The opponents had the advantage in martial arts and numbers, so their injuries were not as serious as Gu Jiao's. It seemed that the 4 people had the upper hand. In fact, the 4 of them were very surprised. Where did this kid come from? How could he still fight? They said that he was like an archer from the barracks, but he could also use the red-tasseled spear so well. They did not remember which barracks in Chengdu had such a powerful youth. More importantly, every time they thought that he was about to die, he could stand up again. Big brother, how can he still have the strength? An embroidered uniform guard whispered. Another embroidered uniform guard said, yes, big brother. He suffered so much sword chi from us. He should have died long ago, right? The leader looked at the youth whose clothes were already soaked in blood with a complicated expression. The youth's mask had fallen off during the fight, but he could not see the youth's face because it was covered in blood. The leader suddenly felt reluctant to kill him. Boy, I don't care who sent you. That person is not a good person. You are not a match for us, but he sent you alone. It is clear that he wants you to die. If you are willing to rely on our master, I can spare your life and cultivate you in the future. Big brother. The other 3 people's faces changed at the same time. He killed Lu Dong and Zhang Chang. A embroidered uniform guard rebuked. The leader did not answer. Instead, he stared at the youth who had already exhausted all his strength but still refused to surrender like a blood wolf. Either you die or surrender. You choose. I choose. Gu Jiao looked at them coldly through her blurred vision. Kill you. The leader gritted his teeth and said, it seems that there is no need to be merciful. Kill him. The 3 people rushed toward Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao raised her hand and grabbed the protective talisman around her neck. If you can't beat me, then run. You are not allowed to take off the protective talisman, do you understand? Gu Jiao slowly lowered her hand. Her eyes were like torches as she looked at the 3 people rushing toward her. She raised the red-tasseled spear in her hand and met them head-on in a suicidal manner. The 3 people's eyes were wide open. This boy. Gu Jiao's spear pierced through the embroidered uniform guard on the right. The embroidered uniform guard on the left was separated by 1 person, so he did not cause any harm to her. However, the one in the middle cut her leg with his sword. She kicked him and used the force to pull out the red-tasseled spear. She flipped back 7 feet. This was a scene that no one had expected. She was clearly struggling at death's door, but she killed another one. The leader's killing intent surged. Among the young people, the strongest person I have seen is the Han family's heir. Your current martial arts may not be as good as his, but your talent is definitely above his. It is a pity that we have to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he held his sword and fiercely slashed at Gu Jiao. She couldn't block this sword. She could not take off her safety talisman. Her entire body was numb. Xiaoheng, I still haven't found out about your past. She fell face down with her eyes wide open. She fell to the ground in a daze. Die. The leader's sword slashed at Gu Jiao's neck. Clang. The sword was suddenly blocked by something and flew out of his hand. It was nailed to a tree not far away. The sword's hilt shook. Could be seen how strong the attack was. Who is it? He turned around and shouted. TSK, a group of grown men ganging up to bully a little girl. Are the embroidered uniform guards from the Crown Prince's palace this shameless? Under the moonlight, a monk wearing a gray robe walked towards them step by step. He had a string of prayer beads hanging from his hand. This monk was very handsome. He was clearly a monk, but he had a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. There was also an unforgettable mole under his right eye. Chapter 681. The monk's appearance was too impactful. It took the 2 embroidered uniform guards a long time to recover from their shock. Then the 2 of them turned pale with fright. What did he say? The youth who fought with him for so long and killed 4 of them, was actually a girl? Also, how did he know that they were the embroidered uniform guards from the Crown Prince's residence? Where did he come from? Did he follow them or was he just passing by? Who are you? The leader gripped his sword tightly. He couldn't sense the other party's aura at all. Either he didn't know martial arts or his martial arts had reached the realm of returning to the origin. He looked at the sword that was nailed to the tree. There was a hole in the sword. He looked at the surrounding empty space and found a green leaf inserted into the soil. The leader's pupils constricted. Could it be that the monk used a leaf to knock away his sword? And even crippled it? How terrifying was his inner strength. The monk smiled and said, I'm a monk. My name is not worth mentioning. Under the moonlight, his smile gave off an inexplicably eerie feeling. The 2 embroidered uniform guards' hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Bullshit monk. They had never seen such a demonic monk. The leader's heart unconsciously filled with fear. He gripped the hilt of his sword and calmed his mind. He threatened in a cold voice, Monk, this has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, then scram. Suck. The monk's thin lips parted slightly and sighed faintly. He said, Monks are merciful. Why do you 2 benefactors have to fight and kill? Can't we talk things out? The other embroidered uniform guard pointed his sword and roared, Who the hell wants to talk things out with you? Do you scram? Or you bald donkey will be killed as well. Oh. The monk smiled faintly. Then he raised the hand with the string of Buddhist beads. His slender fingertips touched his delicate chin as if he was deep in thought. You want to kill? When the leader heard this, he didn't know why, but the uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger. He could not see through this monk's strength at all. The embroidered uniform guard said disdainfully, Big brother, don't waste your breath with him. Leave this kind of guy to me. In any case, he already knows our identity, so we have to silence him. As he spoke, he looked at the monk who was so beautiful that he didn't look like a mortal under the moonlight and said fiercely, Remember not to meddle in other people's business in your next life. He sprinted towards the monk. When he was about 10 steps away from the monk, he suddenly leaped into the air and grabbed the hilt of his sword with both hands before slashing down at the monk. It was as if he was going to cleave the monk in half. Stop. The leader reached out in order to stop him, but it was too late. His sword slashed down. The monk looked up at the embroidered uniform guards who were attacking him from the sky. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He raised his left hand that was not holding the prayer beads and gently moved them with his fingertips. What's the situation? My sword. The embroidered uniform guards only felt a majestic force hit his sword. Half of his body was instantly paralyzed and he was sent flying by that terrifying force. He fell heavily on the ground and slid out a large pit that was a foot deep and 10 feet long. He only stopped when he reached the feet of the leader. Not half an inch more, not half an inch less. Everything was under control just right. Big brother. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stopped breathing on the spot. The leader looked at the embroidered uniform guards who had been killed in one move in disbelief. His eyes widened in horror. Not all the embroidered uniform guards were death warriors, but all 6 of them were. Death warriors were braver and more fearless than ordinary people. They never cowered in battle. However, for the first time in his life he had the thought of retreating. Damn it! Where did this monk come from? First there was an unkillable brat. Why was there such an abnormal expert? His eyes flashed and he resisted the trembling that seemed to come from his soul. I don't want to fight anymore. Let me go. The monk smiled. Okay. The leader of the group turned around and ran away. The monk chuckled and pointed his finger at his departing figure. A powerful inner force penetrated his chest as if it had materialized. There was a sharp pain in his chest and blood splashed in front of his eyes. He opened his mouth in disbelief and fell forward. He ground a large piece of grass before he stopped. Then his whole body trembled and the breath in his dantian dissipated rapidly. Why didn't you agree to let me go? The monk walked over casually and looked down at him. I agreed to let you go, but I didn't say that I would let you go alive. You damn. The leader breathed his last. The monk raised his eyebrows and came to Gu Jiao's side. Gu Jiao fainted. Her face was buried in the grass and she lay on the ground like a sad little frog. The monk said with emotion, to be able to kill 4, that's not bad. Gu Jiao was awakened by the crackling sound of firewood. She opened her eyes and found herself lying in a rundown temple. There were spider webs hanging on the Buddha statue and the beams. She didn't know how long it had been since someone came here. She smelled the delicious aroma of meat that made her want to eat heartily. Someone was roasting meat. The sound just now came from the pile of firewood. Awake. A lazy man's voice came from behind the firewood. The voice was a little familiar, as if she had heard it before. Gu Jiao's first reaction was to sit up and restore her alertness. Then she saw the monk behind the firewood. It's you? Wasn't this the beautiful monk she met in the countryside? She went up the mountain to find the abbot and met a monk who fell into a trap on the way. Her deepest impression was that the monk was really good-looking and the second deepest impression was that the monk was really weird. The monk was bitten by a poisonous snake and then he killed it. Gu Jiao blinked and looked at him without blinking. Why did you come to the Yen Kingdom? The monk roasted the meat and said, How can you be sure that this is the Yen Kingdom? Gu Jiao was stunned. I went back to the Zhao Kingdom. Ah. The monk suddenly laughed. Gu Jiao did not find it funny. She stood up and checked her own condition. The wounds on her body had been applied with the golden sore medicine, and they had healed well. She looked around and found that she was sleeping on a pile of hay. Her small basket and red-tasseled spear were lying at her feet. She clearly remembered that the red-tasseled spear had 8 small braids, but now it had become 10. Could it be that the monk did it? Do all monks have a hobby of braiding their hair? Those 2 people, are they dead? Gu Jiao remembered that there were 2 embroidered uniform guards left before she fainted. They are dead. The monk said. Okay. Gu Jiao didn't ask how they died. The monk didn't take the initiative to say. Gu Jiao asked again, Where is this? How long have I been sleeping? The monk said, Near the place where you fainted. You have been sleeping for 5 days. Gu Jiao said strangely, Why did I sleep for so long? She shouldn't have slept for so many days because of her injuries, right? The monk spread out his hands. How would I know? Gu Jiao took out the first aid kit from the small medicine box and counted the medicine. The corner of her mouth twitched. You gave me a whole bottle of tranquilizers? The monk suddenly realized, Is that a tranquilizer? You didn't label it on the bottle. You had a high fever so I applied your golden sore ointment on you, but you were still as hot as a small stove. I had to find some medicine for you and it seems that it was indeed medicine. I was worried that I had made a mistake. Gu Jiao's face darkened. You didn't even know whether the bottle was filled with medicine or not, but you gave me dozens of pills. Can you be more unreliable? The monk turned the rabbit on the shelf around and took out a small bamboo tube from his wide sleeve. He removed the lid and sprinkled some salt on the rabbit meat. Look, I didn't forget to add salt this time. If he didn't mention this, Gu Jiao would have almost forgotten that the monk had fallen into her trap because of a rabbit. She thought that he, a monk, wanted to save the rabbit. Who would have thought that he killed the rabbit and roasted it without saying a word? She once suspected that he was a fake monk and she still suspected so. Gu Jiao looked around. She was a little thirsty. Is there water? The monk threw her a water bag. Gu Jiao caught it in her hand. It was empty. The monk said, There is a small stream outside the back door of the temple. Take this to get water. Gu Jiao said, Then I can drink without a water bag. The monk looked at Gu Jiao and said confidently, I'm asking you to get some water for me. Gu Jiao was speechless. What kind of monk was this? Gu Jiao took the water bag to the backyard to get water. The monk looked at her walking as if she was flying. He narrowed his charming peach blossom eyes. You recover so quickly. Gu Jiao came back after drinking the water and threw the water bag to him. He raised his hand to take it and smiled. Thank you. He was born beautiful. With such a bright smile, all living beings wanted to fall for him. If the monk saved all living beings with this appearance, all living beings would be possessed by the devil. Gu Jiao squatted down in front of the monk. She grabbed a small branch and drew circles on the ground while waiting to roast the rabbit. She asked the monk several questions. Except for the question of how he came to the Yen Kingdom, he answered all the other questions. There were only 2 ways to come to the Yen Kingdom. One was to have an official travel permit, and the other was to be marked as a slave. She didn't know which type the monk belonged to. Are you from the Zhao Kingdom or the Yen Kingdom? Gu Jiao asked. Does it matter? The monk asked with a smile. Gu Jiao thought seriously, oh no. She continued to draw circles. The monk continued to roast the meat. The meat was delicious. Gu Jiao was really hungry. Chapter 682. The monk's skills in roasting the rabbit weren't bad. The rabbit fat on the surface was all roasted, and small bubbles came out with hissing sounds. He crushed the salt and sprinkled a few grains from time to time. The temple was instantly filled with the crisp fragrance of salt and pepper. Gu Jiao swallowed her saliva. She gradually changed from drawing circles to drawing rabbit, roasting rabbit, braising rabbit, spicy rabbit head, cold eating rabbit meat. In fact, other than roasted rabbit there were also a few roasted mushrooms on the rack. But Gu Jiao only wanted to eat rabbit. Finally the rabbit meat was roasted. The monk took out a sharp knife from his wide sleeve and was about to cut off a rabbit leg when a murderous aura suddenly came from outside the temple. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold and she stood up. It wasn't late yet, but the sky was overcast, giving people an ominous premonition. The murderous aura quickly approached, and the sound of something sweeping through the branches and leaves came from the forest. It was Qinggong. It was even faster than Gu Qingfeng's Qinggong. It must be known that Gu Qingfeng's Qinggong could even shake off the dragon shadow guards. The commotion stopped in the open space outside the temple. Gu Jiao sensed 3 auras. They were all real sky wolves. And one of the auras was faintly above sky wolves. The people inside get out. Among the 3 people one of them coldly spoke. Gu Jiao had already seen through the crack in the door. Although the 3 people were disguised, the swords at their waists were the same as the 6 embroidered uniform guards from that day. They were people from the Crown Prince's residence. The monk sat cross-legged on the ground, calmly roasting the meat on the ground as if he didn't hear anything. Stop hiding. You have the guts to kill people but don't have the guts to admit it? Gu Jiao grabbed the red tasseled spear on the ground and walked out with a strong aura. The red tasseled spear in her hand landed heavily on the ground, and the powerful force seemed to shake the ground. A trace of surprise flashed through the eyes of the 3 people at the same time. They did not expect that the person they were looking for was actually such a young boy. The strongest man wore a purple cloak while the other 2 wore black cloaks. The purple-cloaked man coldly said, "You're the one who killed the Crown Prince's imperial bodyguards?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "So what if it's me? However, are you not even planning to hide it?" The purple-cloaked man said disdainfully, "Humph, what's there to hide from a dead man?" Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "How arrogant." The embroidered uniform guard on the left said, "You're the arrogant one, brat. You even dared to kill people from the Crown Prince's residence. Brat, who sent you here?" The brocade guard on the right also opened his mouth. "Su-er, did we make a mistake? This brat doesn't look like someone who can kill 6 embroidered uniform guards." The boy in front of them was too young and too immature. Although his aura was very strong, it was impossible for him to kill 6 embroidered uniform guards in one breath. The purple-cloaked man narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Brat, do you have an accomplice?" Gu Jiao said, "So what if I do? So what if I don't? What does it have to do with you?" The purple-cloaked man said, "We spent 5 days to track you down. I have to say you do have some ability. But it's all over now. Today is the day you die." "I don't know the day of my death, but I know the day of your death." Gu Jiao looked at the 3 people without fear and said arrogantly, "Do you want to come one by one or the 3 of you together?" Their hatred reached the peak in an instant. The purple-cloaked man said with murderous intent, "Brat, if you want to die early we'll help you. Come together." Gu Jiao raised her other hand that wasn't holding the red tasseled spear and made a stop sign. Wait, I didn't say I wanted to fight with you. The three people were stunned. Gu Jiao flashed back into the temple and stood behind the monk. She stuck her head out and pointed at the monk. You guys, fight with him. The monk? The three people. The temple was barbecued meat and roasted mushrooms. The monk didn't want to ruin the results of his 2 hours of hard work, so he got up and walked out. The purple-cloaked man snorted, You're actually a monk. What's your relationship with that brat? The monk sighed impatiently, If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then get lost. This poor monk doesn't like to talk nonsense. The embroidered uniform guard on the right sneered, Each one is more arrogant than the last. Take this. He took the lead and rushed toward the monk. As Gu Jiao chewed on the fragrant rabbit meat, she observed the fight on the spot. She had killed Sirius twice. One was with the help of an auxiliary method, and the other was with a safety talisman. She was seriously injured each time. This was the first time she observed Sirius from the perspective of a bystander. He was so fast. The 6 embroidered uniform guards couldn't compare to him. His fist arrived in front of the monk in the blink of an eye. Was the monk too late to dodge? Why wasn't he moving? This punch would give the monk a concussion, right? The wind from the fist blew the monk's robe back. The monk stared at him without blinking. When his fist was about to break the monk's nose, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the man's wrist. You guys shouldn't have disturbed this poor monk's meal. He didn't use any fancy moves and just threw the man out. The dignified Sirius couldn't even fight back in the hands of the monk. The moment the man fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood and didn't get up again. Gu Jiao, so powerful. The purple-cloaked man saw this and a strong sense of surprise flashed across his eyes. Then a murderous aura surged, Very good. I didn't expect that the first time I used my full strength would be against a monk. He raised his internal force to the extreme. A force that was far more terrifying than Sirius swept through the whole world. He was like a lion that had just woken up and finally bared his fierce fangs. Take this. He rushed toward the monk with the force of a landslide and a tsunami. Slap. The monk grabbed his forehead with one hand. The purple-cloaked man, Gu Jiao, counted the moves. He used 1 move and 3 moves to deal with the 2 Sirius. He used 7 moves to deal with the super Sirius. Gu Jiao recalled how many moves he used to fight the 2 Sirius. Oh, he forgot to count. He would never admit that he didn't know how many moves he used. Gu Jiao basically ruled out the possibility that he entered the Yen Kingdom by being marked as a slave. Therefore, he had a proper travel permit from the Yen Kingdom. Then the question was, how did he get the Yen Kingdom travel permit? Or was he a citizen of the Yen Kingdom and had a travel permit? She spoke to him in the Zhao Nation language, but he spoke to the 3 embroidered uniform guards in the Yen Kingdom language. He spoke both languages very well. In fact, she had another question. Why did he appear in Mount Guan and happen to see her being chased by the Crown Prince's people? Was it a coincidence? Or, while she was thinking, the monk walked in calmly. His clothes were not messy at all, nor were they stained with blood. He was so clean that he looked like an outstanding monk. Who would have thought that this monk could kill people faster than the men of sacrifice? He brushed his wide sleeves and sat down in front of the fire. Gu Jiao asked, What kind of martial arts did you use just now? At first she couldn't see the moves, but later she saw that there was a pattern. It seemed to be specially used to deal with the powerful men of sacrifice. The monk smiled. What? Do you want to learn? Gu Jiao nodded. Yes. The monk said, No. Gu Jiao, then don't ask. The monk began to eat the rabbit. He reached out his hand. Where was the rabbit meat? Why was there so little left? Gu Jiao burped. The monk gritted his teeth. He had roasted it for 2 hours. If he had known, he would have killed it faster. The monk tore off half of the rabbit's leg and took a wine bag from his waist. He pulled out the cork and ate the meat 1 mouthful at a time. Gu Jiao planned to go back to the haystack and lie down. Unexpectedly, as soon as she got up, the monk, who was eating halfway, suddenly jumped up and jumped onto Gu Jiao's back. Yes, on her back. Not on her back. Gu Jiao, what's going on? What's wrong with you? Gu Jiao asked in confusion. The monk, who was lying on her back and holding the rabbit's leg in the wine bag, stuttered, Snake, 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 snake. Gu Jiao found the snake under the table. She walked over with him on her back, bent down and picked it up by its tail. She said calmly, It's just a small cauliflower snake. It's not poisonous. The monk, who had killed 3 celestial wolves a second ago, was terrified now. He almost roared, Take it away, take it away. Hurry up and take it away. Gu Jiao tilted her head. Are you afraid of snakes? The monk said, I'm not afraid. Gu Jiao said, "Oh," and shook the small snake behind her. Ah! The monk's hair stood on end. His body went soft. Without the strength to cling onto Gu Jiao's body, he fell to the ground. Gu Jiao suddenly remembered that he had been bitten by a snake. She was wondering why he had been bitten by a many-banded kite when his martial arts were so high that he could easily kill a celestial wolf. It turned out that when he saw a snake, his whole body would go soft and he would not be able to exert any strength. Gu Jiao smiled wickedly and walked towards him with the small cauliflower snake. Ah! She laughed eerily and eerily. It was very exaggerated. The monk was speechless. The monk shouted, "Girl! You! What are you doing?" Gu Jiao bent down and handed the small cauliflower snake to him. She helplessly spread out her hands and said, "What bad intentions can the little snake have? It's nothing more than wanting to bite you. Who told you to be unwilling to teach the world's smartest Jiao some martial arts?" Small cauliflower snake. The monk was speechless. Chapter 683. Dusk was everywhere, and the horizon was lit by a wisp of fire. Clouds curled around the mountains and rivers. In the ruined temple, a monk, a young man, and a small snake sat facing each other. The small snake tried to escape several times but was caught by the young man. The young man threw the small snake until it was dizzy. The small snake didn't run anymore and obediently curled up there. Sigh. The monk sighed, "It's not that I don't want to teach you, but you can't learn those moves at all. Even if you learn them, you can't use their power." Gu Jiao said, "You didn't even teach me and you know I can't learn them? Do you have internal strength?" "No." "Do you know Qigong?" "No." The monk laughed, "Isn't that enough? That set of fist techniques can only be unleashed by people with profound inner strength." Gu Jiao grabbed the small snake. The monk's expression changed and he stretched out his hand. "Wait. I haven't finished speaking." Gu Jiao's movements paused. The small snake hung upside down in the air and cooperatively stuck out its harmless tongue. The monk calmed down and glanced at the red-tasseled spear beside the straw mat. "Your weapon is a spear. I'll teach you a set of spear techniques." Oh, the monk also knows spear techniques. Gu Jiao's current spear techniques were taught by the old marquis. There were only a few moves in total and there was only one move as a killing move. The old marquis chose that for her based on her situation at that time. In fact, with her strength recovered, that move was indeed not enough. The monk stood up and walked over to pick up the red-tasseled spear leaning against the wall. He walked to the open space outside the temple. "Watch carefully." He pointed the spear to the ground and his eyes turned cold. His breath instantly circulated as if there were invisible wind blades sweeping through the world. Gu Jiao clearly felt that the monk's aura had changed. In fact, when she thought about it carefully, this monk had always changed a lot. She couldn't sense any trace of martial arts from him, so she didn't find it strange when he fell into her trap the first time. However, the terrifying power he displayed when he killed Sky Wolf made him look like a completely different person. Gu Jiao really couldn't describe it. Gu Jiao couldn't. Perhaps, he was like a Buddha who had fallen into the demonic path. But now the Buddhist chi and demonic chi were gone. He danced with his long spear and stood in the heaven and earth. His body was full of righteousness, and even his pair of peach blossom eyes became especially serious. "What kind of spear art is this?" Gu Jiao muttered. After the monk finished his last move, he threw the spear to Gu Jiao and said, "All right, it's your turn." This spear was very heavy. Wasn't he afraid that she wouldn't be able to catch it if he threw it over like this? It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the spear carried a trace of the monk's own strength. Gu Jiao almost couldn't catch it. She steadied herself and stabbed the spear heavily into the ground. Only then did she not fall to the ground. The monk slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, you caught it. So you did it on purpose? Let's see how well you've recovered. If you don't have enough strength, then I can't teach you the next few moves." He said, "Let's see how well you've recovered," not "let's see how well you've recovered." The difference between these few words was like heaven and earth. He knew what she was like before she was injured. Then, could she think that he was already there when she was fighting against the 6 imperial guards from the Crown Prince's mansion 5 days ago? He had been secretly observing her and only made a move when she couldn't take it anymore. "Why aren't you making a move? Did you not remember? Then I'll show you again." "No need." The spear art that the old duke taught Gu Jiao laid a very strong foundation for Gu Jiao. She could basically understand some of the complicated moves. The only problem was that her injuries had not healed. She was indeed lacking in strength, but she didn't need to kill people. It was enough for her to practice her spear. The monk stood at the door and looked at Gu Jiao without blinking. The first move. The first move was the simplest. It was not much different from the most important move that the old marquis had taught Gu Jiao. However, the spearhead was raised 2 inches higher, and the strength required to stab out increased by more than 20%. Gu Jiao took back the red-tasseled spear and adjusted her breathing. She said to herself, "It looks simple, but I didn't expect it to consume so much strength." The monk took off his wine bag and drank a big mouthful. He looked at Gu Jiao calmly and said, "The second move." The strength of the second move was increased. Gu Jiao jumped up and stabbed the long spear from top to bottom. Her angle was exactly the same as the monk's. It was really surprising that she could imitate it to this extent after only seeing it once. After these 2 moves, Gu Jiao's strength was half gone. Her wounds began to hurt. The monk didn't intend to let Gu Jiao stop. "The third move," he said sternly. It seemed that ever since the monk started to play with the red-tasseled spear and watched her practice, the monk's aura was different from what she had seen before. The third move was a Chinese style. It had a trick to confuse people. It had high requirements for speed and flexibility of the body. Gu Jiao hadn't stopped practicing since she came to this world. Otherwise, her waist would have been broken. After this move, Gu Jiao was slightly out of breath. The monk looked at Gu Jiao with surprise. "You still have strength." Gu Jiao finished all the moves in one go. Although it was said to be all, there were actually only 5 moves. However, the difficulty of each move after that was multiplied. The monk murmured, "This girl, I originally planned to let you finish it in 3 sessions. Gu Jiao's legs were weak. She could fall down at any time, but she supported herself with the red-tasseled spear. She raised her hand and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She gasped, "Is there more?" The monk was stunned. "There is more." He paused as if he was hesitating. It was as if he had made a big decision. 3 moves. Gu Jiao was so tired that she was seeing stars. She didn't notice the hesitation in his eyes. She passed the red-tasseled spear to him. "I'll take a few breaths. You can start." Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to see clearly. The monk stood in the open space with the red-tasseled spear in his hand. The night wind blew and his robe fluttered. He stared at the sky. "I'm ready," Gu Jiao said. The monk didn't move. Gu Jiao tilted her head. "Monk." The monk held the red-tasseled spear tightly. "Since you want to learn, I'll teach you. But remember, you can't use this spear to do evil. You can't use it to hurt the innocent. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my own hands." Gu Jiao sat on the threshold and looked at him. "You're suddenly so serious. I'm not used to it." The difficulty of the last 3 moves couldn't be compared to the first 6 moves. Gu Jiao could see it, but she still couldn't perform it all. "Let's stop here today," the monk said. Gu Jiao put away the red-tasseled spear. The 2 of them practiced for the whole night and didn't have time to eat. The monk went to the stream behind the temple and caught 2 fish to roast. He also went to the vicinity to pick some wild fruits. When he came back with a pile of wild fruits, only bones were left of the 2 roasted fish. Gu Jiao's cheeks were bulging. Her small mouth moved quickly as she tried to eliminate the evidence. The monk was furious. "Why did you finish it again? Couldn't you leave some for me?" Gu Jiao's cheeks were bulging. She looked like a little fat squirrel that was eating. She said vaguely, "I used up too much energy. I was so hungry that I couldn't hold it in." The monk was speechless. The monk went to catch 2 more fish. This time he didn't leave. He was determined to prevent someone from eating. The little snake was released by Gu Jiao. After all, it had nothing to do with it. The monk focused on roasting the fish. Gu Jiao sat on the hay. She took a cotton cloth from the small basket and carefully wiped the red-tasseled spear as if she was wiping a treasure. The monk looked at her wiping the red-tasseled spear and pursed his thin lips. Gu Jiao felt that he was sizing her up. When she looked at him, he had already looked away and continued to roast the fish. The monk had never asked her why she appeared in Zhao country, why she dressed as a man, and why she encountered the brocade guards from the crown prince's residence. Was he not curious about her at all, or had he already? The monk coldly snorted. "Stop looking. It's useless. I won't let you eat." Gu Jiao's thoughts were interrupted. She paused and decided to ask him. "What's your name?" The monk didn't have a name. She naturally asked for his Dharma name. For example, Jing Kong was a Dharma name. However, Jing Kong liked this name. Even after he returned to the secular world, he was still called Jing Kong. After asking, Gu Jiao secretly wondered what kind of Dharma name the monk would call her. In the end, she heard him say a word softly. Gu Jiao was stunned. Steamed? What steamed? Steamed rabbit or steamed pork ribs? The monk roared, can't you think of anything else other than food? Gu Jiao, no, I've been starving for the past few days. The monk sighed. He picked up a withered branch and wrote a word on the ground in Yen language. Zheng. This word, it seemed that it wasn't his Dharma name. It was his secular name. The monk ended the conversation. It's late. Go to sleep. Gu Jiao, I want to eat fish. The monk, after eating another fat and juicy grilled fish, Gu Jiao rubbed her round belly and fell asleep contentedly. At night, Gu Jiao had a dream. After coming to Chengdu, she had more dreams than before. However, the interesting thing was that she basically forgot everything after waking up. In the dream, all the memories seemed to be strung together. For example, after coming to the dream, she remembered the courtyard full of bellflowers and the graveyard without a tombstone. Tonight, it was neither a courtyard nor a graveyard. Instead, it was a battlefield that stretched as far as the eye could see. Shimmering spears, armored horses, and blood stained the yellow sand. There were endless battles and soldiers constantly fell. A bloody mist filled the sky with the color of blood. Above the thousands of bones, a man in silver armor was riding on a similarly armored black-winged horse. He held the reins tightly in one hand and a red-tasseled spear in the other. His silver armor was already covered with blood, but there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. He looked at the thousands of soldiers and horses in front of him and said word by word, the sons of the Xian Yuan family will never surrender even if we fight to the last man. The next second the scene in the dream changed. It was still this man. He was wearing silver armor and standing in the camp. He looked at the officials opposite him and said coldly, rebel? So what if my Xian Yuan family rebels? The heavens have wronged my Xian Yuan family, so my Xian Yuan family will go against the heavens. Inin, it was that man's voice. The scene changed again. His voice was especially gentle and doting in this scene. However, his appearance was too horrible to look at. He had been shot in the shoulder and 2 in the thigh. He lay on the ground with blood flowing like a river. He tried to support himself with both hands so that he could sit up. Beside him squatted a little girl who was only 2 years old. Uncle, you're bleeding. You're bleeding a lot. He smiled as if nothing had happened and wiped the blood off his palm on his armor. Then he raised his hand and touched the little girl's head. Big uncle isn't bleeding. Big uncle was just playing with Inin. The girl tilted her head as if she was trying to discern the truth in his words. Then she asked, Uncle, does it hurt? He smiled and said, it doesn't hurt at all. Inin, let's play a game, okay? What game? The girl asked. He raised his head with difficulty and endured the tearing pain all over his body. He pointed at the small house in front and said, do you see that small house in front? The girl nodded and said in a childish voice, Inin sees it. He smiled weakly. I'll count to 3. Run over there. Run very fast. Don't stop and don't look back. You should find a place to hide in the house. If you can make first uncle unable to find you, first uncle will buy you candy to eat. The girl hid in the darkness for a long time. It was so long that when she woke up, the sky was dark and then bright. She crawled out of the box with great difficulty and stumbled back with her short legs. The mountains of the past had become a sea of corpses. Her lonely little figure crawled over the corpses lying in pools of blood. Uncle, where are you? Inin doesn't want to play with you. Inin doesn't want candy. Inin wants uncle. The girl raised her head and looked at the city wall. Gu Jiao said, no. Gu Jiao's body shook and she opened her eyes. The monk sat cross-legged beside her and looked at her with a faint smile. Did you have a nightmare? It seemed like a nightmare, but when she woke up, she couldn't remember anything. There was only one scene. A man in silver armor was nailed to the city wall by a red-tasseled spear. Gu Jiao rubbed her chest. The monk looked and took something out of his wide sleeve. He threw it to her. Here. What is it? Gu Jiao asked. Candy, the monk said. I don't like candy. Gu Jiao returned the candy to him. Oh. The monk raised his eyebrows in surprise. How can there be someone who doesn't like candy? My little disciple loves it very much. Every time he's unhappy, I'll use candy to coax him. He'll definitely be happy. Gu Jiao asked him strangely, you have a disciple? What kind of disciple can survive 3 days in your hands? How tenacious must his vitality be? Gu Jiao didn't dream in the latter half of the night and slept until dawn. Her body was fine. Even if the people from the crown prince's residence came to kill her again, she could at least escape. It was time to go back. Where's the monk? Speak of the devil. The monk walked into the ruined temple with a pile of fresh wild fruits. Just eat a little. We'll be on the road soon. Gu Jiao said, You're leaving? The monk said, You're not leaving? Gu Jiao said, I'm leaving. The monk said, Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat. Gu Jiao ate a few wild fruits. They were very sour. After filling her stomach, Gu Jiao packed her things. There wasn't much medicine left in the first aid kit. She had also thrown away the bow, but she could make another one. With Master Lu and Xiao Shen around, it wasn't difficult to make a bow. Gu Jiao carried the red tasseled spear in the small basket on her back. The monk stuffed the rest of the sour fruits into her small basket and said, Eat them to satisfy your hunger on the way. Gu Jiao glanced at him. You're too lazy to take them, so you gave them to me, right? The monk held the prayer beads in one hand. Amit Ba, Shanzai. This poor monk has good intentions. Gu Jiao, I'd be a fool if I believed you. The two of them left the ruined temple. In fact, Gu Jiao wanted to go to the imperial mausoleum to check on the crown princess. However, it had been 6 days since the crown prince sent out the first wave of brocade guards. Everything that should have happened had already happened. Either the crown princess was fast enough to find the bodies of the brocade guards behind the broken bridge and rushed back to Chengdu before the second wave of brocade guards arrived. Or, the crown princess had already been killed. I'm going back to Chengdu. Where are you going next? Gu Jiao asked the monk. The moment the monk opened his mouth, a murderous aura came from behind him. The monk quickly turned around and shielded Gu Jiao behind him. He struck out a palm to meet the opponent's attack. The collision caused a crack to appear on the road. The monk looked at the empty path and sneered. Ha, you dare to sneak attack me from so far away. You're really something. Girl, you go first. Gu Jiao stuck her head out from behind him and asked, Can you beat him? If you can't beat him, I can stay and help you. If it was a guy who could be killed in one move, he would not have forced the monk to use his palm. The internal strength of that palm was much stronger than when he dealt with the 3 celestial wolves. The monk smiled carelessly and narrowed his peach blossom eyes. He's a bit tricky but not impossible. I let you go first because I don't want that ox nose to see your face and think that you're with me. If he can't beat me, he'll find trouble with you in the future. Of course, if you have doubts, you can stay. Before he could finish his words, he turned his head and saw that Gu Jiao, who had wanted to help him a second ago, had already run away without a trace. The monk was speechless. Gu Jiao spent 2 days to rush back to Chengdu from Mount Guan. The people from the Crown Prince's residence did not know who killed the first wave of brocade guards. They found the ruined temple by following the clues at the scene. Before she and the monk left, they had erased all traces of the ruined temple. As long as she did not expose herself, she would not be discovered by the people from the Crown Prince's residence. Gu Jiao returned to the residence in the evening. Mistress Nan heard the sound of horse hooves outside the door. Without thinking, she walked over and opened the courtyard door. Jiao Jiao. These days, whenever there was the sound of horse hooves in the alley, Mistress Nan would come out to take a look. You're finally back. Mistress Nan looked around the alley and pulled Gu Jiao in. She closed the courtyard door and bolted it. She asked worriedly, Are you okay? Why were you gone for so long? I'm fine. Gu Jiao said, Is everything okay at home? Mistress Nan sighed. We're fine. It's just that I had a heart attack on the second night after you left. Fortunately, you left him some medicine. He had a fever for a night and was fine the next day. The second night after she left was when she was fighting with the brocade guards. She was injured, so Gu Yan was also uncomfortable. I'll go and see Gu Yan. Gu Jiao said. He just fell asleep. Mistress Nan and Gu Jiao went into Gu Yan's room together. On the bed, Gu Yan's breathing was shallow and even. His face was as pale as usual. Mistress Nan whispered, Are you really okay? What happened? Gu Jiao looked at Gu Yan on the bed and said to Mistress Nan, I had a fight with the people from the Crown Prince's residence and encountered some trouble. I was delayed in the temple for a few days. The trouble has been solved. Mistress Nan, don't worry. Mistress Nan knew that she would only report the good news and not the bad. She asked, Are you injured? Gu Jiao denied, I'm not. Even if you were, you would not admit it. Mistress Nan had no choice but to change the topic. She said, Lulang came several times. He just left this afternoon. She made her husband and little Jing Kong worried. Gu Jiao said, I'll go to the city to find them another day. Mistress Nan said, Then you can ask Xiao Feng to take you there. He also comes to ask about you every day. Gu Jiao said, Okay. By the way, where are Xiao Shen and Master Lu? Mistress Nan said, They went to buy firewood. Are you hungry? I'll make something for you to eat. Mistress Nan went out of the room. Gu Jiao came to the bed, bent down and touched Gu Yan's forehead. Gu Yan slowly opened his eyes. Gu Jiao smiled gently. I knew you were awake. Gu Yan's eyes flashed with tears. He looked at her without blinking. You're lying. Gu Jiao opened her mouth. Gu Yan said, you're injured. Gu Jiao knew that even if she could hide it from everyone in the world, she could not hide it from Gu Yan. Gu Yan pointed to the edge of the bed. Sit down. Gu Jiao said, I'm dirty. Gu Yan did not say anything. He just looked at her stubbornly. Gu Jiao sighed and sat down by Gu Yan's bed. Gu Yan put his head on her lap and hugged her waist. Sister. Yes. Don't go out for so long. Okay. Gu Jiao came out of Gu Yan's room. Mistress Nan had also finished cooking the noodles. Mistress Nan put a bowl of steaming noodles with preserved meat and dried bamboo shoots on the square table in the central room. She asked Gu Jiao, is Yan asleep? Gu Jiao nodded, yes, he's asleep. This time he was really angry. I had to coax him for a long time. Mistress Nan could not help but laugh. It's good that you can coax him. You've been gone for a few days. Gu Jiao picked up her chopsticks and asked, did anything big happen in Xing City during the days I was gone? Mistress Nan thought for a while and said, something big, there was indeed one. Gu Jiao stopped slurping the noodles. Mistress Nan said, the crown princess is back. Chapter 684. There are all the novels that you can't find online. At night, Master Lu and Gu Xiaoshen returned to the house with a cart of firewood. What took you so long? Madame Nan walked to the door and helped them carry the firewood. Master Lu quickly stopped her and said, you leave it, I'll do it. It's just a few bundles of firewood. Madame Nan didn't care. But I can't let you carry it, right Xiaoshen? Master Lu knew that he couldn't persuade Madame Nan, so he pulled Gu Xiaoshen to help him. Yes, madam. Gu Xiaoshen jumped out of the carriage and took the firewood from Madame Nan. Madame Nan glared at Master Lu. Gu Xiaoshen carried the firewood and glanced at the red-tasseled spear and small basket in the central room. His eyes lit up. Is my sister back? Madame Nan smiled. She's back, she's playing chess with old Master Meng in the backyard. Everyone in the family knew old Master Meng's surname, but no one connected him with the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms. After all, the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms was treated as a distinguished guest by the State Preceptor Hall. How could he be reduced to living under someone else's roof? Gu Xiaoshen was so excited that he wanted to put 2 chicken feathers on his head immediately. He ran to the backyard with a bundle of firewood. Sister. Gu Jiao had already washed up and changed into dry clothes. Her hair was half dry and half wet. Hearing Gu Xiaoshen's voice, she raised her hand to push the disobedient hair behind her ear and turned to Gu Xiaoshen. Xiaoshen. Gu Xiaoshen put down the firewood and looked at her from head to toe. Sister, why were you out for so long? We were so worried about you. Gu Jiao curved her lips. I was delayed by something. The academy took so many days off, did anything happen to you? Gu Xiaoshen shook her head. Oh, it's nothing. I said you were sick and they wanted to come to see you, but I stopped them. Them? Gu Jiao was confused. Wu Fuzi, Mu Qingchen, Mu Chuan. Gu Xiaoshen recited more than 20 names in a single breath. This was because he only knew these people, there were many he didn't know the names of. Gu Jiao, oh. Why was she so popular? Alright. Doll, wait a moment. I'll finish this game with your sister. Old Master Meng couldn't wait any longer. He had the account book in his hands. He had already played more than 20 rounds with Gu Yan. The little boy had to play all the rounds with him. Gu Xiaoshen scratched his head and said, Sister, I'll come find you later. Gu Jiao, okay. Gu Jiao came back safely. The whole family was relieved. Madame Nan decided to cook something delicious tomorrow morning. However, she ran out of star anise and fennel. Madame Nan decided to go to the shop to buy some back. There was a shop that sold spices in the alley. It was only a few steps away. However, their shop was closed today, so Madame Nan had to go to the street to buy some. Master Lu was repairing the carriage at home. Halfway through, he frowned. Why isn't Nan Xiang back yet? Xiaoshen, you fix it. I'll go take a look. Okay. Gu Xiaoshen took the tools from Master Lu's hand. Master Lu walked out quickly. At this time, Madame Nan had indeed encountered a bit of trouble. She had been blocked in another alley and had even been injured. Her veil was covered in blood. She covered her painful chest and raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She shot out 3 Tanghua needles. The man smiled coldly and raised his hand to catch her hidden weapons. Madame Nan's face changed. The man looked at the Tanghua needle in his hand and sneered, "It's actually dipped in poison. You've become much more ruthless than before. Unfortunately, you're no match for me now." At the end, his smile turned cold. He flicked his finger and shot the 3 Tanghua needles back at Madame Nan. Madame Nan's eyes widened. The speed was too fast. She couldn't dodge at all. Suddenly, a small figure dashed over from behind Mistress Nan. With a whoosh, he grabbed Mistress Nan and pulled her to the side. The 3 Tanghua needles were nailed to the ground. At the same time, Gu Jiao's spear touched the ground. She jumped up and stabbed the other person's heart. The other person tried to grab the red-tasseled spear. Unexpectedly, this was a feint. The spear suddenly changed direction and swept towards his lower body. The other person's eyes trembled. He stepped on the ground and flew up to the roof. He steadied himself and looked at the young man in the alley with his black hair dancing. The young man was holding the red-tasseled spear. He raised his head and looked at him coldly. His eyes were cold and untamed. "That spear technique earlier." He frowned and muttered softly. Then he smiled faintly. "Nan Xiang, this is the expert you've invited? I have to say that this little fellow is out of my expectations. But even so, he's not my opponent. Take this, senior brother." Madame Nan hurriedly walked forward and stretched out her arm. She shielded Gu Jiao behind her. "Don't hurt him. Senior brother?" Gu Jiao looked at the man on the roof again. The sky was too dark. His figure was shrouded in the darkness. Gu Jiao couldn't see his skin color, but she could still make out his facial features. This person had a pair of malicious eyes. His appearance could be considered good, but when paired with his eyes, there was an inexplicable sense of evil. "Madame Nan, stand back." Gu Jiao pressed down on Madame Nan's arm and fearlessly walked forward. She pointed her spear at him. "Come down and fight with me." The other person was slightly stunned. He obviously didn't expect the young man to be so fearless. But very quickly he laughed. "Little junior sister, I haven't seen such an interesting person in a long time. Since he calls you Madame Nan, then he can be considered as half a martial nephew. Forget it, I only heard that you came to Xing City, so I came over to say hello. I didn't want to do anything to you. You were too nervous and attacked me first." Madame Nan gritted her teeth. "Shameless. All right, I've said my greetings. I should go now. Goodbye, junior sister." After saying that, he smiled coldly and used his qinggong to disappear into the night. Gu Jiao turned around and reached out to support her forearm. "Madame Nan, you're injured." Madame Nan waved her hand. "It's just a small injury. I'll be fine after a few days." "Why are you here?" Gu Jiao said. "You didn't come back, so we came out to look for you. Master Lu also went to look for you. He probably went in another direction." Madame Nan panted slightly. "Let's go back." Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear in one hand and supported Madame Nan with the other. The two walked out of the alley. Madame Nan smiled bitterly. "I didn't tell you about me in detail before. Do you blame me?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "I didn't tell Madame Nan about me either." Madame Nan smiled. She didn't want to compare who had more secrets with her. The person just now was called Qi Xian. He was the direct disciple of the Tang sect. The Tang sect is a Jianghu force outside the 6 countries. I used to be a member of the Tang sect. Later, I was dissatisfied with the marriage arranged by the Tang sect for me. If I still had my martial arts, Qi Xian wouldn't have been able to hurt me today. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. "I see. No wonder Madame Nan's poison and hidden weapons are so powerful." Madame Nan shook her head slightly again. "These two things are actually the worst for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have destroyed my martial arts. I would have destroyed my own hands. When it comes to hidden weapons and poison, Qi Xian is far above me." Gu Jiao asked doubtfully, "Then Madame Nan?" Madame Nan said, "My martial arts are more powerful." Back then, the Tang sect had a forbidden technique. Originally, the disciples were not allowed to practice it. But later, for some reason, the sect leader decided to let us direct disciples try it. In the end, I was the only one who learned it. Maybe because of this, I was forced to marry the sect leader's son. Speaking of this, she paused and smiled. "These are all things in the past. My martial arts are gone, but it's not bad to be able to live a carefree life." "Then why did he want to kill you just now?" Gu Jiao didn't believe that he just came over to say hello. She could feel such a strong murderous aura. Madame Nan said, "He wanted to force me to tell him the method to learn the forbidden technique." "How would I know the method? I just learned it and learned it. Who knows why they are so stupid?" Gu Jiao, thinking of something, Gu Jiao said, he just said that he heard that Madame Nan came to Chengdu. Madame Nan sighed. Do you still remember the steward surnamed Liao from the State Preceptor Hall? The one we asked him to take you into the State Preceptor Hall through the back door? Gu Jiao had some impression of him. The one who was kicked out by the Horse King? Madame Nan said, that's him. He used to be an outer disciple of the Tang sect and knew us. I think he should be the one who leaked my whereabouts to Qi Xian. But I really didn't expect Qi Xian to come to Chengdu. This is against the rules of the Tang sect. Since the last sect leader, the Tang sect doesn't easily enter the world. Suddenly Madame Nan thought of a possibility. Chapter 685. On the way back, Gu Jiao and Madame Nan, Master Lu came looking for them. He saw Madame Nan being supported by Gu Jiao and her veil was stained with blood. His heart skipped a beat. Ah Xiang, what's wrong with you? Nan Xiang looked at him angrily. Don't make a fuss. You're scared out of your wits. Master Lu panicked. No, you're vomiting blood. What the hell is going on? If you don't want to talk, let Jiao Jiao talk. Gu Jiao looked at Madame Nan. Madame Nan sighed. Okay, don't make things difficult for the child. I met Qi Xian. Master Lu was stunned. Which Qi Xian? Your former senior brother? Madame Nan said, that's him. Master Lu was shocked. He came to Chengdu? Aren't the disciples of the Tang sect not allowed to leave the Tang fortress at will? Madame Nan said, his appearance is indeed against the rules of the Tang sect, but that's between him and the Tang sect. It has nothing to do with me. Master Lu asked, he's not here to take you back? Madame Nan shook her head slightly. No, he's here to interrogate us about the forbidden technique. He could have continued to fight with Jiao Jiao just now, but he didn't. I guess he has more important things to do and can't stay with us all the time. He won't come in a short time. Master Lu looked doubtful. You know him so well? Madame Nan smiled bitterly. He's been my senior brother for many years. I know him well. Don't worry, let's go back. The three of them returned to the house. Madame Nan took some pills for internal injuries and went back to her room to rest. Gu Jiao also went back to her room. She lay on the bed and thought about the fight with Qi Xian just now. She could feel that Qi Xian was an out-and-out expert, and he was the type that she had never come into contact with before. First, it was the beautiful monk, then the troublesome ox-nose who dared to sneak attack the beautiful monk, and now Qi Xian. It was getting more and more lively. The trip to the Yin Kingdom is really not simple. Sis, are you asleep? Gu Xiaoshuan's voice came from outside the door. Gu Jiao sat up and opened the curtain. Come in. Gu Xiaoshuan pushed the door open and went to Gu Jiao's bedside. She handed her something. Gu Jiao took it and looked at it. It was a wooden ball the size of a baby's fist. This is mechanical ball for you to protect yourself. Gu Xiaoshuan scratched his head and chuckled. I've modified the mechanism that Master taught me to make. It's similar to how you use your black fire pearl. You just have to throw it out. The ball will trigger the mechanism and the poison needles inside will shoot out from every hole. Gu Jiao looked at the ball and said, this ball is full of holes. It can attack from all angles. Gu Xiaoshuan, although he didn't understand what his sister was saying, it seemed like she was praising him. Gu Xiaoshuan opened his other hand and took out a small ball cover. Just in case if you accidentally drop it and hurt yourself, you'll be fine with this cover. Gu Jiao smiled and said sincerely, Xiaoshuan is really good. Gu Xiaoshuan blushed. This is just a basic mechanical ball. Sis, you can use it for now. If I can make better ones, I'll give them to you. Gu Jiao, okay. The next day, Gu Jiao, who had been absent for many days, finally went to the academy. As soon as she entered the classroom, a group of people surrounded her. Zhou Tong and Zhong Ding squeezed at the front. The two of them asked in unison, Lulang, are you okay? Gu Jiao was still not used to being surrounded like this, but looking at the pairs of small eyes full of concern, she did not push them away. She said, I'm fine. I'm cured. Zhong Ding said, Gu Xiaoshuan said that you were seriously ill and couldn't get out of bed for a few days. We were all scared and wanted to see you, but he said that you had acne and it was contagious. We'd better not go. Gu Xiaoshuan himself had acne, but he did not forget to use his experience to help her lie. Zhou Tong said with lingering fear, acne is very dangerous. You're lucky to be able to survive. Gu Jiao said, it's okay. Mu Qingchen did not come today, but Mu Chuan Yuan Xiao and Zhao Wei heard that Gu Jiao was coming to class and hurried over from their own classrooms. The class had not started yet. The three of them came in through the back door of the classroom. "Excuse me, bro," Yuan Shao said to Zhou Tong, who was sitting in front of Gu Jiao. "Oh." Zhou Tong did not dare to provoke the people from Team Ju, so he quickly moved aside. Zhao Wei stared at the student next to him. "We're still short of a seat, bro," that person hurriedly left with his bag. The two of them sat in front of Gu Jiao and turned to stare straight at Gu Jiao. Mu Chuan sat down on the seat that originally belonged to Mu Qingchen on Gu Jiao's left. The three of them stared at Gu Jiao with 6 eyes. Gu Jiao closed the book that she was halfway through. "What's wrong? It's like you're looking at a monkey." "You've lost weight," Mu Chuan said. "Yeah," Gu Jiao said faintly. Mu Chuan whispered, "Do you really have acne?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "Yes." Mu Chuan suddenly reached out and touched Gu Jiao's forehead. After that, he touched his own. "It's not hot anymore. You've recovered quite quickly. My fourth brother had acne when he was young and was sick for more than 10 days. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, "I recover quickly." The three of them exchanged glances. Zhao Wei looked at Yuan Shao. "Go ahead." Yuan Shao looked at Zhao Wei. "Go ahead." Mu Chuan raised his hand. "Forget it. Stop arguing. I'll do it." Zhao Wei and Yuan Shao were speechless. "We're not arguing." Gu Jiao looked at the three of them strangely. Mu Chuan cleared his throat and said seriously, "The three of us came to you not only to see you, but also to bring you 2 pieces of news. One is good news and the other is bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Gu Jiao said without hesitation, "The bad news?" The three of them felt awkward at the same time. Mu Chuan braced himself and said, "Well, while you were sick, we had a competition with Canaan Academy." Yuan Shao said hurriedly, "What do you mean by, while you were sick?" "It was yesterday." Gu Jiao looked at the three of them and said, "The bad news is," Mu Chuan said with shame, "we lost. We failed to live up to your expectations." We didn't fail you at all. You're all heroes. I'm proud of you." Gu Jiao said with bright eyes, "What's the good news? I got 10,000 taels, but there's still good news? Could it be that there's an additional 1,000 taels of gold?" Mu Chuan straightened his back and said, "The good news is that even though we lost, the people of Canaan Academy finally agreed to exchange rewards with us after my hard work in persuading them. We can go and see the king soon." "Ah, aren't I awesome?" Gu Jiao threw a punch and Mu Chuan's head fell onto the table. "Awesome my ass. Who the hell wants to see the king? Give me back my gold." For the whole day, the murderous aura in the back row was particularly strong. Gu Jiao sat in her seat with a dark face. The whole classroom became her small battlefield. The students of Clearheart Hall collectively held their books and trembled. On the other hand, Xiaoheng had just sent little Jing Kong to Lingbo Academy. He had applied for leave from Tsanglan Academy. He had good grades and was the top student in every subject. He was the most promising student in the academy. Even if he applied for leave for several days, none of the teachers rejected him. He wanted to go to the outer city to see if Gu Jiao had returned. After sitting in his carriage, he changed back into his own clothes and said, "Let's go out of the city." The coachman was a servant he bought. He knew that Xiaoheng was a man and knew that he must be going out of the city through the southern gate. The coachman drove the carriage to the south. When they passed by an old shop, Xiaoheng said to the coachman, "Stop for a while. I'm going to buy something." "Yes." The coachman stopped the carriage by the roadside. The coachman wanted to say that he could buy something, but according to his observation, his young master would always choose the things he bought for the people around him. Xiaoheng was going to buy dried meat for Gu Jiao. The dried meat in this shop was very suitable for Gu Jiao's taste. There were not many people in the queue at this time. Xiaoheng ordered a bit of each of the 2 flavors. After the spicy flavor was sold out, the boss went to the back to get new ones. "Young master, please wait for a moment. It will be ready soon." Xiaoheng waited patiently. A few people waiting for the dried meat came one after another. A young scholar said, "Hey, have you heard? The crown princess is back?" His companion beside him said, "She's back? Why didn't I know?" A middle-aged man came over and said with a smile, "She didn't put up the crown princess's guard of honor. Of course you didn't know. Speaking of which, isn't she too feminine? Didn't the king depose her long ago? He even issued an imperial edict." The young scholar lowered his voice slightly. "But I heard that the king's original words were to bring the crown princess back." Mouth, cough. The middle-aged man covered his mouth. What he wanted to say was that the king probably had a loose tongue, right? The crown princess had been deposed to be a commoner. Now there was no crown princess in the Yen kingdom, only the crown prince. As they were talking, a carriage suddenly came slowly from the long street behind them. The carriage was wide and was pulled by 6 horses. There were 4 guards on each side of the carriage. There weren't many imperial bodyguards, but 6 horses was the standard of the imperial family. Xiao Heng heard the middle-aged man beside him gasp. It's the crown princess. Perhaps he did not expect them to speak of the devil, or perhaps he was too surprised. Everyone around heard him call out the crown princess. Everyone rushed towards the carriage. There were too many people. Xiao Heng did not plan to join in the fun at this juncture. He took the dried meat from the boss and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the people who wanted to see the crown princess were so excited that they knocked him out. He was caught off guard and fell in front of the carriage. Chapter 686. Xiao Heng never expected that he would fall out of the crowd. How long has it been since he encountered such a thing? When he encountered robbers, the robbers would be smashed to death by a plaque. When he encountered thieves, the thieves would be knocked away by a passing carriage. Could it be that he would be unlucky again after changing back to men's clothes? If he was trampled by the horse's hooves, he wouldn't even know how he died. Fortunately, because the crowd flocked to see the crown princess, the road was narrow and the carriage was forced to slow down slightly. He still had time to get up and leave. Xiao Heng supported himself with his hands on the ground and endured the pain in his knees to stand up. But as soon as he took a step, he stepped on something and slipped, falling down with a thud. He fell flat on his face. This time it was really, oh no. The coachman really didn't expect that this person would fall down again after getting up. I can't slow down even if I reduce the speed. Besides, who's to blame if I brake too fast and throw the crown princess out? The guards lined up on horseback to protect the carriage on both sides, but they didn't have time to rein in their horses. At the critical moment, a blue figure jumped up from the front and flew over everyone's heads. The distance was very far, but he arrived in front of the carriage in the blink of an eye. He didn't stop. He quickly reached out his slender and powerful hand, grabbed Xiao Heng from the ground and rushed forward with a whoosh. Because he was too fast to save people, he couldn't stop. He's going to hit the crown princess carriage. Oh no! The crowd didn't dare to watch. However, what they were worried about didn't happen. He suddenly jumped up, grabbed Xiao Heng and flew over the roof of the crown princess carriage. The two of them landed on the street behind the carriage. In the crowd, someone recognized this person and exclaimed, "It's Taoish Qing Feng." It's really Taoish Qing Feng. Taoish Qing Feng came down the mountain. Taoish Qing Feng hasn't come down the mountain for 5 years, right? He's still the same as before. He hasn't changed at all. Taoish Qing Feng is so handsome. In the attic, a girl clutched her handkerchief and said infatuatedly. The other girl beside her snorted disapprovingly, "What's so handsome about a cow's nose?" There was no woman in his eyes at all. I think that the young master he saved is even more handsome. Of course not. Taoish Qing Feng is the most handsome. That young master is the most handsome. Xiao Heng steadied himself, and the other party let go of his hand. Then Xiao Heng looked at the other party. When he heard someone call him Taoist, he thought it was an old Taoist, but unexpectedly, it was a young man in his 20s. The young man wore a blue Taoist robe and had a sage-like bearing. His appearance was like jade and his gaze was chilly. His entire body seemed to emanate a Tao insight that was isolated from the world, causing all the clamorous noise of the mortal world to instantly become silent around him. Actually, it wasn't that the environment was quiet. It was just that being by his side made her feel at peace. Xiao Heng cupped his hands and thanked the young man. "Thank you for saving me, Taoist." The young man seemed to have a sage-like bearing and was unapproachable, but in fact he didn't put on any airs. He cupped his hands and returned the greeting to Xiao Heng, "You're welcome." It was a voice that was otherworldly and otherworldly. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. It was as if he hadn't done anything remarkable. He went in the opposite direction of the crown princess's carriage. Well, he came from the east, so it was normal for him to go west now. Xiao Heng looked at his back, then turned and looked at the west end of the long street. The crown princess's carriage and guards had already left decisively, gradually disappearing into the long street. In contrast to Taoish Qing Feng's bravery, the crown princess's indifference aroused a burst of anger among the people. So many years have passed, but she's still as domineering as before. The person who spoke was the middle-aged man who had lined up in front of the meat shop. He was older, so he had heard more about what had happened in the past than the young people present. So a young man asked him, Was the crown princess very domineering in the past? The middle-aged man clicked his tongue and said, in the early years, it wasn't rare for a carriage to hit someone and kill someone on the street. If she hadn't been born the crown princess and had the support of the empress and the Shenyuan family, she would have been deposed by the monarch many times. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. She killed a child on the street. That child was only 5 or 6 years old. He was only this tall. Come to me. Oh, what a sin. Why do you think she came back so quickly? The crowd's discussion didn't stop. Xiaoheng knew the power of rumors, but he couldn't tell whether they were true or false. The crowd didn't disperse so quickly, but it wasn't as lively as before. The people around him then hurried away, each going about their own business. Xiaoheng stood on the long street, looking in the direction where the crown princess's carriage had left. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the moment he fell in front of the carriage, he seemed to feel a gaze from the carriage that couldn't be ignored fall on him. The dried meat he had just bought was already dirty from the fall, so Xiaoheng went to buy new dried meat. He felt that there shouldn't be anything else to do, but something unexpected happened. The moment he turned around with the dried meat, he ran into Nangong Li who had come out of the iron shop across the street. Nangong Li saw Xiaoheng with a glance. The carriage was only a few steps away from Xiaoheng, but Xiaoheng didn't get on the carriage. He walked back and entered the shop that sold dried meat. Nangong Li's brows furrowed. General, what's wrong? The carriage is ready. The guard on the side said. Nangong Li looked deeply at the shop. I saw someone. Have them wait for me here. Go around and block the back door of the shop that sells dried meat. Don't let anyone go out. Yes. The guard quickly crossed the street and went around the alley to the back door of the shop. Nangong Li walked into the shop. Nangong Li's right sleeve was empty, so it was hard to avoid attracting attention as he walked. The owner of the dried meat came over and asked politely, Sir, are you here to buy dried meat? In fact, this shop wasn't opened by him. He only rented the space near the entrance. There was a restaurant inside the shop. Nangong Li ignored him and walked towards the lobby. Nangong Li looked fierce and had a cold aura. The owner of the dried meat didn't dare to pester him and continued to sell dried meat in front of the stall. Nangong Li wandered around the lobby and didn't find Xiaoheng. He went to the back door and asked the guard, Did anyone go out? The guard shook his head, replying to the general, No one went out after I guarded here. Nangong Li searched the entire restaurant, even the kitchen and the toilet, but he didn't see Xiaoheng. Nangong Li was sure that he didn't see wrongly. That person just now was Xiaoheng. Have you come to the Yan Kingdom, Xiaoheng? There's a path to heaven but you don't take it. There's no door to hell but you barge in. If you hide in the Zhao Kingdom I can't do anything to you. But you're in my territory so don't blame me for settling old and new grudges with you. General. The guard looked at Nangong Li who had a strange expression, puzzled. Nangong Li said proudly, Go and check which Zhao Kingdom people came to Chengdu recently. I'm going to the Crown Prince's mansion. The guard saluted and said, Yes, General. Nangong Li paused and thought of something. He smiled coldly, especially investigate these two names, Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. In Qianqiong Academy, all the students in the Clear Heart Hall had an indescribable day. After school they didn't dare to stay for a moment and left the classroom like a swarm of bees. When Gu Xiaoshun came to find his sister, he found that the classroom was empty. He scratched his head. Huh? Why is everyone eating so enthusiastically today? Gu Jiao handed the bag of books to Gu Xiaoshun. I'm going out. I won't go back to eat. Going out again? What should I say if Gu Yan asks? Gu Xiaoshun wasn't afraid of anything. He was only afraid that Gu Yan would ask him. Gu Jiao said, Just say that I'm going to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and will be back tonight. When he heard that she was only going to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Gu Xiaoshun was relieved. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was where Gu Chengfeng was staying temporarily. It was very safe there. He agreed, Okay. Sister, go early and come back early. Gu Jiao nodded, Okay. Gu Jiao came out of Qianqiong Academy and hired a carriage to go to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. She walked the rest of the way. Along the way she was very vigilant. After making sure that no one was following her, she entered Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion from the back door. Su Fengxian was sitting in the backyard scolding Gu Chengfeng. Humph. His temper is really bad every day. One moment this master comes he won't see him. The next moment that master comes he won't see him. Who does he think he is? Heavenly Emperor. Yinxing weakly pulled Su Fengxian's sleeve. Su Fengxian impatiently shook off her hand and continued to complain. What? Did I say something wrong? Don't I need money to open such a big theater? If he dares to embarrass the guests again tonight, I'll kick him out of here. Before she could finish the last word, Su Fengxian felt a shadow looming over her head. She looked up. Oh my God. She was so scared that she fell off the stool and sat on the ground. Yingxing braced herself and helped her up. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "Why didn't you remind me that he was coming?" Yingxing felt wronged. "I did remind you, but you didn't listen." Su Fengxian secretly cursed and forced out a flattering smile. "Oh, the young master is here. Please sit down. Please sit down." Yingxing. "Serve tea to the young master." "Yes." Yingxing hurriedly went to check. Su Fengxian called out to her again, "Wait, you stay here. I'll go make tea." She would rather work than stay and suffer this young man's anger. Gu Jiao didn't seem to have any intention of denouncing her. She said, "I'll look for him," and went upstairs. Su Fengxian's body went soft and she sat down on the stool. She raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat on her forehead and said with lingering fear, "Scared me to death, scared me to death. I didn't see anyone at the door just now. How did he grow out?" Gu Jiao went upstairs. Gu Qingfeng was doing very well in the theater now. Not only did he have his own luxurious room, he also had a few servants that he could order around. Su Fengxian was complaining, but she really couldn't bear to kick out Gu Qingfeng, this money tree. Gu Qingfeng was memorizing the script. These were all the scripts written in the old Chancellor's storybook. The story was also from the storybook, commonly known as the play within the play. One couldn't help but admit that the plays written by old Chancellor were indeed marvelous. They were twisted and bizarre, gripping the heartstrings of the audience. Most importantly, the ending of every play would be stuck in everyone's throat, making one's heart itch and unable to sleep. They couldn't wait to watch the next play. Just like that, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's business became better. With more customers coming, it was naturally easier for Gu Qingfeng to inquire about information. However, he didn't plan to inquire about information tonight. He wanted to see if that lass had returned. Who knew that just as he put down the booklet in his hand, Gu Jiao walked into the room. "You." Gu Qingfeng only came back to his senses after a while. He sized her up and hurriedly walked over to close the door. He sat down at the square table with Gu Jiao and asked in a deep voice, "When did you come back? Why were you gone for so long?" Gu Jiao said, "I came back yesterday. I ran into something and was delayed." "Something?" Gu Qingfeng grabbed her hand and rolled up her sleeves. Looking at the bruises on her arm, he said in a bad mood, "This is something?" So many days had passed and there were still bruises. Could be seen how swollen it was when she was injured. Gu Jiao pulled her hand back. "Think of a way to contact Xiaoheng and tell him that I'm back safely." Gu Qingfeng snorted. "Did you come here just to tell that guy that you're safe?" "Not really," Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. "Say it quickly and tell him that you're safe too." "Also, I wanted to ask you what you've heard recently," Gu Jiao continued. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. Opera houses were popular in Chengdu. It was easier to survive in an opera house than a brothel. This was also the reason why Su Fengxian changed the brothel into an opera house. Those who went to the brothel were all men, but those who came to watch opera were all men and women. If the opera was good, even the eunuchs in the palace would come to support it. The inner city was very strict and it was easy to run into acquaintances. Over time, the outer city became the best choice for guests. These days, Gu Qingfeng really did find out a lot of information. Chengdu has been a lot livelier recently. The crown princess has returned. Some disciples and aides of aristocratic families who were traveling outside have also returned. I know of Dawish Qingfeng from the Feng family and Qi Xian, the master of Air Han from the Han family. Gu Jiao heard a familiar name. Qi Xian? The Qi Xian from the Tang sect? This time it was Gu Qingfeng's turn to be surprised. "How do you know?" "Oh," Gu Jiao replied. "I fought him before." Gu Qingfeng was shocked. You fought with him? You were injured by him? You're not disabled, are you?" "That guy is not to be trifled with. It's said that his martial arts are very high. Even the state preceptor hall has to be polite to him. It's all Qi Xian's credit that Air Han can become the #1 master of his generation in Chengdu." Gu Jiao shook her head. "No, he didn't hurt me. He left after 2 moves." Gu Qingfeng asked in confusion, "Then how do you know he's Qi Xian?" Gu Jiao said, "Madame Nan said that she knows him." Gu Qingfeng had been in contact with Madame Nan so many times that he probably knew that the other party had a background. He curiously asked, "Who is Madame Nan?" Qi Xian's former junior sister. Gu Jiao said truthfully. Gu Qingfeng's mouth suddenly opened wide. Qi Xian's former junior sister, didn't that mean she was also from the Tang sect? Girl, what kind of master and mistress did you find for Gu Yan? Gu Jiao hadn't been in contact with the Feng family for the time being, so she naturally didn't have much interest in Daoist Qing Feng. In contrast, she cared more about Qi Xian. Qi Xian is actually an aide of the Han family. That's good. They were jackals of the same tribe. It wouldn't be difficult to fight in the future. Thinking of the reason why Gu Jiao left Qingdu, Gu Qingfeng asked, "Last time you said you wanted to confirm something. Did you confirm it?" No. She didn't see the crown princess. Gu Qingfeng, is it related to Xiaoheng? Gu Jiao, yes. He knew that this girl would risk her life for Xiaoheng. Gu Qingfeng sternly said, "I don't care if you came back safely this time. Next time don't do such a thankless thing. The crown princess can't deal with the crown prince. Do you know why the crown princess suddenly returned to Qingdu?" Gu Jiao shook her head. Gu Qingfeng said, "In fact there are many rumors among the people. Some say that the Emperor of Yen wants to execute the crown princess. Some say that the Emperor of Yen wants to pardon the crown princess. There are even rumors that the Emperor himself called her the crown princess. They are all false. The crown princess wanted to come back herself. Can she come back just because she wants to?" If Gu Jiao remembered correctly, the crown princess seemed to be imprisoned in Guanshan to guard the imperial mausoleum. Of course not. This is the inside information that I spent a lot of effort to find out. Gu Qingfeng said solemnly, "The crown princess lost her memory. In the imperial palace of Yen Kingdom, on a secluded and messy path in the southwest corner, a little palace maid carrying a basket of wild fruits walked in the afterglow of the setting sun, gasping for breath as she walked toward a dilapidated bedchamber. This used to be the most crowded place in the imperial palace of Yen Kingdom. Now, it could not even be considered a place where sparrows could be seen. The little palace maid came to the door. Grand, she had just said one word when she realized that this address was not right. She changed her words and said, "Third Duke," it was still not right. In the imperial palace, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. The little palace maid thought for a moment and could only call out, "Master, I've brought back dinner." However, no one responded to her. The little palace maid bravely stepped over the threshold and came to the overgrown front yard. The weeds had not been trimmed for a long time and were already half the height of a person. From time to time something darted through the grass. She did not know whether it was a stray cat or a mouse. The little palace maid's face turned pale with fright. She was a new palace maid this year. Because she did not show filial piety to her aunt, she was sent to this place to serve the former crown princess who had long been dethroned. It was said that the emperor had summoned the crown princess back. This was not wrong. However, the reason was not that the emperor had finally remembered the crown princess. It was that the crown princess had been attacked in the imperial mausoleum a few days ago. It was said that the group of assassins had cut down the bridge in order to not give the crown princess a chance to escape. The crown princess had escaped by falling into the lake. However, no one expected that the crown princess had lost her memory after being rescued. Not only that, the group of assassins was so vicious that they had destroyed the imperial mausoleum. If it was only the assassination of a dethroned crown princess, the emperor might not have mobilized so many people. However, destroying the imperial mausoleum was like shaking the dragon vein of Yen Kingdom. The emperor was furious. In order to investigate the truth of the incident, he summoned the crown princess back to Qingdu. All the servants around the crown princess had been interrogated. There was no one to serve her. That was why she, a new palace maid, was sent here. This was the bedchamber where the third princess had lived before she was conferred the title of crown princess. After the crown princess's crime of colluding with the Xinyuan clan was confirmed, everyone around her was executed. The little palace maid did not dare to get up in the middle of the night for fear of accidentally bumping into the souls of the deceased. "Master. Master, where have you been? Master." The little palace maid could not find the crown princess. She was so anxious that she was sweating. Could something have happened to her? Although she is a dethroned crown princess, if something had happened to her, I would have to be buried with her. The crown princess that the little palace maid was anxiously looking for was sitting in a nearby pavilion. The pavilion was built on a low hillside. It was surrounded by railings on the east, west, and south sides. On the north side there were more than 10 steps of stairs. The pavilion was a little high, so the view was broad and the wind was excellent. A man and a woman were sitting in the pavilion. The woman was wearing old and simple folk clothes. Her black hair was tied up diagonally behind her head with a wooden hairpin. Just by looking at her clothes, she was no different from a common woman. However, she was the former crown princess of the great Yen imperial family. I heard that you came back. I should have come to visit you earlier, but I have been tied up with official business these days. Please forgive me. The one who spoke was the man sitting across from her. He was not even 40 years old. Although he called her sister, he did not look as young as her. I heard that you are the crown prince, she said. The crown prince smiled. Yes. After you were dethroned, father made me the crown prince. She turned her head slightly and looked at the palaces and a lush orchard to the side. When was there an orchard? I remember it was a lotus pond. I had people dig it. The crown prince said pleasantly, father ordered people to fill it in. She said again. She lowered her eyes and said, I like the lotuses there very much. The crown prince said, sister, you see, you still remember the past. She shook her head slightly and said softly, I only remember things before I was 17. Is that so? The crown prince picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Then what do you remember? She looked into the distance. I remember mother, uncle, eldest cousin, second cousin, third cousin, eldest cousin, younger cousin, and younger cousin. The crown prince looked deeply at her and said, mother has passed away. She nodded slightly as if she was numb and resigned to her fate. Yes, the new palace maid told me. Also, the Xinyuan family is gone. I am alone. Father does not favor me. I have to be careful in the palace. Otherwise, I may lose my life at any time. The crown prince did not miss any of her expressions. Sister, don't say that. You still have father and me. She said softly, Mother Han is very good to me. Second brother, you are also very good to me. The crown prince smiled. It is what I should do. She did not reply and continued to admire the scenery in the palace. It was as if she had not seen enough after leaving for so long and suddenly returning. The wind brushed past her beautiful face. It made people jealous that time had not left any marks on her face. The crown prince dismissed the eunuchs and palace maids guarding the steps. All of you leave. Yes. The palace maids retreated. The afterglow of the setting sun shone into her eyes. Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain a galaxy of stars. It was this pair of eyes. This pair of eyes was exactly the same as the bloodline of the Xinyuan family. Even if she was not angry, it made people feel an invisible pressure that seemed to come from the soul. Sister. The crown prince called her. She did not look at the crown prince. She continued to admire the scenery. You talk a bit too much today. I want to see the scenery. The crown prince looked at her without blinking. His smile disappeared. He said quietly, Sister, did you really lose your memory? She sighed. I can't do anything if you don't believe me. The crown prince suddenly smiled. It is not that I don't believe you. It is just that what happened to you is too inconceivable. Sister, there is no one else here. You don't have to hide anything from me. She said, I am not hiding anything. The crown prince sneered. Is that so? Just now, when I asked Imperial older sister what she remembered, Imperial older sister mentioned her mother and her maternal family, but she did not mention her only flesh and blood. Imperial elder sister, have you forgotten your own son? She shook her head. I have said that I have forgotten everything after I turned 17. The crown prince stood up and leaned toward her across the stone table. Sister, if you have forgotten, why don't I, as your younger brother, help you remember? Sister, when you were 17 you suddenly disappeared from the Yen kingdom. After that, you had a child with someone. That child was called. I remember now. His name was Huang Fuqing. She said with a smile. Oh. The crown prince said word by word in her ear. His name was Xiaoheng. She did not move. It seems that sister really does not remember anything. The crown prince smiled and straightened up. It is late. I will take my leave. After saying this, he turned and walked out of the pavilion. When he was about to step down the stairs, he suddenly stopped. He seemed to have thought of something and smiled carelessly. I forgot to give you a gift. He walked back and took out a small paper bag. He opened it and put it on the table. There was a few pieces of dried meat that he picked up from the ground. They were the ones that Xiaoheng dropped. He smiled meaningfully. Is royal sister satisfied with this greeting gift? Wait. When the crown prince was about to leave the pavilion, she called out to him. The crown prince turned around and looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Sister, did you suddenly remember something? For example, what should I tell imperial father and what shouldn't? She smiled and shook her head. Neither. I just remembered that I also brought you a gift. After saying this, she slowly walked to the crown prince and smiled at him. The next second, she reached out and pushed the crown prince down the steep stairs. Chapter 687. The falling from such a high place. Even if you don't die, you will be crippled. The crown prince has a secret guard around him. Of course, it's impossible to let the crown prince get hurt. The secret guard hiding nearby used his qinggong to fly over and catch the crown prince. Then he launched an instinctive attack on anyone who threatens the crown prince. He hit the crown princess with his palm. The crown prince's face suddenly changed. Stop. However, it was too late. The palm had already hit the crown princess. She first hit the stone table and then fell heavily to the ground. Even the corner of her mouth overflowed with blood. Master. Not far away, a palace maid exclaimed. It turned out that the palace maid couldn't find the crown princess in the bedroom. Worried that the crown princess would cause trouble, she hurriedly came out to find her. She also informed several nearby patrolling eunuchs, so there were a total of 5 people who came. The 5 people didn't see how the crown prince fell, but they saw the former crown princess vomiting blood after being hit by the secret guard around the crown prince. Everyone was shocked. What is the crown prince doing? Why did he let the secret guard hurt the former crown princess? He also dismissed all the palace people around. Does he want to secretly deal with the former crown princess? If they didn't come, would the former crown princess have been killed by the crown prince? They thought of the attack on the crown princess in the imperial tomb. Could it be you? The crown prince looked at her coldly. Shangguanyan, you are ruthless. That's how it is. Gu Chengfeng said to Gu Jiao, the crown princess lost her memory. She can't even remember her son's name. Sometimes she calls him Zhang Qing, sometimes she calls him Li Qing. I don't know how she provoked the crown prince in the evening and made him attack her in the imperial palace. Originally, no useful clues were found about the attack on the crown princess. In other words, the crown prince's people did it too cleanly, not leaving a trace. But now that such a thing happened, the crown prince's suspicion suddenly increased. Is the crown prince such an impatient person? The king was sitting in the imperial palace. If the crown prince dared to come blatantly, why did he arrange an assassination? Did the crown prince think that he didn't expose himself? Gu Jiao felt that something was amiss. Who are you? Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. It's me. Su Fengxian's voice sounded. Come in. Gu Jiao took back the crabapple needles in her hand. Su Fengxian awkwardly pushed open the door and entered with a plate of fresh iced melons and fruits. She smiled and said, I just cut them. She placed the fruit platter on the table. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wait. Gu Jiao stopped her. Su Fengxian turned around and said with a flattering smile, What instructions does young lord have? Gu Jiao asked, What do you think of what happened just now? Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao in surprise. Su Fengxian hurriedly waved her hand. What do you mean by that? I didn't hear a single word. Gu Jiao pulled out a small knife. Su Fengxian was so scared that her legs went soft. She used her hands to support herself on the table. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. Gu Jiao cut a piece of fruit and looked at her strangely. Chem? Su Fengxian looked at her small knife and then looked at the fruit that she had cut into thin slices. She was instantly stunned. You just want to cut the melon? I thought you were going to cut me. Since she was already exposed, there was no point in hiding it. Su Fengxian used a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat on her forehead. She laughed dryly and said, I didn't hear much. I only heard you talking about the crown princess and the crown prince. If you ask me what I think it was the crown prince who did it. Is the crown prince that stupid? Gu Jiao asked. Of course the crown prince isn't that stupid. But didn't the people in the palace see it? It was the crown prince's imperial bodyguard that injured the crown princess. Although Su Fengxian also felt that it didn't match the crown prince's usual calm temperament, facts spoke louder than words. How could it be false when they saw it with their own eyes? Gu Chengfeng touched his chin and said thoughtfully, Could it be the crown princess's trick? For example, she deliberately attacked the crown prince and lured the crown prince's secret guards to defend her? He had read too many of the old chancellor's storybooks. He had almost memorized the 36 stratagems by heart. Su Fengxian shook her handkerchief. There's something you don't know. I'd rather believe that the crown prince couldn't keep his cool than the crown princess's trick. Because, when she said this, her expression suddenly became solemn. She's the proudest woman in the whole of Great Yen. The crown princess who didn't even beg for mercy when she was executed in public. Countless whips fell on her body. She was beaten until her skin and flesh were torn open in the throne room. She was watched by all the civil and military officials and suffered a death of 1,000 cuts in her spirit. Under the double destruction of her body and soul, she didn't shed a single tear. She didn't cry out that she was wronged or say that she was wronged, Father Emperor. If she was willing to bend her lofty and unyielding character and kneel down to beg the monarch to forgive her, how could she end up in such a miserable state? If she couldn't be the crown princess, she could at least be a princess. But she would rather be demoted to a commoner and be imprisoned forever than bow her head and show weakness. This was the crown princess. Su Fengxian sighed. How could such a crown princess use the trick of injuring herself to gain sympathy? This is a trick that she disdains to use. To let her break her lofty and unyielding character, it's more painful than killing her. Maybe you can't understand what I'm saying. Alas, I don't know what to say. In short, if she really did this, then she must have something that she wants to protect very much. It's more important than her life and dignity. Imperial Palace in the pavilion at the southwest corner. Shangguan Yen didn't leave. She just sat on the stone bench. The little palace maid anxiously waited on her and earnestly advised her. Master, let's go back. You're injured, at least go back and lie down. In a while, someone will come to you to investigate the situation. Shangguan Yen didn't speak. The little palace maid was anxious. Then go back and eat first, okay? Shangguan Yen still didn't speak. The little palace maid scratched her ears and scratched her cheeks. She didn't know what to do. Okay, I'll go and bring the food. Master, wait here for a while. The little palace maid went back to the bedroom to get the food. Shangguan Yen sat quietly in the pavilion, looking at the direction of Fengqi Palace and also the direction of the Shenyuan family. The night wind brought a hint of coolness, blowing her hair. Suddenly, a small figure carved from jade climbed the steps on both hands and feet and came to the pavilion. She poked out her cute little head from behind the pillar. Who are you? When Shangguan Yen heard the child's tender little voice, she regained her consciousness and turned her head to look at the other party. Seeing a beautiful little girl wearing a palace dress, she smiled slightly. I am Shangguan Yen, who are you? Children have an instinct to distinguish malicious intentions. The young princess felt goodwill from her, so she came out from behind the pillar. I am Shangguan Shui, they all call me young princess. Little Junju. Shangguan Yen also called out. The young princess went to climb the stool. But the stool was too high, she couldn't climb up. Shangguan Yen helped to carry her up. After she sat down, she said seriously like a little adult, Thank you. By the way, your surname is Shangguan. Are you a princess? Or are you a princess like me? If she was outside, she might not ask this. But in the palace, the Shangguan women were generally royalty. Shangguan Yen said, Neither. The young princess grabbed the corner of her clothes. She obviously didn't understand why there was a Shangguan woman in the palace who was neither a princess nor a princess. But children's logic was different from adults. If she wasn't, then she wasn't. Oh, the young princess said, My father is Yen Shanjun, who is your father? Shangguan Yen looked at the young princess with an epiphany, So you are ninth uncle's daughter. The young princess was a smart child. When she heard this sentence, she quickly reacted, You call my father ninth uncle, so I am your little cousin. But why haven't I seen you before? Which uncle's child are you? Why don't you speak? Could it be? She had several uncles who had passed away because of their old age. The young princess seriously frowned and climbed to the stone table. She stretched out her small hand and patted Shangguan Yan's shoulder. Don't be sad. I'm not sad. I haven't seen him for more than 10 years. Even when she returned to the palace, he didn't summon her. She also didn't take the initiative to greet him. The two of them were in a deadlock. The young princess understood and no longer mentioned this sad topic. Young princess. Young princess. Where did you go, young princess? Oh, they found me. I can't play with you today. The young princess slipped down from the stool and waved to Shangguan Yen. Cousin, goodbye. The young princess was brought back to the emperor's bedroom by the palace servants. Yen Shanjun was the posthumous son of the empress dowager. He was more than 20 years younger than the emperor. He was raised by the emperor as his own son. The emperor had feelings for Yen Shanjun as if he was his own son, but he didn't have the expectation that his son would succeed. Without expectations, there would be no disappointment. Therefore, Yen Shanjun became the emperor's favorite younger brother. Because of this, the young princess was particularly favored. The young princess went directly to the emperor's study. The study was an important place. Even the princes and princesses couldn't enter and leave at will. But for the young princess, it was just a small vegetable garden. She could enter whenever she wanted. At this moment, the terrifying tyrant of the Great Yen was looking at the memorial in his hand with a cold face. When he saw the little fellow come in, his face slightly relaxed, but in fact, it was still very scary. It's just that the young princess didn't feel this kind of horror. "Where did you go today?" the emperor asked the young princess. "Uncle, your majesty." The young princess first gave a dignified salute, then raised her small head and honestly said, "I went to the pavilion to play. I met a cousin today." The emperor picked up the teacup and took a sip. The young princess sighed sadly. "Her name is Shangguan Yan. She is so pitiful. Her father died more than 10 years ago." The emperor spat out a mouthful of tea. Chapter 688. This. The king looked at the little bean in front of him and swallowed the words, "account." His eyes were heavy as he said, "Who told you this?" Outside the imperial study, the eunuchs and palace maids who heard this sentence had already knelt on the ground. Even the palace steward who was carrying snacks in the room also knelt at the door. He raised the tray high above his head and trembled all over. The young princess was a focused child. She didn't notice the movement at the door and outside the door. She said with a childish voice, "Shangguan Yan told me." The king's eyes were filled with a terrible storm. "She said that I am dead?" The young princess tilted her head seriously. "She didn't say it directly, but I am so smart, of course I can guess it. When I asked her who her father was, she seemed a little sad. She said that she hadn't seen her father for more than 10 years. So I thought that her father must be dead. Otherwise, how could he not see her for more than 10 years? The king's old blood was stuck in his chest and he almost had a stroke. The palace maids outside the imperial study were all scared pale. "Young princess, you're the first one to curse the monarch like this since ancient times. If you lose your little head later, don't blame us for not pleading for you." The monarch clutched his chest and asked about the content of the conversation between the two. Finally, he confirmed that Shangguan Yan really didn't say anything, nor did she give any hint in this regard. It was all the little bean's random interpretation. If it was someone else who said this, they would have been beheaded hundreds of times. The king suppressed his anger and said in a heavy tone, "Tomorrow you will go to the imperial school and study with the Tai Fu." "What? The young princess doesn't want to study?" The king said, "You are 4 years old. It's time for you to learn." He whispered, "At least you can understand human language." The young princess's ears were sharp. She heard his whisper and said with a dissatisfied face, "I can understand human language. I can understand Uncle His Majesty's words." "Woo-woo," she wanted to say more, but the head of imperial household came in and covered her mouth in time. "Oh my God, little ancestor, you've already cursed the monarch to be dead, so stop cursing the monarch to be inhuman." The chamberlain smiled and said, "I will bring the young princess back to her room." "Woo-woo-woo. Don't cover my mouth, I still want to talk. I still want to say it." The young princess was carried away by the head steward of the palace. After the Minister of Internal Affairs settled the young princess down, he felt as if he had shed a layer of skin. The young princess looked very obedient, but she was not an easy child to deal with. "Your Majesty." The Minister of Internal Affairs, Jianghu, was sweating profusely as he returned to the imperial study. At this time, night had already fallen. The light in the surroundings converged, and darkness gradually enveloped the entire palace. Although the imperial study was lit, the night breeze blew in from time to time, causing the oil lamp to flicker. The monarch's originally ruthless and cold expression became even more uncertain. The monarch asked in a deep voice, "Have you investigated thoroughly? How did the young princess get there?" Zhang Dequan replied, "I have carefully asked the palace servants by the young princess' side. The young princess ran there herself. In other words, no one lured her there." The monarch picked up a memorial and said, "That matter, go and do it." Zhang Dequan understood and bowed respectfully. "Yes, I have received the order." That night, the secret guard by the crown prince's side who had injured the former crown princess was executed. The crown prince's hundreds of embroidered uniform guards were taken away in the night, locked up in the dungeon and tortured. There were 3 questions to be asked. First, was the crown prince related to the assassination of the deposed crown princess? Second, was the crown prince related to the destruction of the imperial mausoleum? Third, was the crown prince related to the crown princess amnesia? In the study of the crown prince's residence, The Crown Prince's expression was very cold. I really did not expect that she would give me such a big show of strength as soon as she arrived. Nangongli agreed and said, "This does not seem like the deposed Crown Princess's way of doing things." The deposed Crown Princess's background was too high. All schemes and machinations were like floating clouds in the face of absolute power. She disdained to play tricks with others. After thinking for a moment, Nangongli said, "But people change. In addition, she has experienced so many things. She has concealed her strength and bided her time in the imperial mausoleum for many years. Perhaps she is no longer the deposed Crown Princess we know." The Crown Prince's gaze was deep as he snorted coldly. "I have not seen you for many years. You have really made me see you in a new light." Nangongli said, "I think that your Majesty's actions are not for the sake of the deposed Crown Princess." The Crown Prince sighed helplessly. "I understand. Father is just being paranoid." The monarch was naturally paranoid. Rather than saying that he was worried that the Crown Prince would bully the deposed Crown Princess, it was better to say that he was warning the Crown Prince not to have any thoughts of rebellion. The Crown Prince stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the crescent moon in the sky, he said, "I am loyal to Father. How could I have any thoughts of rebellion?" Nangongli walked to the Crown Prince's side. "It is not only for the Crown Prince to see, but also for all the princes and civil and military officials. After all, His Majesty does not wish for a second Xinyuan family to appear." Thinking of the events of the past, the Crown Prince was silent for a moment. Nangongli asked worriedly, "Zhang Dequan won't be able to get anything out of the interrogation, right?" The Crown Prince smiled coldly. "I really hope that he can get something out of the interrogation. I'm also very confused. How was the bridge broken? How was the Imperial Mausoleum destroyed? How did the Crown Princess lose her memory? Amnesia." Hearing this, Nangongli more or less understood that the Crown Prince's side had been cleaned up. The brocade guards that were taken away should have nothing to do with the assassination of the Crown Princess. Thus, no matter how they were interrogated, there would not be any evidence against the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince looked coldly at Nangongli. "Didn't you say that there was no one by her side that she could use? Why did none of the people I sent come back?" Nangongli hurriedly bowed and said, "I have secretly investigated the Crown Princess. These years, the Crown Princess has indeed not had any powerful experts by her side. Could it be some surviving member of the Xinyuan family?" The Crown Prince said, "The Xinyuan family has long been exterminated. How could there be any surviving members? The men of the Xinyuan family were either killed in battle or executed. Even the infants in swaddling clothes were not spared. Although the women were sent to the educational division, they could not bear the humiliation and all committed suicide." The Crown Prince continued, "The surviving members are the deposed Crown Princess and the Imperial Grandson." At the mention of the Imperial Grandson, the Crown Prince's face became even colder. "You still haven't found the whereabouts of that child?" Nangongli hurriedly said, "I have already given the order. There should be a result soon." The Crown Prince said coldly, "To cut the weeds you must remove the roots." Nangongli said, "I obey. Father. Father." Suddenly, a young and tender voice came from outside the study. The Crown Prince's expression changed and he gave Nangongli a look. Nangongli understood and hid behind a bookshelf. A toddler stumbled into the room. The Crown Prince walked over with a smile and picked up his younger daughter. "Ling, why are you here?" The younger daughter said, "I can't sleep. I miss Father." The Crown Prince smiled. "Father will sleep with you, okay?" "Okay. I also want Father to tell me a story." Okay. "Tell me, what story does Linger want to hear?" The Crown Prince carried his younger daughter out of the study. Along the way, his happy and doting laughter could be heard. Nangongli came out of the study and touched the wound on his right arm. His eyes were cold as he said, "Xiao Lulang, the son will pay for the father's debt. This time you can't escape." Gu Jiao had eaten dinner at Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and was preparing to go back. Suddenly, a gerfalcon flapped its wings and flew to Gu Qingfeng's window sill. Gu Jiao was surprised. "Xiao Jiao?" Xiao Jiao also looked at Gu Jiao in surprise. Its wings stopped flapping in midair. The only one who was not surprised was Gu Qingfeng. It seemed that Xiao Jiao had come here more than once or twice. There was a rolled-up piece of paper tied to Xiao Jiao's right leg with a red string. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng said, "Take it down and take a look. It's most likely written by Xiao Heng." Gu Jiao learned from martial mother Nan that Xiao Heng and Gu Qingfeng had frequently gone to her rented residence to wait for her in the past few days. Thus they had bumped into each other. However, Gu Jiao did not expect that the two of them would secretly send letters. Gu Qingfeng explained, "It's inconvenient for him in the inner city. If there's a day when he can't leave the city, he'll have Xiao Jiao send a letter to ask me if you've returned." Gu Jiao untied the piece of paper from Xiao Jiao's right leg. On the paper was Xiao Heng's handwriting. There weren't many words. It first asked about Gu Jiao's whereabouts and then said something. "What's wrong?" Gu Qingfeng saw that Gu Jiao's expression was cold and could not help but ask, "Did something happen to Xiao Heng?" Gu Jiao handed him the piece of paper. "He met Nangong Li. It was because he met Nangong Li that Xiao Heng gave up on leaving the city. He did not want to accidentally bring Nangong Li's people to Gu Jiao's place. With Nangong Li's methods he would definitely investigate the people of Zhao Kingdom who entered Xingdu, especially the identities of Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang." Xiao Heng reminded Gu Qingfeng to pay attention to the movements of Tianqiong Academy on the note. Seeing this name, Gu Qingfeng's eyes darkened. It was Nangong Li who injured Gu Yan, right? It caused Gu Yan's heart disease to act up and he was half dead. He had no choice but to go to Yan Kingdom for surgery. It's him. Gu Jiao looked in the direction of the inner city through the window, her eyes overflowing with murderous intent. It's time to settle the score with Nangong Li. Chapter 689. When Nangong Li returned to his residence, he immediately called his trusted bodyguard over and asked him about the progress of the investigation. The bodyguard said with a troubled expression, "General, there are too many places to investigate. It's only been a day. Even if we go to the Ministry of Revenue to investigate the household registration, it will take several days, right?" This was the truth. Investigating a person's information was not that simple. Although the household registration of the country and the household registration of foreigners were recorded separately, the problem was that there were many foreigners. In addition, the Ministry of Revenue wouldn't really give them the household registration of foreigners for investigation. In fact, if someone went to watch the archery competition, they wouldn't find the name Xiao Lulang unfamiliar. However, the distance between them was like a mountain. Nangong Li didn't pay attention to archery, so he had never heard of the new student of Zhao country, Xiao Lulang, who single-handedly changed the style of the 3 archery competitions. It wasn't that Nangong Li didn't empathize with the difficulties of his subordinates, but he also had his own difficulties. The Crown Prince didn't even tell the Han family about the assassination of Xiao Lulang and entrusted him with an important task. As a result, he messed up in Zhao country and let the person escape to the king's eyes. If the king knew about this, they would all be finished. Nangong Li frowned and said, "I don't care what method you use. You must find Xiao Lulang within 3 days." The bodyguard felt bitter. Not to mention 3 days, even 30 days might not be enough. There were so many people in Xingdu. Finding Xiao Lulang was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. The bodyguard sighed, "It would be good if we had people in the Ministry of Revenue." The Minister of Revenue was a member of the Wang family. He had never interacted much with the Nangong family. The Wang family was a true century-old prosperous family. The strength of the family was above the Han family. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Xianfei couldn't give birth to a son, the position of Crown Prince would have been uncertain. It was difficult to sneak into the Ministry of Revenue to investigate the household registration. The Nangong family and the Wang family had experts. It wasn't worth it to alert the enemy. Nangong Li frowned, "If you have time to talk nonsense, hurry up and find him." "Yes." The trusted guard hurriedly retreated. Nangong Li closed his eyes. He had to find Xiao Lulang as soon as possible and kill him. The Crown Prince had already been disappointed in him once. He couldn't afford to be disappointed a second time. Before Nangong Li returned to his room to rest, he inexplicably thought of his injured youngest son. He hadn't gone to see him for 2 days. He thought for a moment, then turned and went to Nangong Lin's courtyard. Nangong Lin did not know that his father was coming. He was lying on his side on the bed without a care for his image. As he shook his legs, he leisurely listened to the servant talking about the bowls competition. "Are you sure? The Tianqiong Academy lost?" The page boy smiled and said, Yes. Little young master, I went to see for myself. He lost so miserably." Nangong Lin patted his thigh gloatingly. "A bunch of people who overestimate themselves. Don't you know who opened Jianan Academy? That's the academy of the Imperial Preceptor Palace." The page boy said flatteringly, Little young master is right. Nangong Lin plucked a grape from the tray held by the maidservant kneeling beside the bed and threw it into his mouth. By the way, how angry was that Xiao Lulang? The page boy said. He didn't go. Nangong Lin frowned. What do you mean? The page boy explained. It means that he didn't go. That day, even Mu Chuan, who had just recovered from his injuries, went on stage, but Xiao Lulang didn't appear from beginning to end. I asked around later and it seems that Xiao Lulang is sick. He's very sick and can't come to the competition. Nangong Lin laughed heartily. Serves him right. Xiao Lulang has such a day. Isn't that so, master? The page boy was halfway through his words when he suddenly saw Nangong Li standing at the door. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he bent down. Father. Nangong Lin hurriedly put away his bad manners, sat up properly, and waved at the maidservant beside him without batting an eyelid. The maidservant put away the fruit tray, stood up and bowed to Nangong Li. Master. Nangong Li thought of his son's frivolous appearance just now, and his heart was filled with anger. However, he still saved his son's face in front of the servants. All of you leave. Yes. The page boy and maidservant hurriedly walked out, and the page boy did not forget to close the door for the two of them. Nangong Lin asked, Father, it's so late, why are you here? Nangong Li glanced at him coldly. You're recuperating at home so you don't go to the academy. Is this how you look when you're recuperating? Aye. Nangong Lin rubbed his sleeves guiltily. I'm stretching my muscles and bones. The most infuriating thing was not to catch a child making a mistake, but to deny it even after catching him. Nangong Li really wanted to slap him. He raised his hand and Nangong Lin was so scared that he quickly covered his head with his hands. When Nangong Li saw the scar on his wrist, he suppressed his anger and put down his hand. Get back to the academy tomorrow. Nangong Lin reluctantly agreed. Nangong Li shouted sternly, What's with your attitude? Nangong Lin was so scared that he trembled. He hurriedly said, I'll go. I'll go. I'll definitely go. Nangong Li asked, I just heard you mention a name, Xiao Lulang. Who is this person? Oh, him, a person from a lower country. Nangong Lin did not tell the truth about his injury to his family. First, his father did not allow him to cheat. Second, it was fine if he cheated, but he also fell down. It was so embarrassing. Therefore, everyone in the family thought it was just an accident, and did not deliberately ask about any of the bowlers on the field. Nangong Li's eyes were slightly cold. Which lower country? Nangong Lin thought for a while. It seems to be Zhao country or Zhao country. I don't remember. Nangong Li slowly clenched his fist. Newcomers? Nangong Lin nodded. Yes. Which academy? Nangong Li asked. Nangong Lin said, Tianqiong Academy. They entered the last round but they were beaten by Jianan Academy. Tianqiong Academy, Xiao Lulang, a person from a lower country. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, but finding it without any effort. Xiao Lulang, your death date has arrived. Gu Jiao returned to the house. It was very late. Madame Nan was embroidering in the central room waiting for her. Madame Nan was not only bad at cooking, but she was also very stupid at embroidery. However, she was now a mother. Although she was just an adoptive mother and Madame Nan, she still decided to learn these things as soon as possible. Jiao Jiao, you're back. She put down the embroidery in her hands. You haven't eaten yet, right? Gu Jiao said, I've eaten. Madame Nan, you should rest early. I'll go to sleep after I'm done with this. What do you think of my embroidery? Madame Nan showed the results of her night's work to Gu Jiao. To be honest, Gu Jiao hadn't seen an embroidery artist who could compete with her great-aunt in a long time. You've improved. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Mistress Nan smiled happily and said, Is that so? I think so too. Madame Nan was praised and became even more energetic. She started embroidering in high spirits. Gu Jiao wanted to say something but stopped. Forget it, as long as Madame Nan was happy. Gu Jiao went to Gu Yan's room. Gu Shaoshun was already fast asleep. Gu Yan was a light sleeper, or it could be said that he hadn't slept at all. Gu Jiao touched his forehead. I said I would come back. And? Gu Yan made a small nasal sound. Go to sleep. Gu Jiao said softly. The next day, Nangong Li woke up before the sun rose. If it wasn't for the fact that it was too late last night and the inner city gates were already closed, he might have killed his way to Tianqiong Academy in the middle of the night. The moment the inner city gates opened, Nangong Li sat in the carriage and drove out. Although Xiao Lulang was just a weak scholar, he was as cunning as Marquis Xianping. He didn't feel at ease leaving him to his subordinates. He wanted to kill him personally. Nangong Li's carriage arrived near the academy. The carriage driver was his trusted bodyguard. He disguised himself and no one recognized his original appearance. "Go and ask," Nangong Li said. "Yes." The bodyguard jumped off the carriage and went to the gate of Tianqiong Academy. He handed a string of knife coins to the gatekeeper and smiled. "Little brother, I'm from Five Mountains Academy. My master admires Master Zhao's character and wants to get to know him. I'm here to ask if Master Xiao has Xiao Lulang come." The gatekeeper took the knife coins and said, "Master Xiao won't come to the academy today. You've come for nothing." The bodyguard was slightly stunned. He then asked with a smile, "Can I ask where he went?" The gatekeeper said, "He went to the palace to see the king." The bodyguard was shocked. What? See the king? Is this true?" On the carriage, Nangong Li frowned when he heard the bodyguard's report. Why would he go to see the king? The monarch wouldn't just casually meet a subordinate. The bodyguard said, "The gatekeeper said that they lost because of the shooting competition. However, Jiangnan Academy exchanged rewards with them. Jiangnan Academy took 10,000 taels of gold and they were qualified to enter the palace to see the king. If Xiao Lulang went somewhere else, Nangong Li could wait for him to come back. However, Xiao Lulang went to the palace to see the king." Nangong Li gritted his teeth. "We can't let him see the king. Return to the inner city." On a luxurious carriage heading to the inner city, except for Mu Qingchen, the other 4 members of the shooting competition from Tianqiong Academy were all there. Mu Chuan touched his aching head and asked strangely, "Lulang, didn't you say you didn't want to enter the palace? Why did you change your mind?" Gu Jiao smiled evilly. "I thought about it. It's not bad to enter the palace. Nangong Li, if you want to kill me, come to the palace." Chapter 690. On the carriage, the trusted guard advised Nangong Li, "General, that is the imperial palace. We cannot act rashly. Let's do it another day? Or wait for him to come out." Nangong Li snorted coldly, "Wait for him to come out? You don't know who he is going to see today?" The trusted guard said, I know, your majesty." Nangong Li said snappily, "If Xiao Lulang reveals to the emperor that we have been chasing after him all these years, you and I will not live to see tomorrow morning." The trusted guard said, "The emperor may not believe him." Nangong Li said coldly, "What if he believes? In this world anyone's mind can be guessed, except for our great Yan's emperor. You will never be able to guess what he is thinking. His actions are strange and he does not have any rules. If you say he is tyrannical, he will not care about a wild child from the countryside peeing on his shoes. This sounds unbelievable, but I have seen it with my own eyes." The trusted guard was dumbfounded. Nangong Li continued, "If you think the emperor is merciful to children because of this, then he has personally ordered the death of a cowherd boy." The trusted guard was completely speechless. There were many rumors about the emperor, but they were all hearsay after all. He did not dare to believe them all. He did not expect his general to have seen the emperor's crazy actions with his own eyes. No wonder there was another name for the emperor, Crazy Emperor. Nangong Li said, "Now you understand that I cannot take this risk, right? Even if Xiao Lulang only has a 1 in 10 chance of making the emperor believe him, I cannot gamble with my life." The trusted guard cupped his fist. "I understand. General, this trip is dangerous. Let me assassinate him." "Dangerous?" Nangong Li smiled meaningfully. "Xiao Lulang really put in a lot of effort to see the emperor. But does he think this is foolproof? He will soon know that it is 100 times easier for me to kill him in the imperial palace than outside." The carriage wobbled into the inner city. The furthest place Gu Jiao had walked in the inner city was the Zhonglan Women's Academy. She didn't know what it was like after that. Along the way she did not hide her curiosity. She lifted the curtain and openly looked around. In fact, other than Mu Chuan who had entered the palace before, the rest of them were entering the palace for the first time. They were also quite curious. Mu Chuan was very happy to be their guide. He pointed at the shops by the roadside and introduced them one by one. Which shop had delicious preserved fruits and which shop had greasy pork knuckles. "We've arrived at Changyang Street." After the carriage made a turn to the east, Mu Chuan exclaimed excitedly, "We'll reach Great Yen Gate after making another turn." Although he had the experience of entering the palace, the feeling of going with his family and classmates was very different. Wu Fuzi was in the carriage in front. He looked calm, but in fact he was eavesdropping. After all, it was his first time entering the palace. "What is Great Yang Gate?" Gu Jiao asked. Mu Chuan introduced it with pride. "You're from Zhao Kingdom. You may not know, but there are 5 gates in Great Yan's palace. The first gate is Gao Gate, followed by Fengtian Gate, Duan Gate, Meridian Gate, and Taihe Gate. The place we're going to is one of the 3 main halls behind Meridian Gate, the Golden Imperial Hall. It was originally called Taihe Hall, but it was later renamed. As expected of Zhao Kingdom, there were several more gates than Zhao Kingdom's palace. The carriage couldn't travel too fast near the palace, so it took them about 15 minutes to reach Gao Gate. Today's visit to the palace was scheduled, so there was a 30-year-old eunuch waiting outside Gao Gate. When he saw the carriage stop, he went up and asked with a smile, "Are you a teacher and student from Tianqiong Academy?" Wu Fuzi lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage. He saluted the eunuch and said politely, "I'm Wu Cheng from Tianqiong Academy." The eunuch said with a pleasant expression, "Ah, you're Wu Fuzi. I've heard a lot about you. My surname is Li. Wu Fuzi can call me Li Sandy." Wu Fuzi didn't take others' politeness as his confidence. He smiled and saluted, "So it's eunuch Li." Li Sandy's smile deepened. "Then please get out of the carriage with Wu Fuzi and the other young masters. I'll bring you into the palace." Gu Jiao and the others got out of the carriage. Among them, Li Sandy only recognized Mu Chuan. He smiled and greeted Mu Chuan, "Young Master Mu, long time no see." Mu Chuan obviously didn't know Li Sandy. Li Sandy smiled, "I used to work in Baohe Palace and was transferred to the Imperial Palace last year. I've seen young Master Mu from afar at the Spring Lantern Festival banquet." "I see." Mu Chuan nodded and greeted, then called eunuch Li. Don't underestimate the eunuchs of the throne room. They went to the Imperial Palace every day and were the closest people to the Emperor. Although they didn't want to win them over, at least they shouldn't look down on them. Mu Chuan usually looked silly and sweet, but he had a keen sense of social interaction as a young master of an aristocratic family. Li Sandy smiled until his eyes couldn't be seen. Gu Jiao, Yuan Shao, and the others didn't deliberately get close to Li Sandy. Li Sandy didn't pay attention to everyone. He gave face to Wu Fuzi because he was the master of the fencing team. He gave face to Mu Chuan because he was the legitimate son of the Mu family. The other 3 people's identities were a little. Li Sandy glanced around and saw Gu Jiao with a birthmark on the left side of her face. He paused for a moment. This kind of appearance was really rare. The other party's temperament was even rarer. It was reasonable to say that people with a disfigured face would feel inferior, but this young man had an imposing appearance and a valiant posture. He exuded an unruly arrogance from head to toe. "It can't be right? He looks so arrogant." "Eunuch Li?" Mu Chuan blocked eunuch Li's line of sight at the right time. He didn't want anyone to pay too much attention to Xiao Liulang's appearance and look down on Xiao Lulang. Li Sandy came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly, "We'll be there soon. Speaking of which, why didn't Master Su come this time?" Mu Chuan said, "My 4th brother had something to do at the last minute." He had already asked concubine Xian to apologize to His Majesty. Concubine Xian was the legitimate daughter of the Wang family. Her sister-in-law, old Madame Wang, was the younger sister of old Master Mu. Li Sandy sighed, "Sai, you guys are really bold. You actually dared to exchange rewards with the people of Jiangnan Academy. Aren't you afraid of His Majesty's blame?" Gu Jiao nodded. "That's right. Give me back my gold." Mu Chuan smiled. "Jiangnan Academy is run by the State Preceptor Hall. His Majesty has let them play in the palace many times. Why would he still want to see them?" He had asked concubine Xian and she said it was okay. That was why he did it. They walked through a long bluestone palace path. There was a checkpoint at the Fengtian Gate and the Duan Gate respectively. After passing through the Duan Gate, they would arrive at the outer court. Mu Chuan introduced it to Gu Jiao. The east side is the Imperial Clan Court, the 6 ministries and the Honglu Temple. In the early years the Imperial Astronomer was also here. After the State Preceptor Hall was built, the Imperial Astronomer moved away. The west side is the Supreme Court and the 4 rearguard commanderies, front, back, left and right. As they spoke they arrived at the Meridian Gate. The checkpoint at the Meridian Gate was obviously stricter than the previous 3 gates. If Li Sandy had not stopped them, Gu Jiao and the others would have been searched. "It's to prevent us from bringing weapons," Mu Chuan explained softly. This trip was really long. Fortunately they finally entered the Meridian Gate. The majestic throne room came into view. It was like a lion king under the sky, exuding a solemn aura. Mu Chuan thought they were going to the throne room, but Li Sandy brought them to the Jianghu hall at the back. Li Sandy smiled and said, "His Majesty is still in the morning court. I'll take you to the side hall to wait." The group arrived at the side hall of the Jianghu hall. Li Sandy ordered the servants to serve fresh lychees and snacks. Li Sandy probably understood that his presence would make them feel uncomfortable, so he thoughtfully stood guard at the door of the side hall. Other than Gu Jiao, the others in the room began to feel excited or nervous. "TTD, we're going to meet His Majesty." Wu Fuzi raised his teacup, his hands trembling. Zhao Wei and Yuan Zhao's hands did not tremble, but their legs did. Mu Chuan was excited. He was finally going to meet His Majesty. Although he had been to the palace, he had only met the concubines in the palace. Otherwise, he had seen His Majesty from afar during the palace banquet. He had never been summoned by His Majesty face to face. He felt that he could brag about it for the rest of his life. Gu Jiao was a little absent-minded. Was Nangongli stupid? Or did he not have the guts to come to the palace? If he did not act now, they would have to go back after meeting His Majesty. Gu Jiao stood up. Mu Chuan asked, "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao nodded and said, "I'm going to the washroom." "Do you want me to go with you?" Mu Chuan asked considerately. Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, "No need." Mu Chuan said, Let me go with you. It's your first time in the palace?" Gu Jiao said, "Are you going to help me or what?" Mu Chuan suddenly choked. Gu Jiao stepped out of the door and asked the palace maid in the corridor where the washroom was. The palace maid pointed the way. Gu Jiao walked out of the side hall and walked towards the washroom. When she passed by a small garden, a palace maid walked towards her in a hurry. The palace maid did not look where she was going and bumped into Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was as steady as a rock and did not move at all. Instead, she bumped into herself and fell to the ground. A few gold ingots fell out of her arms and she hurriedly grabbed them. At first, she quickly looked at Gu Jiao and lowered her head with a guilty conscience. She hid the gold ingots behind her back and said, I'm sorry." "It's okay," Gu Jiao said. She bowed to Gu Jiao and then ran away without looking back. Stealing from the palace? With Gu Jiao's temperament, she naturally would not care about this kind of thing. Gu Jiao continued to walk forward. When she was about to reach the washroom, an unfamiliar young eunuch caught up with her and asked, "In front, is young Master Xiao in front?" Gu Jiao stopped and looked at him indifferently. "I am. Who are you?" The young eunuch bent down and put his hands on his thighs. He said breathlessly, "I am little Deng. His Majesty." His Majesty summoned. Eunuch Li brought the others. "I came to bring young Master Xiao over. Young Master Xiao, hurry, follow me. Don't let His Majesty wait too long. Otherwise, when His Majesty blames you, young Master Xiao will suffer." "Oh." Gu Jiao turned around and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." The young eunuch wiped the sweat on his neck with his sleeve and said, This way please." Gu Jiao followed him and walked forward. "This is not the way I came," Gu Jiao said. The young eunuch said, "That way is too late. The corridors take a long time. If we go from here we will reach the throne room in no time." Gu Jiao said, "Oh." The young eunuch continued to lead the way. The flattering smile on his face gradually froze and was replaced by a look of disdain and calculation. Gu Jiao followed him out of the hall of Jianghu and came to a lush grassland. To the east of the grassland was a small greenhouse and to the west was a small woodshed for storing tools. "We will be there soon," the young eunuch said with a fake smile. "It doesn't matter if we don't get there," Gu Jiao said. The young eunuch was stunned. He glanced at the woodshed without being noticed. Gu Jiao said, "Are you not going to take me to the woodshed?" The young eunuch was stunned again. Gu Jiao said indifferently, "Then I'm really going." Then she walked past the young eunuch and through the door of the woodshed. The young eunuch's eyes trembled. He subconsciously reached out his hand as if he wanted to grab Gu Jiao, but in the end he didn't have the courage. Just as he was hesitating, the door of the woodshed was pulled open from the inside with a clang. Two powerful eunuchs walked out fiercely. One of them had a rope in his hand and the other had a sack in his hand. Gu Jiao looked at the sack and raised her eyebrows. "Oh." They were on the same side. The eunuch holding the sack coldly said to the young eunuch, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Why aren't you going to catch him?" Yes. The young eunuch received the order and steeled his heart. He gathered his courage and threw himself at Gu Jiao. The young eunuch didn't know martial arts. The two older eunuchs did, but they weren't very good. If the person entering the palace today was the real scholar Xiao Luleng, this lineup would be more than enough. So Nan Gongli didn't underestimate Xiao Yolang's strength. But Nan Gongli never expected that the person entering the palace would be Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't have the time to waste with them. In the blink of an eye, the three of them fell to the ground. The three of them fell to the ground. They were in so much pain that their facial features were twisted. Didn't you say he didn't know martial arts? Who knows? I owe my old waist. Gu Jiao looked down at the three of them. Where is Nan Gongli? The eyes of the three flashed, but they didn't say anything. Gu Jiao tilted her head and stepped on the shoulder of one of the eunuchs. She broke his arm on the spot. Don't make me ask a third time. That person was in so much pain that his veins popped out. His whole body was covered in cold sweat and his breathing seemed to be choked. He used the last of his willpower to suppress the pain from his body and said, What are you saying? We don't understand. This is the palace. General Nangong, how could he come? Gu Jiao calmly said, if he doesn't see me die with his own eyes, how could he be at ease? Nan Gongli had already failed once. She didn't believe that he would dare to gamble a second time. Your lives I actually don't care at all. Gu Jiao coldly said. She stepped on the eunuch and with a crack, the head of the eunuch under her foot tilted and he fell unconscious. The remaining two eunuchs were scared silly. What kind of situation was this? Did this brat kill old Xiao? What happened to the weak scholar? Gu Jiao looked at the younger eunuch and the older eunuch. Out of the three of you only one can live. Which one of you said it? I said it. I said it. I said it. The two of them said it in unison. I said it first. The younger eunuch took advantage of his young age and reacted quickly. He opened his mouth and said, General Nangong is here, Xiao. A hidden weapon flew through the air. The sound was extremely loud and its speed was very fast. It went straight for Gu Jiao's neck. Gu Jiao's ears moved. She turned her finger and shot out a Tang Hua needle. The Tang Hua needle hit the hidden weapon and it hit a tree branch not far away. So it was just a stone. Gu Jiao indifferently moved her foot and turned around. Her cold eyes looked in the direction the hidden weapon came from. Unsurprisingly, she saw Nan Gongli using his qinggong to fly over. Nan Gongli lost an arm and his right sleeve was empty. However, even if he used his left hand, if Gu Jiao was hit by that attack, she would not feel good. Gu Jiao faced the famous general of Great Yan country and her aura was not weak at all. The two of them were one zhang apart. She fearlessly walked forward a few steps and said with a smile that was not a smile, Long time no see, General Nangong. Nangong Li's eyes tightened. You are not Xiao Lulang. Who are you? Gu Jiao had seen Nangong Li twice. Both times he was in the dark and never showed himself. Gu Jiao crossed her hands and walked towards him. Isn't General Nangong investigating me? Could it be that you still can't guess who I am? She used her own voice. It was a woman. Nangong Li's pupils suddenly shrank. You are Gu Jiao. Nangong Li's entire person was unwell. He had chased after Xiao Lulang for so long, but in the end, it was this girl from the countryside. Nangong Li had investigated Xiao Heng and knew that he faked his death to leave the capital. He used Xiao Liulang's identity to hide his identity and return to the capital. At that time he had brought a girl from the countryside with him. Her name was Gu Jiao. It was said that she was the daughter of a marquis. Nangong Li did not care. He was a general of great country. He did not even put the emperor of Zhao country in his eyes, let alone a daughter of a marquis. Therefore he had never investigated Gu Jiao. The one who entered the palace was Gu Jiao, not Xiao Lulang. Then why would he chase after her? The risk was very high. Nangong Li turned around and left. You want to leave? Gu Jiao shot out a Tang Hua needle. Nangong Li felt a chill on his back. He hurriedly flew up and stepped on a tree trunk. He flipped over and avoided the attack. You're crazy. After Nangong Li landed and steadied himself, he angrily looked at Gu Jiao. Do you want to die with me? In a moment, when His Majesty finds out that I trespassed into the palace, I will expose the fact that you are an impostor. You don't think that your end will be better than mine. Gu Jiao raised her hand and broke off a long branch from the top of her head. Using the branch as a spear, she coldly pointed at him. Who wants to die with you? If I kill you, then no one will know that I am an impostor. Nangong Li suspected that he had misheard. What did this girl say? Kill him? In the palace? Where did she get the confidence to think that she could kill him? Even if he lost an arm, killing her would be as easy as killing an ant. However, there was still a risk of being discovered. For Xiao Lulang, taking this risk was worth it. For an impostor girl, there was no need. Not far away, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Nangongli sneered, "Girl, there are already people coming from the side hall. Don't force me to kill you." "I know. So, I'll have to trouble you to die." Gu Jiao's foot tapped and she flew up. The spear in her hand was like a roaring dragon as it fiercely bit at Nangongli. It was clearly just a branch, but it made her use the power of mountains and rivers. Nangongli looked at the familiar spear technique and his eyes almost instantly widened in disbelief. This is the Xinyuan family's spear technique. It was precisely because they were too powerful that very few people other than the Xinyuan family could learn them. This spear technique had extremely high requirements for speed and strength, but it didn't have high requirements for inner strength. People with strong inner strength would often unconsciously use inner strength when making a move, but this spear technique created by Xinyuan Li required the practitioner to store all of their inner strength into their dantian. Collecting is always harder than letting go. If he was not careful, his dantian would be damaged. Apart from the group of perverts from the Xinyuan family, no normal person would be able to endure the pain of having their dantian filled with inner strength. This was also the reason why he had given up on this spear technique back then. He had once lamented that Xinyuan Cheng had done it on purpose. The reason why he had generously taught him the spear technique was because he would not be able to learn it no matter what. But how did a little girl learn it? Nangong Li's mind was in a mess. Today's events had happened one after another, all of them exceeding his expectations. Second move. Gu Jiao spun around, her long spear was like a knife, bringing with it a domineering aura as it fiercely chopped towards Nangong Li. If this was a real long spear, Nangong Li did not doubt that he would have been cut in half by this little girl. What a vicious little girl. Nangong Li chopped off Gu Jiao's spearhead with one slash. Anyway, it wasn't a real red tasseled spear. Even if you cut off a part of it, I still have a large part. If there was no spearhead, then it would be a spearhead. Furthermore, Nangong Li realized that he had been tricked after cutting it. This little girl wasn't here to take his life. She had purposely moved the branch by an inch, causing it to be uneven even though he had shaved off a part of it. He had shaved off a spearhead for her. Gu Jiao looked at her weapon with satisfaction, the corners of her lips curling up as she said, "Now it's not round and blunt anymore." Nangong Li fiercely choked. "You? Is this how you use the Xinyuan family spear techniques? Meet ghosts, kill ghosts, meet gods, kill gods, meet gods, kill gods. How can you use it so indecently?" The sound of footsteps came closer and closer. "It seems that I have to end this battle as soon as possible." The shock that this little girl brought to him was over. Now he had to use his full strength to fight. Nangong Li coldly snorted, "The last time I used my full strength was when I fought with Xinyuan Cheng, little girl." Gu Jiao interrupted him, "Nonsense, when you were chased by Chang Jing, when did you not use your full strength? If you didn't use your full strength, how could you escape?" Nangong Li staggered and almost fell. "Little girl. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Don't I want my face?" No, using all his strength to escape and using all his strength to kill were two different things. Chang Jing had cut off his arm because he had underestimated her. If they really stood on the stage, he wouldn't lose to Chang Jing. After he was injured, he couldn't fight Chang Jing head-on. "Die, little girl. I don't care who you are or why you obtained this spear technique, today you will die under this general's sword." Nangong Li's body exploded with a terrifying killing intent. It wasn't like this little girl was the only one who knew the Xinyuan family's martial arts, he also knew it. He learned the Xinyuan family's inner strength and sword techniques. Now he would let this little girl see what true strength was. Nangong Li's inner strength was like an invisible giant whirlpool, sweeping up all the dust and leaves on the ground. He gathered his inner strength in his left hand and pointed his sword at the sky. The sword energy was like a rainbow as it fiercely chopped down at Gu Jiao. Puchi! It was the sound of a sharp blade entering a body. Nangong Li's lips curled up in satisfaction. But halfway through, his smile froze. His sword had indeed pierced through Gu Jiao, but it had only pierced through her clothes. That sound just now was her spear, piercing through his body. Nangong Li's eyes widened in disbelief. What just happened? How did this little girl do it? Gu Jiao kicked his chest. His body was pulled out from the spear, and heavily flew out. Gu Jiao rubbed her wrist and said with some dissatisfaction, "It's my first time using this spear technique to kill someone, so I'm not very familiar with it. It took me so many stabs to finally hit you." Nangong Li fell to the ground and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't from injury but from anger. 3 moves? Under this little girl's spear technique he actually only lasted 3 moves. And this little girl was actually still not satisfied. Blood rapidly flowed out and there was a pool of blood below him. She didn't know why, but this scene felt familiar to Gu Jiao. It was as if in some dream, there was also someone who fell in a pool of blood like this. Gu Jiao tilted her head in a strange manner, trying to find the familiar scene that flashed through her mind. She walked step by step towards Nangong Li. Nangong Li's life was rapidly flowing away and his consciousness began to blur. In a daze, he seemed to see Xianyuan Cheng holding a red-tasseled spear and walking towards him with a cold expression. Nangong Li, I trusted you so much but you shot me in the back. You also have a day like this? Sigh, Nangong Li, I don't like Prince Jing and I don't want him to be my brother-in-law. Why don't you marry my sister? Sigh, why did you lose again? You're a big man and you can't beat my sister. Nangong Li, hang in there. We'll reach the medical hall soon. Who told you to pounce on me just now? I can dodge it myself. How? Come here. He will be your playmate from now on. His name is Nangong Li. Can he take a beating? If not, I don't want him. Nangong Li slowly closed his eyes that were filled with blood. It was said that before a person died, they would see the person they cared about the most and think of the things they cared about the most. He met Xianyuan Cheng when he was 3 years old, but he couldn't get rid of him. Xianyuan Cheng, you really are a thorn in my heart. Gu Jiao squatted down and looked at Nangong Li, muttering to himself with a dumbfounded expression. Nangong Li looked at the blurry shadow in front of him with a pale face. The shadow gradually overlapped with the figure in his mind, forming the appearance of a young Xianyuan Cheng. He coughed up blood and laughed out loud while trembling. Xianyuan Hao. He used Xianyuan Cheng's name when he was young. Perhaps it was because his childhood was the most innocent and sincere. I do deserve to die. I betrayed you, betrayed the Xianyuan family. My death is not regrettable, you came to me for revenge. I'm not surprised, and there's nothing to feel wronged, but you really think that the Nangong family did all those things? You're wrong? Haha, you're very wrong. The Nangong family can't even be considered as an accomplice. They're just a hunting dog that wants a piece of fat meat. He used the last of his strength and arched his body. His blood-stained hand grabbed Gu Jiao's collar tightly. The person who really harmed the Xianyuan family is... Chapter 692. Lulang. Lulang, where did you go? Lulang. It was Mu Chuan's voice. Gu Jiao had been gone for too long. Mu Chuan waited for her for a long time, so he went out to look for her with Zhao Wei, Yuan Shao, and the others. Along with them was a little palace made from Jianghu Palace. This was a small courtyard in Jianghu Palace. Usually no one would come here. Other than a small wooden hut where sweeping tools were placed, there was only a high wall and a few big trees. At this time, Gu Jiao was squatting under a big tree near the high wall. In front of her was a man lying in a pool of blood. Behind her, there were 3 unconscious eunuchs lying near the small wooden hut. What's going on? Yuan Shao asked, dumbfounded. Lulang. Mu Chuan strode over. Yuan Shao and Zhao Wei also quickly followed. When they passed by the small wooden hut, they coincidentally looked at the 3 eunuchs lying on the ground. Yuan Shao shook his head at the 2 of them. He could feel that the 3 eunuchs were no longer breathing. Zhao Wei looked worriedly at the little figure who was squatting on the ground, drawing circles or doing something else. Lulang will be okay, right? Is he injured or scared out of his wits? At first glance, it was obvious that this was a terrible murder scene. What kind of normal person would squat there? Even if they didn't run away, they should hide far away to avoid any involvement, right? The 3 of them quickly came to Xiao Yulang's side. Xiao Lulang was on the left, while Yuan Shao and Zhao Wei were on the right. Zhao Wei felt that he was too far away from Xiao Lulang, so he simply bypassed the man on the ground and came to the opposite side of Gu Jiao. The little palace maid who had come with them had already gone to call for help. Lulang, are you okay? The 3 of them asked in unison. After practicing bowing together for a long time, the tacit understanding between them had improved. Gu Jiao said, "Oh, it's okay." Among the 3 of them, only Mu Chuan had seen Nangong Li before. Unfortunately, Nangong Li's face was covered in blood and dirt, and his face was hard to recognize. In addition, Mu Chuan was so worried about Xiao Lulang that he did not recognize him. Mu Chuan frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Gu Jiao answered honestly, "He was killed." Mu Chuan looked at Gu Jiao in confusion. Then why are you squatting here? Wait to be arrested as a murderer? I am the murderer. Gu Jiao said, my legs are numb. He was really numb and couldn't get up. Mu Chuan, Yuan Shao, Zhao Wei, Mu Chuan and Yuan Shao each stretched out a hand to support Gu Jiao. On the other side, the little palace maid brought the eunuch in charge of Jianghu Hall over. It was Li Sandy and there were a few palace guards following behind him. They were not the imperial guards. Only the emperor had the right to command the imperial guards. At this moment, the emperor was in court in the throne room, so Li Sandy had not reported it yet. Li Sandy immediately saw the students from Tianqiong Academy. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao's lapel. Mu Chuan and the others followed his gaze and their minds buzzed. Oh my god! Why was there a bloody handprint on Liulang's lapel? Just now Gu Jiao was squatting there and hugging her knees. Her lapel was blocked, so they did not immediately notice the bloody handprint. Nan Gongli had left it on her lapel when he grabbed her lapel to leave his last words. According to Gu Jiao's original plan, she would run away as soon as Nan Gongli breathed his last. It didn't matter if her lapel was dirty because she was wearing an extra layer underneath. However, her legs were numb. Plan A was to announce her death. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and came up with Plan B. Next, they executed Plan B. The little palace maid had already reported the situation to Li Sandy. Li Sandy knew that Mu Chuan and the other two came later. At that time, only Xiao Lulang was at the crime scene. Li Sandy confirmed the identities of the three eunuchs. The young eunuch's surname was Hu. Everyone called him Mustache. The other two eunuchs were called Tong Chen and Wei Shi. The two of them were not eunuchs working in Jianghu Palace. They were from the catering department of the 12 supervisors. The catering department was in charge of the imperial cuisine, palace food, banquets, and other matters. Due to their special functions, the 12 supervisors had the right to enter the three main halls. Today, the two of them came to inquire about the monarch's lunch. But didn't the two of them leave after asking? Why were they killed here? What was even stranger was that there were gunny sacks and ropes on the ground. What were they doing? Are you sure they were killed? Li Sandy asked the palace guards. The three of them nodded. They were very sure. Gu Jiao looked at Li Sandy and the others. The deaths of the three eunuchs had nothing to do with her. They were accidentally killed by Nangong Li's internal energy. Li Sandy went to look at the man under the tree. Compared to the three eunuchs, this man's death was more tragic. His chest was pierced by a sharpened branch. The other party did not even take the murder weapon away. They just arrogantly left it at the scene. Li Sandy had a premonition of the seriousness of the matter. He was the eunuch in charge of Jianghu Palace. A murder happened under his watch. No matter how he looked at it, it was his negligence. He did not understand. The imperial palace was heavily guarded. Who would have the guts to cause trouble in the imperial palace? Didn't you see anyone suspicious? He asked the guards who were accompanying him. The guards shook their heads. Gu Jiao was not surprised. The palace was heavily guarded, but for a master like Nangong Li, it was not too difficult to avoid being seen. In addition, Nangong Li probably knew the shifts and patrols of the palace guards like the back of his hand. That was why he was able to take advantage of the loophole. Nangong Li should have carefully chosen the location of the murder. It was completely a blind spot of Jianghu Palace. Li Sandy finally came in front of Nangong Li. This time he carefully looked at Nangong Li's face. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. He took out a handkerchief and wiped off the blood on Nangong Li's face. Then he heard a cry of surprise and stood up. Eunuch Li. The guards thought that this person had come back to life and rushed over to protect Li Sandy. But when they saw the face that had been wiped off the blood, they showed the same shocked expression as Li Sandy. This was a serious matter. Li Sandy immediately asked Gu Jiao about the specific situation. Who was the murderer? What had happened? What was the bloody handprint on his lapel? I'm not sure. I didn't see it. When I came, the other three were already dead. This one was still breathing. I know a little about medicine, so I wanted to save him. He grabbed my lapel as if he wanted to tell me who the murderer was. Unfortunately, he died before he could finish. Gu Jiao said calmly. Her expression was very magnanimous, without a trace of guilt. Mu Chuan quickly said, I can testify. Xiao Lulang really knows medicine. Zhao Wei agreed, yes. We can all testify. On the day of our duel with Pingyang Academy, the students of Black Bamboo Academy and Songshan Academy fought fiercely. In the end, the walls of the attic collapsed. Xiao Lulang was there to save them. The deans were also there. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to ask. Yuan Shao added, there's also Angua Gong. Xiao Lulang treated Angua Gong's illness. In fact, Gu Jiao's knowledge of medicine and Gu Jiao saving Nangong Li's life did not necessarily have a causal relationship. However, as long as it was proven that her medical skills were real, her action of staying to save the injured was valid. If they wanted to overturn this fact, they had to find strong enough evidence. From the bloody handprint on her body, there were only two possibilities for her to appear here. She could either save someone or kill someone. There was already a motive to save someone. She was a doctor and had a good heart. She would not leave someone to die. It was hard to say the motive for killing someone. Mu Chuan said, Xiao Lulang is not from Yan Kingdom. He has only been in Xingdu for a month. He did not know General Nangong or the three eunuchs. Why would he kill them? Maybe he was ordered by someone? A guard guessed. Mu Chuan laughed. Ordered General Nangong to sneak into His Majesty's Jianghu palace? Or ordered the three eunuchs to line up here and wait for him to kill them? Yes, the appearance of the four eunuchs here was indeed a big doubt in the case. No matter how they looked at it, Xiao Lulang did not have the ability to get all four of them here. Mu Chuan continued, the most important thing is that General Nangong is highly skilled in martial arts. Xiao Lulang had not left for long. Do you think that a student from Tianxiong Academy could kill the famous General Nangong of Yan Kingdom in such a short time with a branch? Mu Chuan's words struck a chord in their hearts. Yes, putting aside the motive and the timing of the crime, it was ridiculous that a student from a lower country could kill a famous general of a higher country. However, it was not enough for Li Sandy to believe it. It was related to General Nangong, so the king had to believe it too. Li Sandy personally went to wait outside the throne room. When the king arrived, he reported to him about what happened in the Jianghu palace. The king's face turned ugly. Li Sandy knelt on the ground. He was so scared that his back was soaked in cold sweat. There were many suspicious points in this case. The first one was why Nangong Li sneaked into the palace. In fact, this crime alone was enough for the king to sentence him to death. However, it was one thing to be sentenced to death by the king, but it was another story to be killed by someone else. Zhang Dequan. This servant is here. Call the Supreme Court Minister and the Minister of Justice here. Yes. The king wanted to thoroughly investigate this case. The king continued, also take that student to the imperial prison and torture him. There were 49 types of torture in the imperial prison. There was nothing that couldn't be asked. If the student lied, the imperial prison would ask the truth. If he endured all the punishments, the king would not pursue the matter no matter what the truth was. The king had said that as long as he endured all the torture in the imperial prison, he would be released on the spot even if he was guilty. Unfortunately, no one had succeeded so far. There were many who died halfway through the torture. Zhang Dequan first sent people to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. Then he personally went to escort Gu Jiao. After a while, he returned to the main hall of the Jianghu palace. His expression was a bit complicated. The king sat behind the desk and glanced at him. What's wrong? Zhang Dequan said in a dilemma. He wasn't taken to the imperial prison. The king closed his eyes to rest. He committed suicide? Zhang Dequan said, no. The king said indifferently, then he confessed. Not really. Zhang Dequan said embarrassedly, he was taken away by the young princess. The young princess said that the student was her teacher. Chapter 693. The king was a swift and decisive person. When he said that he wanted the young princess to start her education, he immediately sent her to the Imperial Academy. After entering through the Meridian Gate, the first thing she saw was the throne room, followed by the Jianghu Hall and the Baohe Hall. The Imperial Academy was in the Baohe Hall. The students in the Imperial Academy were all members of the royal family. Everyone was much older than the young princess. Although the teachers taught in batches, it was really difficult for the 4-year-old princess to sit obediently and listen to the heavenly books for the entire morning. Thus, once school was over, she could not wait to find the king. She did not want to go to school anymore. After the king finished his court session, he would rest or read some memorials in the Jianghu Hall. At that time, the young princess thought that the king had finished his court session and hurried to the Jianghu Hall to look for him. Unexpectedly, she did not see the king. Instead, she saw Gu Jiao, who was taken away by Zhang Dequan. The young princess's eyes lit up. Teacher, why are you in the palace? Are you here to teach me? Quick, take me away. I don't want to go to the imperial tutor's class anymore. Then the young princess decisively took her away. Zhang Dequan did not dare to use violence in front of the young princess. After all, if he scared the young princess and made her cry, the king would behead him. After Zhang Dequan finished telling the whole story, he stood there quietly like a cicada in winter. The study was very quiet. It was so quiet that it felt like there was an invisible pressure on Zhang Dequan's head. Zhang Dequan suddenly felt that he was going to die soon. "Uncle, Your Majesty." A cute little head popped in from outside the door. The king slowly opened his eyes. The young princess struggled to cross the threshold that was even taller than her calf. She had a high status in the family and usually considered herself as an elder. She was dignified and elegant. She stopped doing things like jumping around after she was 2 years old. Today, however, she was like an impatient little rabbit as she skipped over to the king's side. She grabbed the king's sleeves with her 2 small hands and said in a childish voice, "Your Majesty, uncle, can I ride a horse with my teacher?" Ling Yu and the others said that I can only ride a horse if Uncle His Majesty agrees. Ling Yu and the others were the palace maids who took care of the young princess. The monarch said, "I thought you didn't dare to ride a horse?" The young princess said confidently, I will dare to do it if I learn it." The monarch looked at the little fellow and said, "How about I ask Air Han to teach you how to ride a horse? Ask Air Han to give you a small black wind mount." The black wind mount was a precious horse that everyone envied, and the little black wind mount was even more precious. However, the young commandery princess was not interested in the black wind cavalry at all. She asked in surprise, "You want to change my teacher?" Without waiting for the king to say anything, she looked at the king with an incomparably hurt expression and questioned him from the depths of her soul. "Why?" "Very good, you are the second person who dares to question the monarch like this. The first was Shen Yuanli, he is already dead." Zhang Dequan broke out in cold sweat for the young princess. But soon he realized that he was too naive. He should be the one breaking out in cold sweat. Seeing that the monarch did not answer, the young princess pouted her lips and her eyes became filled with grievance. In the next second she took a deep breath and raised her head. Her 2 small arms fluttered behind her back as she burst into tears. Zhang Dequan saw that the monarch's dragon body trembled a little. When the young princess cried, it would definitely shock the heavens and earth, make ghosts and gods weep, and cause the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. It could be said that with the strength of one person, she had the strength of thousands of soldiers and horses. If it was not for the fact that the Yen Kingdom's mad monarch could not handle anything, one of the things that happened would definitely be the young princess crying. Therefore, it was not difficult to understand why the monarch had ordered the people who made the young princess cry to be killed. "I won't change your teacher, I won't change him." The monarch's face darkened. He was defeated by his little niece's invincible killing move. The young princess stopped crying in a second and bowed in a dignified manner. She raised her small chin victoriously and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Then I will go and find my teacher to ride a horse." She lifted her small skirt and jumped out like a little rabbit. Because of the unknown assassin in the palace was worried that it would threaten the monarch's safety. The palace strengthened its security, and the meeting with the monarch could only be temporarily cancelled. However, when the monarch came from the throne room, except for Gu Jiao who was taken away by the young princess, Wu Fuzi and the others were lucky enough to see the monarch's face. For them, it was already a blessing to be able to see the monarch in such a close distance in their lifetime. When they went back they could still brag about it for a few taels of silver. However, when they thought about Nangongli, they could not help but feel a little scared. They actually encountered a murder case and Lu Lang was also involved. He was almost taken away as the murderer. Fortunately, the young princess appeared in time. Wu Fuzi rubbed his chest that was still very nervous at this moment. He looked at Gu Jiao helplessly and said, "Why do I feel that since I met you my life has become so exciting? Taming the Horse King was exciting, competing in bowls was exciting, and even entering the palace was so exciting." Wu Fuzi said bitterly, "Do you know that I was almost scared to death by you just now?" Gu Jiao, "Oh. Wu Fuzi, you guys. Who do you think entered the palace to kill General Nangong?" Yuan Shao asked. "Shu, lower your voice." Mu Chuan lowered his voice and said, "Lu Lang is the only eyewitness. Even if he didn't see anything, what if the murderer thinks that he saw it? Or what if he thinks that Nangong Li told Lu Lang the murderer's name before he died?" Yuan Shao was shocked and covered his mouth. I haven't thought about this. According to this, before the murderer is caught, won't Lu Lang be in danger?" Wu Fuzi thought deeply and nodded seriously. "I agree with Mu Chuan. After the news in the palace spreads, the murderer may harm Lu Lang. Luling, I'll go to your house to pick you up for school these few days. Gu Jiao, I'm the murderer, thank you. Zhao Wei sighed. The Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice are both investigating the case. I hope they can find something soon. Otherwise, if the murderer is always at large, Lu Lang won't be able to live in peace. Mu Chuan and Yuan Shao nodded in unison. Wu Fuzi didn't say anything. Gu Jiao looked at them and asked, General Nangong is dead. Are you all sad? Zhao Wei said, General Nangong is the heir of the Nangong family. He's a famous general in the Yan Kingdom. It's sad to think that he died in the palace. What a pitiful situation. Gu Jiao thought of the words that Nangong Li said before he died when he hallucinated. If what he said was true, then there was another story behind the Xinyuan family's rebellion. Moreover, the Xinyuan family shouldn't have been defeated. It was Nangong Li who stabbed Xinyuan Cheng in the back. Nangong Li betrayed his childhood friend and the Xinyuan family that promoted the Nangong family. Most people didn't know anything about it. The public opinion was already biased towards the winning side. Otherwise, why would they say that the winner was king and the loser was in the wrong? The Xinyuan family rebelled and everyone had the right to punish them. However, the Nangong family who betrayed the Xinyuan family became the heroes of the world. They were interrogated by the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court when they were in the palace. Therefore they returned to the city a little later. It was already dark when they arrived at the academy. Wu Fuzi asked Mu Chuan and the others to return to their dormitory first. Luling, I'll send you back. No need. My house is very close. I can go back by myself. Now I'm worried. Wu Fuzi insisted. Gu Jiao sighed. Okay. Wu Fuzi sent Gu Jiao back to the rented alley in a carriage. Gu Jiao jumped off the carriage. I'm home. Wu Fuzi, you can go back without worry. Wu Fuzi lifted the curtain and paused. You must be careful these few days. I think you should move to the academy. There are guards in the academy and I'm here too. Gu Jiao said, I'll think about it. If she didn't say so, Gu Jiao was worried that Wu Fuzi would dawdle with her until dawn. Wu Fuzi got a satisfactory answer and got on the carriage to go back. Just as Gu Jiao turned around and was about to open the door of the courtyard, a long sword was pressed against her neck from behind. The cold blade reflected a cold light in the dark night and reflected in Gu Jiao's cold and calm eyes. Gu Jiao glanced at the sword with the corner of her eyes. Who are you? Mu Qingshan's cold voice sounded behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao turned around and looked at him without blinking. You're back in the capital? Just now. Mu Qingshan looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. I heard about what happened in the palace. Did you kill Nangong Li? Last time I saw you being chased by Nangong Li on the street, I hid you in the carriage. When I asked you what happened, you told me that you threw a stone at Nangong Li, so he chased you. You vented your anger on him because his son, Nangong Lin, played dirty on the boxing field and deliberately wanted to frame you. I asked you how you recognized him as Nangong Lin's father. You said you heard the servants call him General Nangong. I believed all of it. But how do you explain what happened in the palace today? You told them that you didn't know Nangong Li. You were lying. You've been lying all along. Tell me, did you kill Nangong Li? Chapter 694. No. Gu Jiao denied it. Mu Qingshan looked at her coldly, trying to see if there was a trace of guilt in her eyes. However, to his disappointment, Mu Qingshan didn't see anything. If Gu Jiao was asked to play the role of love and hate, she would probably be dazzling. However, she didn't feel guilty because she was acting as herself. Flaw. It was impossible. However, whether Gu Jiao felt guilty or not was different from whether Mu Qingshan believed it or not. Mu Qingshan was not as gullible as Li Sandy. There was no logical blind spot in his thinking that could be led at will. He had his own inference and would not be affected by Gu Jiao. He clenched the hilt of his sword and said with cold eyes, You won't save Nangong Li. There is only one possibility for you to be at the scene. You killed him. Mu Qingshan had been with his classmate for a long time. Although he didn't know him well, he could tell that he was not a person who would repay evil with good. Since he had a grudge with Nangong Li, how could he save him at the risk of being regarded as a killer? It was his classmate's mercy that he didn't stab Nangong Li in the back. Gu Jiao spread her hands and said, Whatever you say. Mu Qingshan kept clenching the hilt of his sword. His anger had reached a certain peak. In fact, he couldn't tell what he was angry about. He was simply angry that he had done evil in Xingdu and assassinated a famous general of the Yan Kingdom. Or he was angry that he had been hiding a lot from him and had never been honest with him. Who are you? What's your purpose in the Yen kingdom? Gu Jiao didn't say anything. Mu Qingchen was even angrier. Compared to quarreling with him and asking him why he didn't believe him, Gu Jiao's attitude of not wanting to say anything was the most maddening. Mu Qingchen gritted his teeth and said, "Why don't you say anything? Do you admit it?" Gu Jiao looked at him and said calmly, "If there's nothing else, I'll go in first. If you want to fight, do it another day. I don't want to fight in front of my house." With that, Gu Jiao didn't even look at the sword against her neck. She turned around and pushed open the door. Mu Qingchen said coldly, "Stop right there. If you don't make yourself clear today, don't blame me for making a move on you." Gu Jiao ignored him. Gu Jiao had already pushed open the courtyard door. Mu Qingchen was infuriated when he saw Gu Jiao turning a deaf ear to his threat. He raised his sword and stabbed at Gu Jiao's back. Gu Jiao didn't want to fight with Mu Qingchen, so she just dodged to one side. However, Mu Qingchen was determined to force Gu Jiao to make a move. He quickly made his second move. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from the courtyard and came to the door. "Jiao Jiao, are you back?" Creak. The courtyard door was opened and little Jing Kong's little head popped out. Mu Qingchen's eyes flickered, and he quickly withdrew his sword. However, there was still a trace of sword chi that he couldn't retract in time. The courtyard door was only opened a crack. If he pulled her out, she would be injured. If he pushed her in, she would fall down. In a flash, Gu Jiao stepped forward and bent down to protect little Jing Kong, blocking the sword chi. Mu Qingchen didn't intend to kill Gu Jiao. Besides, he had already absorbed most of the sword chi. It was just a wisp of remnant sword chi. Even so, Gu Jiao's back was still cut open. Her clothes were torn, revealing a small piece of her smooth skin and a circle of cloth wrapped tightly around her chest. Mu Qingchen was slightly stunned. He only felt that the small piece of skin was dazzling. He didn't have time to think about what the circle of cloth wrapped around Gu Jiao's body was. He turned around and his mind buzzed for some reason. Little Jing Kong didn't see Mu Qingchen outside the door. He thought that only Gu Jiao was back. He wanted to call out Jiao Jiao, but Gu Jiao raised her index finger and pressed it gently on his little mouth. Mu Qingchen wanted to turn around, but he somehow restrained himself. He squeezed the long sword in his hand and said in a low voice, "I'll find out the truth and evidence. If it's really you, I won't let it go." After that, he held the sword and stepped into the night with a heavy gaze. Gu Jiao closed the courtyard door and didn't let little Jing Kong see her back. Otherwise he would be worried again. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, "Jiao Jiao, who was outside just now?" I didn't understand what he said. "It's nothing. A classmate who sent me back." Gu Jiao touched his little head and asked, "Why are you here?" Little Jing Kong said, "The academy is on holiday. My brother-in-law sent me here." Gu Jiao asked, "Your brother-in-law is here too?" Little Jing Kong shook his head and said, "He was here at noon but he went out now. He said he'll pick me up tomorrow or brother Chengfeng will pick me up." Xiaoheng must have something important to do since he sent little Jing Kong here. Gu Jiao guessed right. Xiaoheng did go to do something. Gu Qingfeng was there too. Xiaoheng first sent little Jing Kong to Gu Jiao and handed him over to Mistress Nan and Master Lu. Then he went to Qinxiang Pavilion and returned to the inner city with Gu Qingfeng. Gu Jiao didn't tell anyone about her assassination plan in the Imperial Palace, but Xiaoheng could guess it. There were two people who knew Gu Jiao the best in the world. One was Gu Yin and the other was Xiaoheng. The moment Nangong Li left the city to find Gu Jiao, the two of them had their eyes on him. Gu Qingfeng followed his carriage all the way. Xiaoheng first sent little Jing Kong to Mistress Nan and Master Lu. After Nangong Li left Tianqiong Academy, he went straight to the Imperial Palace. Gu Qingfeng and Xiaoheng didn't dare to chase too close. Fortunately, Nangong Li didn't dare to stop his carriage too close to the Imperial Palace. Nangong Li contacted an Imperial Palace eunuch and sneaked into the Imperial Palace by hiding in a box of ingredients. Nangong Li's bodyguard stayed in the carriage and waited. The news of Nangong Li's death didn't spread out so quickly. It wasn't until evening that his bodyguard heard from passers-by that General Nangong was killed in the Imperial Palace. Others didn't know the inside story, but how could his bodyguard not know? Nangong Li went to kill that student from Tianqiong Academy. If something happened to Nangong Li, it must be that student who killed him. The bodyguard hurriedly drove the carriage to report to the Nangong family. It wasn't good to make a move on the street. Xiaoheng spread out the map of the inner city and said to Gu Qingfeng, "Go east." Gu Qingfeng drove the carriage and said, "Don't make a mistake." Xiaoheng said, "It can't be wrong." They passed through an alley to the east and coincidentally bumped into the carriage of his trusted bodyguard. The trusted bodyguard seemed to have noticed that he was being watched and turned around to pass through another alley. Xiaoheng looked in the direction of the alley and said, "Turn around and go to Nanyu Street." Finally, the two of them blocked the bodyguard at the corner of Nanyu Street. After getting rid of him, no one would know why Nangong Li entered the imperial palace today. Nangong Li's death caused an uproar in Chengdu. There were three major doubts about this matter. First, why did Nangong Li appear in the imperial palace? There was no record of him entering the imperial palace. In other words, he sneaked into the imperial palace. The servants of the Nangong family said that he went out with a bodyguard named Lu Dong. The Ministry of Justice immediately sent people to search for this bodyguard named Lu Dong, but they found him dead on the street. He was stabbed in the vital gate by a hidden weapon and died in a single blow. The murderer obviously had a strong anti-reconnaissance ability. There were no clues left at the scene and no witnesses were found nearby. The case was in a deadlock as soon as there was a breakthrough. The second biggest doubt was the three eunuchs who died at the scene of the crime. Two of the three eunuchs were from the Imperial Kitchen Department, and the other was from the Jianghu Palace. The three of them didn't interact in private, nor were they close on the surface. It was unknown why they appeared there together. There were sacks and ropes beside them and they looked like they were going to catch something. After the coroner's examination, he speculated that they were killed by Nangong Li's internal force. Why can't it be the murderer's internal force? In the morgue, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court asked the coroner. The Chancellor of the Ministry of Justice was also there. He was also curious about this. The coroner said, "I've also examined General Nangong's body. General Nangong didn't have any internal injuries, so I boldly speculate that the murderer doesn't have internal force." The Chancellor of the Supreme Court frowned and said, "Without internal force he could use a tree branch to kill the famous General Nangong." "Old man's son, do you understand what you're saying? You didn't make a mistake, did you?" The coroner said, "Neither servile nor overbearing. I've examined corpses for dozens of years. I don't dare say that I've never made a mistake. If you don't believe me, you can find another coroner to examine General Nangong's body." The Chancellor of the Supreme Court naturally found one. The result was the same as old man's son's. If he didn't need to use internal force to kill General Nangong, then he didn't need to use internal force to kill the three eunuchs. Based on this logic, the coroner deduced that the internal force that killed the three eunuchs came from Nangong Li. Thus, the third suspicious point of the case appeared. Who could have killed Nangong Li so easily without using internal energy or without using internal energy at all? The Chancellor of the Supreme Court, Yang Chang, and the Chancellor of the Ministry of Justice, Dong Wei, investigated for a day and a night without finding anything. The Chancellor of the Supreme Court, Yang Chang, said that Lu Dong is clearly the best breakthrough point. As long as we can ask him what Nangong Li did in the palace, the truth of the case will be easily solved. The Chancellor of the Ministry of Justice, Dong Wei, said, "He's already dead. There's no point in talking about this." The Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice were both outside Duan Men's Court. However, the Supreme Court was in the west and the Ministry of Justice was in the east. Seeing that the sky was about to brighten, it was impossible to go back home to rest. They could only go to the Yamen to change their clothes and prepare to go to court to report the situation of the case to the king. When they were about to go their separate ways, Yang Chang saw that Chancellor Dong was deep in thought. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" Chancellor Dong said, "I'm thinking who killed Nangong Li. And he was killed in the palace. This feeling is like what?" Yang Chang asked. Chancellor Dong shook his head, "I don't have any conclusive evidence. However, when I stood at the scene of the crime and looked at Nangong Li's body and the tree branch that was thrown at the scene, I seemed to feel a murderous desire for revenge." This was one of Chancellor Dong's abilities. He was a judge with a keen intuition for cases. His intuition was accurate in most cases. They had once caught a serial killer, but they also had no clue. However, one time the killer and Chancellor Dong met on the street. With just one glance, Chancellor Dong pointed at the person and said, "He is the killer." Therefore, when Chancellor Dong said that the killer was out for revenge, Yang Chang didn't immediately deny it. Yang Chang said thoughtfully, "Did Nangong Li offend anyone?" Chancellor Dong said, "You should ask who among the people Nangong Li offended could easily kill him. Have you carefully observed the shape of the tree branch? Don't you think it looks like a spear?" Yang Chang recalled and nodded, "That's right. The front end is sharpened and the length is similar to a spear. Chancellor Dong said, as far as I know, only the Xian Yuan family spear technique can have such power without using internal energy. Yang Chang frowned, you mean? Nangong Li was killed by the Xian Yuan family? Everyone in the Xian Yuan family is dead. The only one left is the former crown princess, who was also crippled of her martial arts. Your inference is not valid. Chancellor Dong pondered for a moment and said, what if there is someone who is lucky enough to survive? Yang Chang said with certainty, there is no what if. Don't forget, all the bodies of the Xian Yuan family were examined one by one. They were nailed to the coffins before they were carried away by Crown Prince Jing and his brother. Chancellor Dong said with a serious expression, Xian Yuan Cheng. When I saw the murder weapon during the day I thought of him for some reason. Yang Chang said with amusement, he is even less likely to be the killer. Among all the men of the Xian Yuan family he died the most tragic death. He was nailed to the city gate tower by his own red-tasseled spear. Thousands of arrows pierced his heart and he died. His body was hung there for an entire month. Crown Prince Jing spent almost all of his family's wealth in exchange for the bodies of the Xian Yuan family's men. If there was a single survivor, Crown Prince Jing would not have to go to such lengths. Crown Prince Jing, the current Duke of Anghua. Yang Chang paused and patted Chancellor Dong's shoulder. He said earnestly, Elder Dong, I understand that you were promoted by the Xian Yuan family in your early years. You have always been brooding over the fact that you did not plead for mercy for the Xian Yuan family. However, you should also understand that you personally took over the case. The Xian Yuan family did indeed rebel. As officials of the imperial court, you and I cannot be associated with traitors. We cannot sacrifice ourselves for the sake of righteousness. Today, when you mention the Xian Yuan family in front of me, I will pretend that I did not hear anything. When you are in front of His Majesty, you must keep your mouth shut. Do not offend His Majesty. Elder Yang. Chancellor Dong called out to him as he turned and walked towards the Supreme Court. Yang Chang turned back to look at him. What is it? Chancellor Dong's expression was complicated. That incident back then, was it really not wrong? Yang Chang asked, what incident are you referring to? Chancellor Dong said, you know. Yang Chang's eyes darkened. He said seriously, Elder Dong, you only need to remember that what the top 10 aristocratic families did was righteous. Nangong Li's death caused an uproar among the aristocratic families. Although Nangong Li was not the eldest son of the Nangong family, he was more outstanding than his elder brother. The Nangong family had always trained him as the successor. Who would have thought that he would be killed in the palace? The Nangong family was furious. He pressured the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to find the murderer within 3 days. However, this was impossible. Not to mention that they did not have a clue now. Even if they had a clue, they would not be able to thoroughly investigate this murder case with great fanfare. That was because the emperor's birthday was coming. Everyone in Xing City was busy celebrating the emperor's birthday. At this critical moment, if they caused a commotion about Nangong Li's murder case, wouldn't it bring bad luck to the emperor? Moreover, Nangong Li sneaked into the palace without permission, which more or less made the emperor unhappy. After the emperor's birthday, they would thoroughly investigate in a high-profile manner. Gu Jiao knew nothing about what happened in the imperial court. She went to the academy as usual. Mu Qingchen also came to class. He was still sitting in the second seat in the last row, close to the back door on the right. The first seat was Gu Jiao's seat. Everyone had been used to Mu Qingchen and Gu Jiao sitting at the same table, so no one felt strange when they saw him sitting there. Only Gu Jiao clearly felt that Mu Qingchen's aura had changed. He looked at Gu Jiao with a very guarded look. Gu Jiao sat down without changing her expression. Zhou Tong, who was sitting in the front row, turned around and looked at the two with a smile. Sure enough, Luleng, you have a big reputation. As soon as you came back to class, young Master Qingchen also came. Yes, she had a big reputation, so big that the first young master of Xing City personally came to monitor her. Mu Qingchen did not speak, but his aura was frighteningly cold. Zhou Tong shrank his neck and covered his face with a book. He whispered to Gu Jiao, what's wrong with young Master Qingchen? Is he unhappy? Gu Jiao thought to herself, with your voice, half of the classroom can hear it. Why are you still covering your face with a book? You can ask him yourself, Gu Jiao said. Zhou Tong curled his lips. He did not dare to ask. Zhou Tong changed the topic. Hey Luleng, did you go to the palace yesterday to see the king? Is the 10,000 taels worth it? What 10,000 taels? Gu Jiao's focus was always on the gold. Zhou Tong said, "It said that the prize for the second place is 10,000 taels. Even the servants of our academy said so." Gu Jiao took out the book from her bag. 1,000 taels. If it was 10,000 taels, she would have buried Mu Chuan alive. No, she also wanted to bury Mu Chuan alive now. Forget it. Since she had taken this opportunity to kill Nangong Li, she would bury him later. The king's birthday banquet was set for the 10th of June. All the officials of the imperial court and above, as well as the aristocratic families in Xing City, had received invitations to the banquet. The day before the banquet, Gu Jiao heard the news she had been waiting for a long time. The state preceptor had returned to Xing City. Chapter 695. Tianqiong Academy was on holiday today. Gu Jiao heard from a passing merchant when she went to the market to buy vegetables that the state preceptor returned to Xingdu in the middle of the night. Early in the morning, there was a long line outside the state preceptor's hall to see the state preceptor. So many people want to see the state preceptor? The vegetable vendor asked the merchant sitting next to him drinking soy milk. He said to Gu Jiao, 10 knife coins. Gu Jiao handed the 10 knife coins to the vegetable vendor and put 2 fresh large gourds into the small basket behind her. The merchant drank half a bowl in big gulps and said with sweat all over his head, "Of course. The line is 3 miles long. The carriage almost couldn't pass. If I wasn't in a hurry to leave the city to do business, I would also line up there." Last time when Gu Jiao went to the state preceptor's hall to ask about the state preceptor's whereabouts, the eldest disciple Yi Qing told her that the state preceptor would come back at the beginning of the month if he was early. At the end of the month at the latest. It would be best if he didn't have to wait until the end of the month. After all, Gu Yan's condition would get worse the longer it was delayed. Gu Jiao returned to the house with the vegetables she bought. "You're back." Nan Shenyang looked at the sweat on her forehead and hurriedly took her small basket. She said, "I didn't expect Xingdu to be so hot this year. You must be bored." She was talking about Gu Jiao's chest wrap. Gu Jiao had grown too well in the past 2 years. In order to cover her body, she had to wrap herself tightly. Nan Shenyang felt hot for her. Gu Jiao said, "It's okay. She could bear it." Nan Shenyang said with heartache, "It's really hard for you. I boiled some mint water. It will be ready in a while." Nan Shenyang, "I don't want to drink it. I want to go to the inner city." Gu Jiao said, "The state preceptor is back." Mistress Nan's eyes lit up. "Really?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, I heard the news at the market just now, so I want to try my luck and see if I can meet the state preceptor." Madame Nan looked at Gu Yan, who was sunbathing listlessly in the corridor. She understood that Gu Yan's condition could not be delayed any longer. "Is it true that the earlier the operation, the higher the chance of recovery?" "Yes," Gu Jiao said. "If they delayed for too long, the surgery might be useless." Madame Nan did not urge her to stay any longer. She asked Master Lu to prepare a carriage for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took out the token of the chess sage of the 6 kingdoms. She rummaged through the table and said, "Where's the token? I clearly put it here." "Here." Old Mr. Meng appeared at the door with a brocade bag in his hand. The token was inside. Gu Jiao walked over and took the brocade pouch. "Oh, you took it?" Old Mr. Meng said casually, "Well, I just took it. Are you planning to enter the city alone?" "Yes," Gu Jiao said. Old Mr. Meng cleared his throat. "You're not bringing me?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "Why should I bring you?" Old Mr. Meng said, "To the state preceptor's palace?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "The state preceptor knows the chess sage of the 6 kingdoms. You'll be exposed if you go." Old Mr. Meng, the real chess sage of the 6 kingdoms, was speechless. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao said, "No, you still have to go. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the city later." However, old Mr. Meng really needed to enter the city today. He was going to meet someone near the state preceptor's palace. It was on the same way as Gu Jiao. Master Lu had prepared the carriage. Master Lu had planned to use another horse. However, the horse king beat up Master Lu and his companion. Then, it valiantly came out to pull the carriage. It did not forget to bring Gu Jiao's small medicine box and small basket onto the carriage. It was very considerate of its service. After Gu Jiao got into the carriage, old Mr. Meng got in as well. Gu Jiao put down the curtain and said to the horse king, "It's done. Let's go." The horse king opened its big mouth, raised its front hooves and rushed out with a whoosh. Old Mr. Meng was caught off guard. He leaned back and hit the wall of the carriage with a bang. The Horse King ran with a whoosh. A gust of wind blew the carriage's curtains high up into the air. The curtains crashed against the walls of the carriage, making crackling noises. Old Mr. Meng was blown out of his mind. He spread out his arms and leaned against the wall of the carriage without any resistance. He felt that he could not even open his eyes. Even the wrinkles on his face were about to be blown flat by the wind. What kind of crazy horse was this? The carriage galloped on the street, overtaking every car it saw. When it stopped to pass through the checkpoint of the inner city gate, old Mr. Meng had been blown into a lion. This time, Gu Jiao did not press old Mr. Meng's head and tell him embarrassing lines. The reason was that the guards let them pass when they saw the token of the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms. Old Mr. Meng heaved a sigh of relief. The Horse King had never been to the Grand Master Hall, so he had to show them the way. After entering the inner city, Gu Jiao sat in the outer seat of the carriage. Chengdu was particularly congested today. The carriage was stuck in the middle of the road not long after. In a room on the second floor of a tea house facing the street, a man in his 30s in a black shirt sat in front of the window, looking at the traffic jam. One of the carriages caught his attention. There was nothing strange about the carriage itself. The horse was the main attraction. The other horses stayed where they were. Only this one was restless, looking around to catch butterflies. "What kind of stupid horse is this?" the man muttered. His eyes followed the horse and landed on the coachman. The coachman was a young man in green with a red birthmark on the left side of his face. "It's him?" The man's lips curled up. He actually entered the inner city. Han Shizhi followed his gaze and quickly found Gu Jiao in the carriage. He frowned. "Xiao Luleng? Master, do you know him?" The man called Master by Han Shizhi was Master Nan's senior, Qi Xian. Qi Xian remained calm and unruffled as he looked at the green-clothed youth sitting in the carriage, who was stuck in a traffic jam. He smiled faintly and said, "I told you before that I met my junior sister from the Tang sect last time. There's one more thing I didn't tell you. There's an interesting person around my junior." "Xiao Luleng?" Han Shizhi was surprised. Qi Xian smiled and said, "I think I know who killed Nangong Li." Han Shizhi frowned. "Are you saying that the murderer is Xiao Luleng?" Qi Xian smiled and shook the teacup in his hand. "I can't think of anyone else." Han Shizhi shook his head. How could he kill Nangong Li with his martial arts? Nangong Li has lost an arm, but even so, Xiao Luleng is definitely not Nangong Li's match. Qi Xian said, "He defeated a few Shaolin monks last time. I remember that you guys are forbidden to use internal energy in the boxing competition." Han Shizhi said, "That's right." Qi Xian smiled and said, "How many people in Chengdu do you think can defeat a Shaolin body-refining warrior monk without using internal force? Also, didn't the autopsy results come out? Nangong Li didn't suffer any internal injuries. He was killed by a tree branch that was used as a spear to pierce his heart. As far as I know, only the Xian Yuan family spear technique can do that." Han Shizhi was shocked. Qi Xian looked at the young man in the carriage. "When I went to see my junior, I fought with this Xiao Luleng. Although he only used one move, I can be sure that he used the Xian Yuan family spear technique." Han Shizhi frowned. There are two suspicious points. First, why did he kill Nangong Li? Second, how did he know the Xian Yuan family spear technique? Qi Xian took a sip of tea. "I don't know. This young man seems to be hiding a lot of secrets. Didn't you say that the Han family found out that Nangong Li secretly went to the Zhao Kingdom not long ago? Not long after he came back, a few people from the Zhao Kingdom came to Chengdu. Don't you think there's a connection?" Han Shizhi said, "My second uncle guessed that those people from the Zhao Kingdom were masters that Nangong Li brought from the Zhao Kingdom. Their purpose was to deal with our Han family. However, if what Master said is true, that Nangong Li died at the hands of Xiao Luleng, then Xiao Luleng and the Nangong family are not in cahoots." Qi Xian smiled. The relationship between people is not limited to friends. It can also be enemies. Maybe Nangong Li offended someone in the Zhao Kingdom. Han Shizhi pondered for a moment and said seriously, "If Xiao Luleng is really so powerful, then perhaps the Han family can forget about the past and consider taking him for our own use." Qi Xian put down the teacup lightly and picked up a piece of crab cake from the plate. Looking at the exquisite and delicious crab cake, he said, "I'm afraid you can't bribe him." Han Shizhi was puzzled. "Master, why do you say that?" Qi Xian hinted with his eyes. "Do you remember when you were put in a sack on the street? It was that boy who did it." Han Shizhi was shocked. How could it be him? Qi Xian said, I found half of a tangerine needle that was broken into a crack in the wall. That was my junior sister's favorite hidden weapon. It couldn't have been my junior sister who sneak attacked you. My junior sister is over 30 years old. Her figure is different from a young man's. Han Shizhi recalled. The one who sneak attacked me that day was indeed a young man. Qi Xian sighed with emotion. This boy is really not simple. He knows the Xinyuan family's spear skills and the Tang family's hidden weapons. Han Shizi's expression was complicated. He dared to offend two big families at once. He is indeed not simple. Qi Xian looked at the street that was beginning to clear up. His smile faded and he said seriously, offend? No, he doesn't care about the big families at all. Chapter 696. The weather was hot and humid. After a quarter of an hour of congestion, the carriage finally started to move slowly. The first half of the journey was very congested, but it was smooth as it approached the State Master's Hall. It turned out that the people who wanted to see the State Master had been persuaded to leave by the disciples of the State Master's Hall, leaving only a dozen people who refused to give up. Gu Jiao's carriage stopped opposite the State Master's Hall. She jumped off the carriage, took the token of the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms and walked to the gate. A disciple of the State Master's Hall was persuading the people who refused to leave. The State Master has only seen 3 guests today, and he has already seen 2 of them. If you have a visiting card, please take it out quickly. If not, please go back. You can come back to the State Master's Hall in the future with a visiting card. Oh, a visiting card. Gu Jiao touched her chin. The disciple of the State Master's Hall had never seen Gu Jiao before, but he still asked politely, Young Master, do you have a visiting card? I don't have a visiting card, only this. Gu Jiao handed the token of the chess sage of the 6 kingdoms to the disciple of the State Master's Hall. The disciple of the State Master's Hall took a look and said in surprise, Young Master, please come in. Someone was unhappy. Why can he enter? Yeah? He doesn't have a visiting card either. We have waited for so long. If anyone wants to enter, it should be us first. The disciple of the State Master's Hall explained, This young master is holding the token of the chess sage of the 6 kingdoms, Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng is an important guest of the State Master's Hall. The people he recommends can enter the State Master's Hall directly. Okay, today's 3 places are full. Everyone please go back. Seriously? We have waited for so long for nothing. Exactly. We shouldn't have come. He looks so poor. Who knows if his token is fake or not? The disciple of the State Master's Hall shook his head helplessly, as if he was worried that Gu Jiao would thank him. He said, Young Master, don't take it to heart. They don't have a visiting card from the State Master's Hall, so they can't enter. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Jiao said, Oh, I'm fine. The little brother was quite considerate. Young Master, please follow me. The disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Palace led Gu Jiao inside. The 2 of them had just turned around and walked inside when a carriage suddenly appeared behind them. The carriage had just stopped, and a white-robed young girl jumped down while lifting her skirt. It was obvious that she was a little anxious. Please wait a moment. She called out to the disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Gu Jiao and the other disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall turned their heads. It's you? When the other party saw Gu Jiao, he was stunned. Why are you here? Gu Jiao looked at Mu Ruxen, who had appeared in a hurry, and asked, Why can't I be here? Mu Ruxen looked at the majestic and solemn plaque above her head. With a slight frown she said, This is the Imperial Advisor's Hall. You shouldn't be here. The disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall asked, May I ask what's the matter, miss? Mu Ruxen's attitude toward the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Palace was much better. She politely said, I'm here to seek an audience with the Imperial Preceptor. I have a visiting card. After saying that, she took out a golden visiting card from her wide sleeve. The disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Palace immediately recognized that it was a genuine visiting card from the Imperial Preceptor Palace. However, he still tactfully declined. My apologies, Mississippi. You're a little late. Our Imperial Preceptor will only see 3 guests today. This young master is the last one. He's just a citizen of a lower country. How can he have the qualifications to meet the Imperial Preceptor? Mu Ruxen raised the visiting card in her hand. Not only did she say this to the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Palace, But she also said this to the other two disciples who were guarding the door. Look carefully. This is a visiting card from the chess manor. The imperial preceptor personally gave it to the chess manor. It should be a visiting card of the highest grade. I don't care where this person got the visiting card from. He doesn't have the qualifications to be in front of me. Visiting cards were also divided into different grades. The first grade was the golden card, the second grade was the silver card, and the third grade was the blue card. Among them, only the golden card was personally stamped by the imperial preceptor. Those who had the qualifications to receive the golden card were usually members of the imperial family. The chess manor had luckily obtained one, and it had always been regarded as a treasure. Mu Xan had spent a lot of effort to cure the coughing illness of the chess manor's heir in exchange for this golden card. Even if the heirs of the top 10 families came today, they couldn't surpass her. The disciple of the imperial preceptor palace frowned slightly. May I ask which country Miss is from? Mu Xian choked. The tone of the disciple of the imperial preceptor palace became milder. Miss is from the Qin kingdom, right? Mrs. accent is very thick from the Qin kingdom's accent. On the other hand, I can't hear the accent of this young master from the other countries. The corner of Mu Xian's mouth twitched. Are all the disciples of the imperial preceptor palace so abnormal? Even their accent can be heard. Mu Xian was publicly exposed as a citizen of a lower country. She felt humiliated and angry. She glared fiercely at Gu Jiao. Why is it that nothing good ever happens when I meet someone from the Zhao kingdom? She still hadn't settled the debt of slapping her and dislocating her arm. Now, he was here to snatch her qualifications to meet the imperial preceptor. No matter what, she wouldn't let him have his way. Ask him to take out the card to see if he's a golden card like me. Before Mu Xian could finish her sentence, the disciple of the imperial preceptor palace showed the token that he didn't have time to return to Gu Jiao. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "This young master is holding old Mr. Meng's token. Old Mr. Meng is an honored guest of the imperial preceptor palace. His token is far more qualified than the golden card in your hand." Mu Xian's pupils shrank. Impossible. How can he have old Mr. Meng's token? This must be fake. Mu Xian didn't come alone. There was another carriage parked behind her carriage. An elegant man walked down from the carriage. He looked to be in his early 40s. He had a thin figure and a goatee. With his hands behind his back, he walked over with an aloof expression. It's fortunate that I came today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that someone was using the chess manor's name to swindle others. Mu Xian hurriedly turned around and greeted the other party. Her tone was gentle. Great Master Feng. The disciple of the imperial preceptor palace frowned as he looked at the other party. Who are you? Mu Xian smiled faintly. You keep saying that old Mr. Meng is an honored guest of your imperial preceptor palace. Can't you recognize that this is old Mr. Meng's eldest disciple, Great Master Feng Yuhua? Old Mr. Meng was the chess saint. His eldest disciple was respectfully addressed as Great Master. The disciple of the imperial preceptor palace cupped his hands. So it's Great Master Feng. It's an honor to meet you. Feng Yuhua glanced at Gu Jiao and said without any trace of politeness, I don't know this person. The token he's holding, it's true. When Feng Yuhua saw the token that was handed over, she was even more surprised than Mu Xian. Mu Xian asked, Great Master Feng, what's wrong? You. Feng Yuhua held the token in her hand and turned it over to confirm. It's Master's token. Why is Master's token in your hands? Where did you steal it? I didn't steal it, Gu Jiao said. Mu Xian mocked, if you didn't steal it, where did this token come from? Everyone knows that old Mr. Meng has gone missing and his whereabouts are still unknown. How could his token appear in your hands so coincidentally? When the commoners who had left heard Mu Xian's voice, they turned back and lined up to watch a good show. When Mu Xian saw so many people, she wanted to make Gu Jiao lose face even more. Do you need me to remind everyone that you're a habitual offender? You once pretended to be a doctor and went to the in-country duke's residence to swindle people. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Otherwise, the in-country duke would have been cured by you. The surrounding commoners began to whisper among themselves. He's so young. How can he be so shameless? He even deceived a good person like the in-country duke. How heartless can he be? He even stole the chess saint's token. The imperial preceptor palace doesn't care. They actually want to bring this kind of person in to see the imperial preceptor. That's right. Mu Ru Xen smugly raised the corner of her lips. Xiao Lulang admitted. You stole the token. Feng Yuehua also said coldly, I've never seen you before. The chess saint definitely wouldn't give you the token. You'd better tell the truth, otherwise. Otherwise what? An old voice that was neither salty nor light came from the back of the crowd. Feng Yuehua's body froze and she looked toward the other party. The crowd unconsciously opened up a path. Old Mr. Meng walked over with a gloomy expression. Mu Ru Xian and the other commoners had never seen old Mr. Meng before. From his clothes and appearance he looked like an ordinary old man. Mu Ru Xian said arrogantly, Where are you from? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The person beside me is the chess saint's eldest disciple, the current owner of the chess manor. Old Mr. Meng stood beside Gu Jiao and looked at Feng Yuehua mockingly. Owner? Feng Yuehua's face paled. Shut up. Mu Ru Xian was shocked. Great Master Feng was scolding her? She cured his stubborn cough that had plagued him for many years. He treated her as a guest and even personally sent her to the Imperial Preceptor's Hall today. Why did he suddenly? Feng Yuehua broke out in cold sweat. He wiped it with his sleeve and cupped his hands toward old Mr. Meng. He stuttered and couldn't say anything. He was so arrogant just now, but now he was so hesitant. Old Mr. Meng said sternly, Kneel. Feng Yuehua fell to his knees. Chapter 697. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Master Feng of the chess manor actually knelt down to an old man? Gu Jiao tilted her head to look at Elder Meng. Mu Ru Xian's expression changed greatly. She gradually felt that something was wrong. Master Feng was the #1 person in the chess manor after Elder Meng. To be able to make him kneel, could it be, teacher? Master Feng knelt down with a trembling voice. The word, teacher, was like a hammer that smashed all the confidence and arrogance that Mu Ru Xian had built up because of Master Feng. She looked at Master Feng, who was kneeling on the ground and didn't even dare to raise his head. Her heart received a huge blow. So this was the power of the chess saint of the 6 countries? The dignified son of the Feng family actually knelt before a person from a lower country. He was so respectful, sincere, and humble that he didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. That was the Feng family, the 9th-ranked family. Elder Meng was originally from the Zhao kingdom. He was granted amnesty by the king and settled in Xingdu to become a citizen of Shang kingdom. Mu Ru Xen felt a burning flame rising from the bottom of her heart. It burned her heart and lungs, making her feel both painful and excited. Once she became a citizen of Shang kingdom, she wouldn't have to look at anyone's face anymore. Elder Meng's aura was fully released as he looked coldly at his unfilial disciple on the ground. He said sarcastically, I didn't even know when you became the master of the chess manor. Feng Yuhua's body trembled as she hurriedly explained, Teacher, that's just nonsense. The chess manor belongs to teacher. The plaque bestowed by His Majesty the King still hangs in the main hall. The first chess manor is bestowed to Elder Meng. How could this student dare to claim to be the master of the chess manor? He really resented Mu Ru Xian to death now. Some words should be said in one's heart. How could she say it out loud? Wouldn't that be making people talk? Elder Meng continued to question, Who did you say stole the token? Student? No matter how stupid Feng Yuehua was, she could tell that the kid's token was personally given by the chess saint. She did not understand. She had coveted that token for so many years and had not even allowed the chess saint to take a look at it. How could he be so generous as to give it to someone else? Old Mr. Meng thought to himself, Even I can't bear to bully a child. Do you think it's your turn to slander him? Old Mr. Meng snatched the token from Feng Yuehua's hand and wiped it carefully with his sleeve before handing it to Gu Jiao. Doll, take it. Gu Jiao, oh. Feng Yuehua didn't feel good at all. If you want to take the token back, just take it back. Why do you still have to wipe it? Old Mr. Meng said to Feng Yuehua, You apologize to your junior sister. Cough junior brother. Feng Yu was shocked. Gu Jiao looked at Mr. Meng in confusion. When did I become your disciple? Mr. Meng coughed softly and coaxed in a low voice, Give me some face, give me some face. Gu Jiao, Feng Yuehua did not expect that after the chess saint went out for a trip, he would come back with a junior. Where could he go to reason with her? Mr. Meng nodded and said, Well, you don't even listen to me anymore. It seems that I can't order you around anymore. This won't do. This old man chased away 58 disciples before. He was the only one who persisted. He had endured for more than 10 years and was about to succeed. It was not worth it to be chased out of the sect at this critical juncture. He stood up and cupped his hands toward Gu Jiao. "Junior brother, I was wrong. I apologize to you." Gu Jiao, who suddenly had a senior brother, was speechless. "Alright, you can go in first. Didn't you have something urgent to look for the state preceptor?" Mr. Ming would definitely not give Gu Jiao a chance to regret. Was it easy to take in a disciple? He had waited so long for this opportunity. The timing was right. "I don't care if you admit it or not. I will admit you anyway." Gu Jiao frowned. She felt that the old man was scheming against her. But she really didn't have time to waste here. She went in with the state preceptor's disciples. Muru Xen looked at Gu Jiao's departing figure and couldn't help but clench her fists. She couldn't accept it. She really couldn't accept it. Why was this brat's luck so good when they were both from a lower country? First he got acquainted with Mr. Qing Qin. Then he got acquainted with the Su family's third young mistress. Now, even the chess sage of the 6 countries wanted to take him in as a disciple. He was obviously a good-for-nothing fellow. "Mr. Meng, can I ask you?" "No." Mr. Meng rudely interrupted Muru Xian. He wasn't deaf. He had heard every single word that this Qin citizen had said to slander Gu Jiao. He coldly said, "You aren't a member of the chess manor. I don't have the right to discipline you." On the surface he was saying that he didn't have the right. But in reality he was completely cutting ties with Muru Xian. No matter what kind of relationship Muru Xian had with his eldest disciple, it didn't matter to him. She shouldn't try to cheat him. Mr. Ming pointed at Muru Xian and called over the 2 state preceptor's disciples on duty. He sternly said, "Your state preceptor once promised me 3 things. He said that I could make any 3 requests of your state preceptor's hall. Now, my first request is that this Qin citizen is never allowed to step into the state preceptor's hall." Muru Xian's face paled. Not being able to enter the state preceptor's hall wasn't scary. What was scary was that once this news spread, the whole of Xing would know that she had offended the state preceptor's hall. What was the state preceptor's hall? It was an existence that even the 10 great families didn't dare to provoke. If she was hated by the state preceptor's hall, would she still have the chance to become a citizen of Xing? Muru Xen gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. Meng, I cured your eldest disciple. You can't bite the hand that feeds you." As soon as she said that, she saw Feng Yuhua clutching her throat in an extremely exaggerated manner. She fell to the ground and coughed violently. Her eyes rolled back and she kept twitching. Muru Xen. Gu Jiao didn't know that Mr. Meng had stayed behind to teach Muru Xen a lesson for her. She was brought to the state preceptor's courtyard by the state preceptor's disciple. Gu Jiao asked, "So everyone in the state preceptor's hall knows Mr. Meng?" The disciple smiled. "That's right, except for a few new disciples. I'm a distinguished guest of the state preceptor's hall. I'm the state preceptor's most sincere friend, the great chess saint of the 6 countries, Mr. Meng." Thinking about the embarrassing lines she had written for the old man, Gu Jiao silently clenched her fists. It's fine. If she wasn't embarrassed, the others would be. The state preceptor's residence was in a bamboo forest. They had to walk across a small arch bridge. The scenery was pleasant and the path was deep and serene. The overall style of this place was somewhat different from the state preceptor's hall. It had a profound feeling. The state preceptor lives over there. The disciple pointed at the purple bamboo forest not far away. So it's the purple bamboo forest. Gu Jiao subconsciously thought it was the green bamboo forest. That's right, what's your name? My name is Yu He, the disciple said. As they talked, the 2 entered the purple bamboo forest. A cool breeze blew in the forest. The fragrance of the purple bamboo was refreshing. Thinking about Gu Yan's surgery soon, Gu Jiao's mood improved. "We're here," the disciple said. "We'll wait here for the people inside to come out." The 2 stood outside a wooden fence. Inside the wooden fence was a large bare courtyard. Further inside there were 3 small bamboo houses. The door of the middle bamboo house was open, but the bamboo curtain was lowered so it was difficult to see inside. Gu Jiao had no intention of eavesdropping on the conversation between the state preceptor and the guest. However, her hearing was too good. She still heard someone say, "Is this really the only way?" It was the voice of a young man. Gu Jiao didn't hear the state preceptor's reply. Instead, she heard the young man say, "I understand. No matter what, thank you for meeting me." In a moment, the bamboo curtain was lifted by a delicate hand with distinct joints. A young Taoist priest wearing a dark blue Taoist robe stepped out. He put on his shoes on the steps and walked out of the courtyard with a cold expression. Gu Jiao stared at him. She thought that this Taoist priest was too good-looking. Nowadays, not only were monks good-looking, even Taoists were so handsome. Taoist priest Qing Feng. Yui cupped his hands and greeted the other party. Taoist priest Qing Feng slightly returned the greeting. Gu Jiao blinked. He was even more handsome up close. The handsome monk didn't look like a monk. This Taoist priest did have a sage-like aura. Taoist priest Qing Feng also greeted Gu Jiao. Then, without waiting for Gu Jiao to return the greeting, he turned and left. Yui introduced him to Gu Jiao. He's Taoist priest Qing Feng. Before he became a monk, he was a student of Jianan Academy. Jianan Academy was founded by the state preceptor. Yui is the last guest here? A deep and mellow voice came from the bamboo house. In this vast world, it made people's hearts tremble. It was as if their souls had been knocked. Yui bowed to the bamboo house. Yes, state preceptor. He's old Master Meng's little disciple. Oh. The person in the house was surprised. Come in, he said. Yui brought Gu Jiao into the courtyard. He couldn't go in, so he could only watch as she walked up the steps. She took off her shoes and walked through the curtain in her white footwear. In the dim room there was only a small table, 2 cushions and an incense burner. The small table was facing the door. The person behind the table was wearing a black robe with a golden qilin embroidered on the cuffs. He wore a black hat and his face was hidden in the dark. His back was straight and his body was like pine and bamboo. At his level he no longer had to emit any sort of aura. Everything was contained within, returning to one's original state, returning to one's original state. Was this the state preceptor of the Yan dynasty, who was worshipped as a god? Gu Jiao sat down opposite him. The light changed and Gu Jiao finally saw his face. Gu Jiao was stunned. Chapter 698. This was a face that Gu Jiao would recognize even if it turned into ashes. It was an outline that couldn't be changed no matter if it was young, old, healthy, or sick. Gu Jiao was about to say strange but unchanged, but it was stuck in her throat. She looked at him in a daze. After a while she asked, Godfather? The state preceptor raised his eyes from the light and looked at Gu Jiao with slight confusion. Gu Jiao's straight shoulders drooped slightly. Her eyes were different. But it was really too similar. If one day Godfather was old, he would look like this. The state preceptor asked calmly, What is your surname and what do you want? Godfather wouldn't call him young master, nor would he use such a calm tone. So it was really just a person who looked exactly the same. Gu Jiao's eyes fell on the state preceptor's teacup. His teacup was placed on her left-hand side, as were the inkstone and pen holder. He was left-handed. What a coincidence, so was Godfather. She was brought back to the organization by Godfather when she was 8 years old. All her skills were taught by Godfather. Although Godfather was very strict and seemed unreasonable, if it wasn't for Godfather she would have killed herself when she lost control for the first time when she was 8 years old. Gu Jiao collected her thoughts and looked at the elder in front of her. She was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, she looked at the state preceptor and asked if she could borrow his pen and paper. The state preceptor raised his hand and asked Gu Jiao to do as she pleased. Gu Jiao picked up the pen and paper on the table and wrote an advanced mathematics question from her previous life. She turned the paper around and pushed it in front of the state preceptor. The state preceptor created the 6 books of the Yan kingdom. One of them was in the hands of Xiaoheng. It recorded the mathematics knowledge from her previous life and was translated into the native language of the Yan kingdom. That evidence was not enough. Gu Jiao wanted to personally confirm that she wrote simplified Chinese characters. If the state preceptor was really a transmigrated senior, he would have recognized him. When the imperial tutor saw the question, his expression changed. Gu Jiao felt that his body seemed to tremble. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up. Did you see something? The imperial preceptor sighed and said truthfully, I haven't seen such ugly calligraphy for many years. It really stings my eyes. Gu Jiao, because the words were too ugly, the state preceptor had to spend a lot of effort to barely recognize that it was a question. He stared at the question, picked up the pen, and wrote down the process of solving the question and the answer. She used the same simplified Chinese characters as Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took it and looked at it. She pursed her lips and said, Your writing isn't good either. How dare you criticize me? I haven't written for decades. So you're really, you? Me too. Smart people did not need to beat around the bush. They also did not need to be secretive or afraid. Gu Jiao knew very well what she was here for. Her identity as a transmigrator would be exposed sooner or later, unless the state preceptor was not from her time and space. But if he was not, then he would not be able to create the operating room that Gu Yan needed. So Gu Jiao would rather he was than expose herself. The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao in shock. His pupils shone. I really didn't expect this. It's been so many years. It's been so many years. Gu Jiao understood how the state preceptor felt. From what she knew, the state preceptor came to the Yen kingdom 30 years ago. He had been wandering in a different world for 30 years. Finally, he met someone from the same time and space as himself. He must be very excited. Gu Jiao did not look that excited because she did not have the same strong emotions as normal people. But if she had to describe her feelings, it would be that she was a little happy. She did not need her own kind. So strictly speaking, most of her happiness came from the hope of curing Gu Yan. At the state preceptor's age, he had experienced too many ups and downs and had seen through life and death. He quickly accepted the fact in front of him. He asked, Can you tell me about your situation? Gu Jiao thought for a while and said concisely, I'm from the 22nd century. Now I'm from the Zhao kingdom. The state preceptor said thoughtfully, a century later than me. How did you come here? Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, the plane crashed. Where is the state preceptor? The state preceptor said with a trace of reminiscence, I was looking for someone. Then I came here. It sounded very specific, but it was a little empty. He still did not explain the reason why he left that time and space. But it did not matter. Gu Jiao did not come here to inquire about the state preceptor's privacy and past. Then how did you find out my identity? The state preceptor asked. Gu Jiao could not say that the stolen letter of credence of the Yen kingdom was in their hands. It sounded a little exciting. Although they were from the same hometown, she could not expose too much. Gu Jiao said, I heard some of your deeds and felt that you might be like me. But I was not sure, so I tested you first. The state preceptor nodded, I see. The tea on the stove was boiling. A disciple came from the backyard and sat down. He made tea for Gu Jiao and then left silently. Then you came to me today? The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, to be honest, I have a friend who has a very serious heart disease and needs an immediate operation. I want to borrow the operating room of the state preceptor palace. Last time Yi Qing received the person who came to the state preceptor palace to inquire about the operating room was you? You were brought here by Senior Meng? Yi Qing was the eldest disciple of the state preceptor palace. When Gu Jiao came to the state preceptor palace for the first time, the state preceptor was not there. It was Yi Qing who received her. Gu Jiao nodded, that's me. The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao meaningfully. Senior Meng said that he met a little girl who was good at chess in the Zhao kingdom. Gu Jiao, so she still fell for him? The state preceptor smiled with tolerance. It doesn't matter. I won't tell anyone whether you are a boy or a girl. After saying that, he stood up and looked at Gu Jiao. Next time, stick your Adam's apple straight. It's crooked. Gu Jiao touched her fake Adam's apple. Oh. The state preceptor said, come with me. Gu Jiao followed the state preceptor out of the bamboo house. He had already left. Only a disciple who had served Gu Jiao tea just now followed them silently. The state preceptor looked at the disciple behind him and then looked at the basket on Gu Jiao's back and asked, is the basket heavy? Gu Jiao shook her head. No, I can carry it myself. The state preceptor did not insist. The two walked out of the bamboo forest and went all the way to the library of the state preceptor palace. You used to study medicine? The state preceptor asked. Kind of. Gu Jiao said, I was a surgeon and learned a little Chinese medicine. Where is the state preceptor? Are you also a medical student? The state preceptor shook his head. No. Gu Jiao was stunned. Then the operating room, the state preceptor pointed to the front. You will know when you get there. Gu Jiao had a strange feeling in her heart as if there would be a change. The two of them passed by the library and came to a magnificent side hall. White marble was used as the floor tiles, and Phoebe Jinan wood was used as the roof beams. The richly ornamented beams and painted rafters were luxurious and expensive. It was a completely different world from the shabby bamboo hut. It was hard to believe that the state preceptor, who had such a luxurious place, was willing to stay in such a shabby room. The disciples who were busy in the hall bowed to the state preceptor when they saw him. The state preceptor took Gu Jiao to the corridor on the right, and they went all the way to the end. There was a room with a locked iron door, which was guarded by 2 men of sacrifice. Gu Jiao could feel that the 2 men of sacrifice were as powerful as Sirius. Sirius was the first real master that Gu Jiao met after she came to this strange world, so he became her benchmark to judge the men of sacrifice. "Open it," the state preceptor said. One of the men of sacrifice took out a key and opened the bronze lock on the iron door. The other man of sacrifice pushed the heavy iron door open. It was not difficult to feel the weight of the iron door just by listening to the dull sound. The state preceptor entered the room first, and then he turned to Gu Jiao and said, "Come in." Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold. What she saw was an ordinary room that could not be more ordinary. It was empty and there was nothing. Gu Jiao opened her mouth and said, "This is..." The state preceptor signaled the men of sacrifice outside to close the iron door. After the iron door was closed, the room instantly became dark. He said to Gu Jiao, "The operation room." Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and said, "But there is not even a stool here." The state preceptor came to the wall facing the iron door, raised his hand and gently closed it. He looked over Gu Jiao's shoulder and said, "Take out the things in your basket and put them in." Gu Jiao subconsciously put her hand on her small basket. The state preceptor said casually, "Don't worry, I won't take your things. Besides, I have no use for them, right?" Gu Jiao was even more shocked. This guy was so powerful. He seemed to be able to see through everything. He even knew that only she could open the small medicine box. The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao and did not force her. He just smiled and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to bring it over? The operation room is in another dimension. Without that thing, none of us can enter." The small medicine box could bring her here, and it did have the ability to tear through space and time. Moreover, it was connected to the research institute in her previous life, and it could provide her with the medicine she needed. But these were her secrets. How did he know? As if he sensed the doubts in Gu Jiao's heart, the state preceptor patiently waited for Gu Jiao to make her choice. However, he did not intend to explain to Gu Jiao. Well, everyone had their own secrets. It was his ability to see through them, but it was his freedom to not explain. Gu Jiao walked over and put down the small basket. She took out the small medicine box covered with a cotton cloth and put it in the wall. Chapter 699. It was drizzling in Chengdu at 9 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Meng took his rebellious disciple to a pavilion in the state master's palace to take shelter from the rain. It was near the gate. If Gu Jiao came out, she would see them at a glance. The disciples of the state master's palace served tea and snacks. Mr. Meng sat down quietly and tasted the tea. Feng Yuehua didn't have the honor. He had just gotten into big trouble. Now he was standing beside Mr. Meng like a big quail that had done something wrong. Gu Jiao was the only one who didn't treat the old master as the chess sage. The rest of the people, especially the whole chess shop, had all offended the old master. The old master was bad-tempered, irritable, picky, and unreasonable. He often kicked his disciples out. Feng Yuehua was not the first disciple of Mr. Meng, but she was the only one who stayed. That was why she became the first disciple. The reason why Mr. Meng was so confident was that he was a distinguished guest of the state master's palace. Secondly, he was appreciated by the monarch. Thirdly, he was indifferent to fame and fortune. He didn't care about worldly possessions, nor was he afraid of death. He earned money as he lived. It didn't matter if he didn't live. He had no weakness and no ambition. Naturally, he had nothing to fear. Mr. Meng had just finished a cup of tea. Feng Yuehua quickly filled it for him. She smiled embarrassedly and said, "Teacher, where have you been these days? I looked for you everywhere, but I didn't hear anything about you. Your coachman also went back to the countryside. I couldn't find him." Mr. Meng gave the coachman a leave. He didn't want those guys from the chess shop to disturb him after they found out where he lived. Mr. Meng snorted. He didn't want to talk to this rebellious disciple at the moment. What was wrong with her? How could she mix with such a scheming person? Don't say that he was old and shouldn't argue with a little girl. Was this a matter of arguing or not? She bullied his disciple. He was merciful that he didn't beat her up. Yes, from today on the girl was his disciple. He didn't allow her to refuse. Feng Yuehua asked embarrassedly, "Teacher, what's wrong with junior brother? Where did you meet little junior brother? Have you been by junior brother's side all this time?" Mu Ru thought to herself, "He's from a lower country. Which country is he from? Is he from the state of Zhao?" Old Mr. Meng came from the state of Zhao, so Feng Yuehua naturally thought that if he accepted a disciple, he would try his best to take care of the people of Zhao. Old Master Meng snorted coldly. You have the time to ask about this, but you don't have the time to wipe your eyes? Feng Yuhua said in a low voice. Teacher, I know my mistake. I shouldn't have given our Go Club's invitation to Muru Xan. Old Master Meng looked as if he couldn't wait to hack him to death. Feng Yuhua's neck shrank. I shouldn't have personally sent her to the Imperial Advisor Hall. Old Master Meng still wished he could chop him to death. Feng Yuhua broke out in a cold sweat. Where exactly was she not right? Why don't you say something? Feng Yuhua wiped her cold sweat and said, I shouldn't have had any relationship with her. Old Mr. Meng continued to drink his tea. Feng Yuhua heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, I finally got it right. Feng Yuhua looked inside the Imperial Advisor Hall and asked curiously, why is junior brother looking for the Imperial Advisor? Why hasn't he come out yet? Speak of the devil. Gu Jiao, accompanied by Yu He, came from the other side of the road. Old Master Meng got up and walked out of the pavilion. Feng Yuhua hurriedly followed and reached out to help him down the steps. Teacher, please slow down. The four met on the main road of the Imperial Advisor Hall. Yu He cupped his hands and bowed. Old Master Meng. Old Master Meng nodded slightly and looked at Gu Jiao beside Yu He. How is it? Gu Jiao said, it's going well. Old Master Meng's eyebrows moved, and his eyes were hale and hearty. How long can you? Gu Jiao said. As long as Yan's physical condition permits, we can do it at any time. Feng Yuhua was confused. What kind of riddles are teacher and junior brother playing? Why can't I understand a word? Old Master Meng stroked his beard. Good, very good. It's a worthwhile trip. Let's go back. Teacher, are you going back to the chess club or... Ouch! Feng Yuhua was halfway through her sentence when she felt a sharp pain on the back of her right foot. She bit her finger in pain. Old Master Meng pulled his foot back as if nothing had happened. He waved his old arms and ran forward in small steps without caring about his image. Oh, I promised Yen'er that I would play chess with him today. Go back quickly. Go back quickly. Feng Yuhua was speechless. Gu Jiao was speechless. Old Master Meng acted like an old man and quickly came to the alley on the right side of the Imperial Advisor Hall. The carriage was parked there. But when Old Master Meng got there, he found a serious problem. The Horse King was missing. The Horse King's reins were originally tied to a post, but now the rope was gone. Old Master Meng was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. This is the territory of the Imperial Advisor Hall. Who has the guts to steal the horse tied here? Did anyone see it? A disciple nearby heard Old Master Meng's voice and came over. No, we didn't see it. If there were any suspicious people, they would have been noticed by the patrolling men of sacrifice. So there was only one possibility. The Horse King had run away by itself. The Horse King liked to run around when it came out to pull the carriage. But no matter where it went, it would pull the carriage back as long as it had enough fun. So Gu Jiao usually let it be as long as she was not in a hurry. But if the carriage was parked somewhere, Gu Jiao would not allow it to run around. It had to look after the carriage. Gu Jiao touched her chin in confusion. What did it see? Old Master Meng thought of the Horse King's unruly behavior and his face suddenly changed. Could it be that the stupid horse was kidnapped? On a quiet and empty street, the Horse King grinned and chased after a person and a horse in front of it. It was originally bored in the alley and was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in front of its eyes, and its mane was blown up. The Horse King had never seen such a fast horse. It was so excited that it was not sleepy at all. It shook off the shaft of the carriage, bit off the reins and chased after the person. Although the Horse King was only 2.5 years old, it was faster than most adult horses. It chased forward with all its might but could not catch up easily. It did not give up and chased for several streets. The tall and valiant horse stopped in front of a mansion. The guard came forward and saluted. Prince? Prince Han pulled the reins and said in a deep voice, "Open the door." The guard opened the door of the Han mansion. Prince Han rode in and then closed the door with a bang. The Horse King wandered for a while not far away. It was a smart horse. Since it could not enter the gate, it circled around the mansion and found a grassland surrounded by a fence. At the end of the grassland, it could see a row of stables. The Horse King retreated dozens of steps, adjusted its speed and ran all the way. Then it jumped over the fence in one go. It flashed past the sharp corner of the fence. The Horse King's mane bristled. It almost became a horse. After the Horse King landed on the ground, it rushed to the stables without stopping. Prince Han had just handed the horse to the Han family's horse trainer, Chu Nan. Chu Nan patted the horse's neck and said in amazement, It's 17 years old, but it's still so strong. Generally speaking, a 17-year-old horse was around 50 years old. Its energy and condition had already begun to decline, but this horse seemed to still be in peak condition. Prince Han said proudly, "It's the Black Wind King." Chunan smiled. "You're right. Only the Black Wind King can do this in this world." Prince Han touched its mane and asked, "Can it still go to the battlefield?" Chunan smiled. "No problem." Prince Han nodded. "Take good care of it. Let it fight for a few more years." Chunan replied, "I know." After Prince Han left, Chunan brought the Black Wind King to its own big stables. It could not be kept with the other Black Wind riders, or it would scare the horses. Chunan gave it some fine feed and sprinkled some salt. The Black Wind King used up a lot of energy. It was not enough to eat only grass or coarse feed. Fine feed and salt were indispensable. "Chunan, this horse seems to be injured. Come and take a look." "Coming." Chunan did not have time to take away the feed bucket. He poured water into the water tank and went to the other stables. The Horse King came after Chunan left. It originally came to fight with the Black Wind King, but the feed looked delicious. It squeezed to the side of the Black Wind King and began to fight for the food. It was the first time the horse met the Black Wind King who fought for food. The Black Wind King was angry. Its powerful aura overflowed. It raised its front hooves and smacked the Horse King with its big mouth. The Horse King was not to be trifled with. It stood up straight and raised its hooves to fight back. Then it was beaten very badly. The 2.5-year-old baby Horse King was no match for the old Black Wind King. The Horse King could not win. It stood up like a carp and went to the Black Wind King. It rubbed its head against the horse and tried to please it. After all, it was not an adult horse. The Black Wind King was not wary of the Horse King. Plus, the Horse King was acting obedient. After being rubbed for a while, the Black Wind King did not beat it when it went to eat again. But just because it did not beat the Horse King did not mean that the Horse King would not beat it. The Horse King was the first to finish its meal. While the Black Wind King was busy eating, the Horse King kicked him. After kicking the Black Wind King, the Horse King ran away. Chapter 700. The Black Wind King had never been so humiliated before. It flew into a rage and chased after the Horse King with a murderous aura. The Horse King couldn't outrun the Black Wind King with its current strength, but it was running with all its might. Its potential was greatly stimulated, and the Black Wind King couldn't catch up to it. The more the Black Wind King chased, the angrier it got. It wanted to trample the Horse King to death. The Horse King didn't run to crowded places. It probably understood that it couldn't really cause trouble for Gujiao, so it tried to run to empty alleys with few people. As the two horses ran through an empty old street, a blue-clothed man in a carriage in the same direction lifted the curtain and suddenly said in surprise, "Big brother, look at what that is." The man in brown looked forward. "That's the Black Wind Rider of the Han family?" The man in blue said, "That's the Black Wind King, brother." The man in brown was surprised. Why would the Black Wind King run to the street like this? The Black Wind King was the Crown Prince's mount, the most valuable horse in Chengdu. Who didn't know that the Crown Prince treasured it? Why would he let it run out alone? The man in blue said, "Although I don't know why, brother, haven't you always wanted a horse like the Black Wind King? Since the Crown Prince isn't here, why don't we?" The man in brown frowned. "Stealing Han Ye's horse? Are you crazy?" The man in blue's eyes flashed with a hint of calculation. He smiled and said to his brother, "Brother, there's no one on this street. If we don't say anything, who will know that we stole his horse? He didn't tie up his horse and let it run out into the street. Even if we don't catch it, can you guarantee that others won't? Instead of letting others take advantage of it, we might as well take it." The brown-clothed young man looked ahead and asked, "Were there two horses just now?" The two horses ran in a straight line. The Horse King was blocked by the tall and strong Black Wind King. The man in blue smiled. "Yes, brother." The brown-robed man pondered. "A horse that even the Black Wind King couldn't catch up to. It must be a good horse." The blue-clothed man closed the fan in his hand and said, "Then I'll take both horses." The two of them got out of the carriage and used their qinggong to leap onto the roof and vault over the wall. They took a shortcut and circled above the two horses. The two of them exchanged glances. "Big brother. Here." The blue-clothed man tossed a bottle of medicinal powder to the brown-clothed young man. Holding his breath, he took out a handkerchief and poured the powder on it. Then he jumped down and rode on the back of the Black Wind King. The brown-clothed youth said, "I'll leave the other horse to you. Big brother, don't worry. I'm coming." The blue-robed man did the same thing. He also got a handkerchief with medicinal powder on it, and swept it down from the sky. Their handkerchiefs were covered in knockout powder. It was impossible to take down a wild horse like the Black Wind King without using some tricks. As for the other horse, it should be the Black Wind Horse of the Han clan. Although it was not as powerful as the Black Wind King, it was better to be prepared. The two of them rode on their horses and used handkerchiefs to cover the mouths of their horses so that they could inhale the powder as quickly as possible. Even if the horses struggled, they would still be drugged. The effect of the powder was extremely strong. The powder from a fingernail was enough to knock out a cow. However, the two of them did not expect the two horses to be much more ferocious than they imagined. They did not even manage to sit properly before they were thrown off by the Black Wind King and the Horse King. The two of them almost died from the fall. After stabilizing himself, the blue-clothed man took out a porcelain bottle. The brown-clothed youth grabbed his wrist and asked, "What are you doing?" The blue-clothed man said, "Big brother, since the knockout powder won't work, we can only use gunpowder." The brown-clothed youth said coldly, "You're using gunpowder here. Are you worried that others won't be able to trace it back to us?" The blue-clothed man said, "But..." The brown-clothed youth looked deeply at the Black Wind King in front of him and said, "Follow them. Let's go to another place." The blue-clothed man smiled. Big brother is smart. The two of them chased the Horse King and the Black Wind King all the way. As they chased, they felt that something was wrong. "Big brother. They've run into the hunting ground." The hunting ground was surrounded by fences, but the two horses were not easy to deal with. They actually managed to climb over such high fences. "What should we do, big brother?" the blue-clothed man asked anxiously. The brown-clothed youth frowned and said regretfully, "What can we do? That's the royal hunting ground. Trespassers will be sentenced to death." The blue-clothed man said dispiritedly, "The duck that was in our hands flew away just like that." The Horse King did not know that it had broken into the royal hunting ground. It was the Wild Horse King and the wilderness was its home ground. Therefore it ran into the forest as soon as it saw it. After entering the forest, it really had the advantage of surviving in the wilderness. No matter how complicated the terrain was, it was not a problem for it. After instinctively sensing that the black mud in front of it was not right, it jumped high and landed in a safe place with great precision. The Black Wind King was invincible on the battlefield, but it was not as sensitive to the dangers in the forest as the Wild Horse King. It accidentally fell into a quagmire full of swamps. It could not run anymore and the horse's hooves could no longer exert any strength. In the swamp, the greater the strength, the more the horse struggled, the faster it sank. In the blink of an eye, the swamp was over its knees. The Horse King ran behind the Black Wind King and looked back curiously. It saw that the Black Wind King had sunk into the swamp. It had an instinctive fear in that kind of place. It knew that it could not get close. It hesitated for a moment, then continued to run forward happily, ignoring the Black Wind King. But after running for a while it stopped. It looked back at the Black Wind King, who was sinking deeper and deeper into the swamp. The Black Wind King's eyes were filled with grief and despair. The Black Wind King was not afraid of death, but the Black Wind King's destiny was to die on the battlefield, not to be drowned in a pool of mud. The Horse King was so conflicted that it turned around and bit its own tail. In the end it carefully walked over. It overcame its instinctive fear of the swamp and slowly came to a place 3 feet away from the Black Wind King. That was the limit it could go. An inch forward was the swamp. It shouted at the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King did not move. It slowly collapsed and was swallowed by the swamp. The Horse King sniffed it and stretched out its head to reach it, but it could not reach it. It was always natural selection. It was never easy for wild horses to survive. Their natural enemies were not only the beasts but also the dangers of the jungle. The Horse King had to give up, go around it and leave this place. Gu Jiao and Old Master Meng waited in the carriage while Gu Jiao sat outside. About an hour later the Horse King ran all the way back. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Oh, it's back." Old Master Meng lifted the curtain and took a look. He let out a long sigh of relief. "It's really back. I was scared to death." The Horse King came to the front of the carriage, but it did not obediently put on the saddle as usual. Instead it bit Gu Jiao's clothes and pulled her out. After Gu Jiao got out of the carriage, the Horse King stood in front of Gu Jiao, indicating that it wanted to carry Gu Jiao. "Are you taking me somewhere?" Gu Jiao asked. The Horse King turned around. It meant that it was going to go. but it was impossible for Gu Jiao to ride it. Gu Jiao went to the gate of the state master's palace. "Can you lend me a horse?" Gu Jiao borrowed a horse from the state master's palace and followed the horse king to the royal hunting ground. Gu Jiao did not know that it was the royal hunting ground. After the horse king crossed it, the fence was too high for the horses of the state master's palace to cross. Gu Jiao had to tie the horse outside the fence and climbed over it with her bare hands. The swamp was not far away. Gu Jiao saw the big black horse sinking into the swamp after a few steps. The Black Wind King knew that struggling would only make it sink faster, so it gave up. Even so, it was almost swallowed up by the swamp. Only its long neck and saddle were still exposed. The huge pressure made it difficult for Black Wind King to breathe. The Horse King shouted at Black Wind King. Gu Jiao did not understand horse language, so she did not know what it was shouting. Gu Jiao took out a bundle of rope from her small basket, tied a knot at one end, and tied it around the Horse King's body. Then she quickly cut off 2 long branches and placed them on the swamp. After making sure that both ends of the branches were pressed against the solid ground, she stepped on the branches and walked over. This was very dangerous. As long as the Black Wind King attacked her, she would lose her balance. Once she lost her balance, she would fall into the swamp. Fortunately, Black Wind King did not attack her. She came to Black Wind King's side, put the rope under the saddle and tied a tight knot. Then she said to the Horse King, "Pull." It was very difficult for a 2.5-year-old Horse King to pull an adult Black Wind King that was almost completely submerged in the swamp. The Horse King's hooves slipped and it fell on the ground several times. Every time it fell, it stood up again. It bore the weight that it should not bear at its age. Finally, it pulled Black Wind King out of the swamp when it was exhausted. It fell to the ground and panted. Black Wind King also fell to the ground. It inhaled the poisonous gas in the swamp and showed symptoms of poisoning. In addition, there were some sharp things in the swamp that scratched its belly while it was struggling. Gu Jiao observed the horse. It also looked like a Horse King. But it had a saddle and horseshoes on its feet, so it did not look like a wild Horse King. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and began to clean its wounds. Chapter 701. After Han Shitzi came out of the stable, he went straight to his courtyard. Han Che had been waiting in his room for a long time. "Big brother?" Han Che saw him and went forward to greet him. Han Shitzi glanced at him. "You've recovered?" "I've recovered long ago," he said. "Even Big Brother has recovered. Why can't I recover?" It would be fine if he didn't mention this. Now that he mentioned it, Han Shitzi's heart was filled with anger. Who would have thought that both of them would be beaten up by a student who came from another country? Of course, other than his second uncle Han Yong, he didn't let anyone else in the family know that he was put in a sack. Han Che only thought that he got hurt while practicing martial arts. Han Shitzi entered the room. Han Che followed. "Big brother, you must be tired. Come drink some water." He poured tea for Han Shitzi attentively. This was his own brother. To put it bluntly, Han Shitzi knew what he wanted from him. "What do you want?" Han Shitzi asked in a low voice. Han Che smiled. "It's nothing. It's just that. I heard that Big Brother has trained a new batch of Black Wind Cavalry. Can you give me a powerful one?" Black Wind Cavalry was very powerful. If he specifically said that, it meant that he didn't want an ordinary one. Han Shitzi didn't say anything. Han Che thought, it's over. Big Brother will definitely say, "You didn't cause enough trouble last time when you borrowed the Black Wind Cavalry." Unexpectedly, Han Shitzi didn't scold him. Han Shitzi picked up his teacup and suddenly said, "Didn't you take a fancy to that kid's horse?" Han Che was stunned. "What kid?" He finally realized that the kid his big brother was talking about was Xiao Lulang from Tianqiong Academy. He looked at Han Shitzi in a daze. "Big brother, you?" Han Shitzi took a sip of tea and lowered his eyes to hide the flash of darkness in them. He said, "If he dies, his horse will be yours." Han Che's eyes widened in disbelief. "Big brother, is what you said true? That Horse King will be mine? Can I really have my own Horse King?" That was no ordinary Horse King. It was the wild Horse King that could leave the Black Wind Cavalry far behind. Chunan had said that it was only 2.5 years old and was not yet an adult, but it already had such strength. In time, it would become the #1 horse under the Black Wind King. Even though he couldn't get his big brother's Black Wind King, he was satisfied to have it. He was so immersed in the joy of obtaining the Horse King that he didn't pay any attention to his elder brother's words of, "if he dies." However, his happiness did not last long before a piece of bad news descended from the sky. Your Highness. Your Highness. The servant's anxious voice came from outside the door. Han Shizhi frowned. He put down his teacup and asked, "What is it?" The servant stood at the door and said in a trembling voice, "Just now, Lord Chunan came and said that Black Wind King is missing." In the alley that was scorched by the scorching sun, Mr. Meng was sweating profusely. He was almost roasted into an old salted fish. He felt that if Gu Jiao and the Horse King did not return, he would have a heatstroke on the spot. Fortunately, when he was on his last breath, Gu Jiao finally returned with the Horse King. No, it wasn't just the Horse King. The Horse King and the horse from the State Preceptor Hall were pulling a cart together. Gu Jiao was sitting in front of the cart, and another horse was lying behind. Feng Yuehua had been chased away by Mr. Meng. He was the only one here. He walked over with sweat all over his forehead. What happened? Gu Jiao jumped down and patted the cart. I borrowed it from someone on the way. I have to return it later. Mr. Meng was speechless. Was I asking about the cart? It was a horse. What's wrong with this horse? Did you bring a horse home from the market because you wanted to eat horse meat? Mr. Meng whispered to Gu Jiao, "Kid, this horse is so weak. It must have contracted the horse plague. Its meat can't be eaten." Gu Jiao was speechless. Black Wind King was speechless. The Black Wind King's condition was worse than Gu Jiao had expected. After the main injury in his abdomen was treated, he still could not walk on his own. Gu Jiao decided to bring him back for treatment first. The Black Wind King was covered in mud. The saddle was broken and kicked away by the Horse King. Therefore no one recognized him as the famous Black Wind King. The disciples of the State Preceptor Hall warmly prepared a new cart for Gu Jiao to send the Black Wind King back. As for the cart that the Gu family borrowed, the disciples said that they would help Gu Jiao return it. Gu Jiao thanked them and got into the cart with Mr. Meng. The Horse King was injured when pulling the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao did not let him pull the cart. She used the horse from the State Preceptor Hall. The Horse King jumped in front of them happily. When the two carriages arrived at the house where they were temporarily staying, the sky was already dark. Madame Nan was wondering why Gu Jiao and Mr. Meng were gone for so long when she heard the sound of horse hooves outside. She quickly put down the half-plucked mung bean sprout in her hand and got up to open the door for Gu Jiao. She saw the Black Wind King being carried down on a stretcher by several disciples of the State Preceptor Hall. She was stunned and murmured, "Are we going to eat horse meat tonight?" Black Wind King was speechless. Gu Jiao was speechless. The disciples of the State Preceptor Hall carried the Black Wind King to the front yard and left. It was a horse found in the forest. Little 11 found it. Gu Jiao told the story of how Black Wind King rescued the horse from the swamp to Mistress Nan. Mr. Meng had heard it at the gate of the State Preceptor Hall. At that time he did not realize it. This time he suddenly realized that something was wrong. How could there be such a big forest in the inner city of Chengdu? Could it be that the child ran to the royal hunting ground? Maybe it was the royal horse. Forget it. The State Preceptor Hall sent the horse back. If the sky fell, the State Preceptor Hall would hold it up. Crown Prince Han found the inner city and turned the horse upside down. How could he know that his Black Wind King had already been sent out of the city by a spacious carriage with a big shed? There was a new horse at home. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan came over to watch the fun. Gu Jiao stopped her two brothers and said, "It needs to be washed first. His body is full of poisonous swamp." Gu Shaoshan went to fetch water. Gu Jiao, Madame Nan and Master Lu worked for half an hour to clean the swamp. Gu Jiao found that in addition to the big wound on its abdomen, there were many small wounds on its body. Gu Yan took the small medicine box and said, "Here you go." Gu Jiao took the small medicine box and put it on the stool. She took the disinfectant, tweezers and cotton swabs. She squatted down and began to carefully clean the wounds on its body. The poison is so serious. It needs to take medicine in a while. If it can't take it, it needs to be put on a drip. Gu Jiao said, "Will it let you put it on?" Gu Yan asked. "If it doesn't, then tie it up." Gu Jiao said. When people were weak, they would become particularly docile. Horses were the same. Black Wind King lay there quietly. It let Gu Jiao do whatever she wanted to it. It didn't even move. Maybe it was because the poison was too serious that it didn't have any strength. Or maybe it was because no one here knew that it was the Black Wind King, so it didn't need to be too brave. Gu Jiao saw that the Black Wind King had some strength. She tried to feed it medicine, but the Black Wind King couldn't take it. Gu Jiao had to take out the drip and put the needles on it. Gu Yin squatted down beside Gu Jiao. He looked at the Black Wind King, who was obediently letting Gu Jiao put the needles on it, and said, "It's so beautiful." The Black Wind King was the same as the Horse King. They were both dark horses, but the Horse King was still a baby. Its hair wasn't fully developed, so it wasn't as shiny as the Black Wind King. Its entire body was dark and robust, yet it wasn't exaggerated. Every single inch of its muscles was restrained yet filled with strength, and it imperceptibly emitted an aura of nobility. "Huh? It's a girl?" Gu Yan saw Gu Jiao put a pink band-aid on it. "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. She looked at Gu Yan playfully and said, "But it should be older than you. Come, call it Aunt Ma." Gu Yan didn't know what to say. Gu Yan pointed at the Black Wind King and said, "I'm older than it." If he didn't admit it, then it wasn't older than him. All of the Black Wind Kings in the Xinyuan family were male horses. Only a little female horse had shown extraordinary strength and speed since it was young. It ran faster than all of its brothers. When it was 3 years old, it surpassed its father. When it was 6 years old, it defeated the previous Black Wind King and became the new leader of the Black Wind Cavalry. It was so strong that no one dared to laugh at it for being a female horse. Gu Jiao and Gu Yan didn't know this. They only thought that it was a poor, sick horse abandoned by its owner because it fell into the swamp. Gu Jiao said to Gu Yan, "Go and rest. Have a good sleep. You'll have the surgery tomorrow." Gu Yan readily agreed, "Okay. You should go to bed early too." Gu Jiao nodded, "I'll go to bed after giving it the 4-drip." Gu Yan got up and went to his room. "Ah Yan, don't be afraid," Gu Jiao said to him. Gu Yan turned around and smiled, "You're here. I'm not afraid." The next day the whole family woke up before the sun rose. Now that the operating theater was settled, Gu Yan could finally undergo surgery. Everyone was looking forward to it. "You'll make breakfast today." Master's wife said to Master Lu, "My cooking skills are not good. I don't want to spoil Jiao Jiao and Ah Yan's stomachs." Master Lu thought to himself, "Do you still know that your cooking skills are not good? Then why did you ask Gu Qingfeng and Jiao Jiao to bring pickled vegetables and dried vegetables to Lulang and Jingkong every day?" Master Lu cooked millet porridge, steamed a basket of meat buns with soy sauce, and fried a few scallion pancakes. The whole courtyard was filled with a crispy aroma. Gu Yan sat down in a daze. He was still a little dazed. He scooped a spoonful of millet porridge and was about to put it into his mouth when Gu Jiao stopped him. "You have to eat on an empty stomach," Gu Jiao said. Gu Yan's stomach growled. He said pitifully, "But today's breakfast looks so delicious." Master's wife was embarrassed. If she had known, she would have done it. Look at how hungry the child was. After breakfast, Gu Jiao and Gu Yan sat in the carriage to the State Preceptor Hall. Gu Jiao was determined not to let the Horse King pull the carriage. She used another horse at home. Master Meng also sat in the carriage. Master's wife's heart was in her throat. She was very nervous. Although she knew that Gu Jiao's medical skills were brilliant, she still couldn't help but worry. Master Lu comforted her, "Yan will be blessed by heaven. Don't worry. Besides, Jiao Jiao is here. Jiao Jiao won't let anything happen to Yan." "I know. Master's wife couldn't describe this feeling. In fact, Master Lu was the king of words. He was also very afraid. The calmest person was Gu Yan. It was as if he wasn't the one who went for the operation. Gu Shaoshan stood outside the window and said to him, "Don't be afraid. My medical skills are very good. When brother-in-law was a cripple, the doctor said that he couldn't be cured. I cured him. You can be cured too." Gu Yan covered his mouth. "After hearing what you said, I'm really scared." Gu Xiaoshuan's expression changed. "Ah?" Gu Yan smiled, "I'm just teasing you." Gu Jiao said, "Xiaoshan, don't forget to ask for leave from the academy." Gu Xiaoshan answered, "I know, sister." Gu Xiaoshan waved at the carriage and watched it disappear at the end of the road. "Everything is going well, Gu Yan." About an hour later, the carriage arrived at the State Preceptor Hall. He had been waiting outside for a long time. He saw Gu Jiao and old Mr. Meng's carriage coming towards the State Preceptor's Hall from afar. After the two of them got off the carriage, he hurriedly went forward to greet them. He cupped his hands and bowed. Gu Jiao asked him, Why are you here?" "I'm waiting for you here," He said. Gu Jiao was surprised. "You knew we would come today?" He smiled and said, "The State Preceptor said that you would be here before 9 o'clock. Was that guy a god? How could he even guess this? Yesterday he said that if Gu Yan's physical condition permitted, he could come for the operation at any time. How could he be so sure that Gu Yan's physical condition would be fine? Gu Jiao asked suspiciously, did the state preceptor send someone to spy on me? He couldn't help laughing. Mr. Xiao, you must be joking. The state preceptor will not spy on you. He can only do divination and know everything in the world. What a good divination and know everything in the world. Forget it, now was not the time to verify this. It was more important to perform the operation on Gu Yan. Gu Yan got off the carriage. Gu Jiao introduced, this is my friend Gu Yan. Yan, this is Yu He, a disciple of the state preceptor hall. The two greeted and bowed to each other. Gu Jiao said, little brother Yu He, please lead the way. Yu He smiled, you're welcome. Because of yesterday's lesson, Yu He directly arranged two disciples to guard Gu Jiao's carriage. Gu Jiao said, actually there's no need. After all, the horse king is not here. Yu He brought the three of them to the state preceptor's side hall. Through Yu He's introduction, Gu Jiao found out that it was the state preceptor's office hall. All his official business was handled in the hall, and the small bamboo house yesterday was the place where he met his friends. The three guests who came yesterday were very special, so I brought them there. In the past, the state preceptor met with guests every month in the Unicorn Hall, Yu He said. In other words, Gu Jiao was also a special guest. Gu Jiao thought of that Taoish Qing Feng. It seemed that he was also a special guest. She just didn't know what was special about the three people yesterday. Who was the first guest yesterday? Is it convenient for you to tell me? It's okay if it's inconvenient. It was Duke Anghua, Yu He said frankly. Duke Anghua? Meng Lao frowned. What's wrong? Gu Jiao asked. Meng Lao explained, Duke Anghua's mansion and the state preceptor hall are sworn enemies. That year, Duke Anghua was injured so badly that he was a living dead for several years, but he still didn't come to the state preceptor hall for treatment. Gu Jiao looked at Meng Lao. They have a grudge? You can say that. Meng Lao glanced at Yu He. He wasn't sure if it was rude for him to criticize the state preceptor in front of other people's disciples. Yu He tactfully walked to the front. Meng Lao said, Duke Anghua's mansion and the Xinyuan family are in-laws. It is said that the Xinyuan family's rebellion was related to the state preceptor hall. I don't know the details. People have different opinions. In short, someone saw that Prince Jing and the state preceptor had a big quarrel, and then the two sides had a falling out. Gu Jiao thought of the name Nangongli told her before he died. She paused and looked at Meng Lao, asking, it is said that you always play chess with the state preceptor and are treated as a distinguished guest by him. You don't know the reason? Meng Lao said helplessly, he never mentioned the Xinyuan family. Meng Lao, Master Xiao, Master Gu, we're here, Yu He said in a pleasant manner. The three entered the Kailan Hall. Yu He led Meng Lao to a side room and said, Meng Lao, the state preceptor asked you to wait here. Meng Lao looked at Gu Jiao and then at Yu He. Okay, I'll wait for them here. Yu He then said to Gu Jiao and Gu Yan, please follow me. The three went to the end of the corridor. There were still two men of sacrifice standing guard there. Yu He smiled and said, I'll send you here. The state preceptor is inside. Please. The two men of sacrifice pushed the iron door open. The smell of disinfectant hit their nostrils. It was left by Gu Jiao yesterday. Today the state preceptor was already cleaning the operating room. We're not going to use this room, Gu Jiao said as she looked at the state preceptor who was doing the cleaning himself. The state preceptor turned around. There was gentleness and expectation in his eyes. He said, I'm just trying it out. Gu Jiao took down the small basket and said to Gu Yan, this is the state preceptor of the Yan dynasty. Gu Yan cupped his hands and greeted, state preceptor. The state preceptor said, oh. He looked at Gu Yan and said, he is the patient. He looks very young but he must have suffered a lot from the disease. I'll help you. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became serious. But are you sure you can trust me? Gu Jiao took out the small medicine box from the small basket. Are you referring to my character or my medical skills? If it's the former, I don't care. If it's the latter, I'll rely on myself. After that, she put the small medicine box into the wall. In the next second, Gu Yan only saw light in front of his eyes. However, before he could see the scene in the operating room, he fainted in the arms of the state preceptor. The state preceptor slowly put Gu Yan on the operating table and took off Gu Yan's clothes. There are some things that he'd better not know. Gu Jiao did not refute. She took out two sets of surgical gowns. One set was given to the state preceptor, and the other one was changed for herself. Click. The operating light was turned on. Gu Jiao raised the scalpel and calmly stared at the young man under the light. The anesthesia is done. The operation begins. Chapter 702. If Gu Yan hadn't been hit by Nangong Li's palm, he might have had a chance to perform an interventional seal. He only needed a very thin sheath tube to pierce from the leg to the heart, and then he could send an occluder into the defect and block the defect easily. But now his defect area was too large, and a small occluder umbrella was not enough to block the defect. There were also some complications, so he could only perform an invasive cardiac surgery. The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao's disinfection area and said, "You don't want to perform an open thoracotomy?" An open thoracotomy was to cut the sternum above the heart. It was simple and exposed a large area, so it didn't require much skill from the doctor. However, Gu Jiao chose to make a small incision under Gu Yan's right armpit, which increased the difficulty of the operation by more than one level. The open thoracotomy wound is too long, and the postoperative complications such as pericardial effusion are also high. She didn't want to leave such an ugly scar on Gu Yan's chest, nor did she want to cause more damage to his body. The right incision was small and it didn't hurt the bones and muscles. It was difficult for her to operate, but the postoperative recovery and various complications would be reduced accordingly. Moreover, such a small incision could be repaired with the scar ointment from the research institute. Gu Yan still wanted to show off. Gu Jiao inserted the catheter from the incision and established an extracorporeal circulation. After that, the real operation began. In the wing room, Mr. Meng sat on a chair and shook his legs. Yuhi saw that the usually calm chess master of the Six Nations began to shake his legs, and couldn't help but comfort him. "Mr. Meng, don't be too nervous. With the state preceptor here, the operation will be completed smoothly." Yuhi didn't know that the real chief surgeon was actually Gu Jiao. All the disciples in the state preceptor's palace worshipped the state preceptor as a god. They believed in the state preceptor. Whether it was medical skills or divination, the state preceptor was always a legend in everyone's mind. "I'm not nervous," Mr. Meng said. "Then your leg." Yuhi looked at Mr. Meng's right leg that was shaking. Old Master Meng pressed his right leg and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong with my leg?" Yuhi looked at his right leg that was pressed down, then looked at his left leg that was trembling uncontrollably. Yuhi, in the Tianxiong Academy, Gu Shaoshan went to the Clear Heart Hall to ask for a leave of absence from today's class. 2 days ago, Teacher Jiang had changed his class. Today it was Teacher Gao's arithmetic class. "Why can't Xiao Lulang come?" Teacher Gao asked. This was a very serious problem, student. Not only did he keep getting demerits, but he also kept asking for leave. "What's wrong with him this time?" Gu Shaoshan said, "It's not Xiao Lulang who's sick. It's Gu Yan." Xiao Lulang sent Gu Yan to the state preceptor hall for surgery. Teacher Gao did not say anything else. He wouldn't care about a student who never listened in class and only relied on copying homework. "Class." Teacher Gao sat in the lecture hall and said indifferently, "Take out the homework that was assigned yesterday. Let's see how to solve the first surgery." Student, Teacher Gao. In the house, Madame Nan was feeding the Black Wind King and the Horse King. She said helplessly, "I'm feeling uneasy. I keep feeling that something is going to happen." The Black Wind King was used to eating good food. At first glance, he simply couldn't eat the leaves they were feeding him. The Horse King gobbled down the food. Master Lu said, "You're thinking too much. That's the state preceptor hall. I've never heard of anyone who couldn't be cured there." Madame Nan glared at him. "How much do you know about the state preceptor hall?" Master Lu choked and muttered softly, "Aren't I comforting you?" Madame Nan sighed heavily and looked at the door. The Black Wind King finally made up his mind to take a bite of the leaves. Just as he stretched his neck, Madame Nan took the dustpan away in a daze. Black Wind King. Halfway through the surgery, the small medicine box didn't provide enough blood. Gu Yan's blood pressure dropped rapidly. If this continued, he would die on the operating table from excessive blood loss. "Draw mine," Gu Jiao said. "The surgery isn't finished yet," the state preceptor reminded. "I know." Gu Jiao rolled up his sleeves. "White filter." The state preceptor looked deeply at Gu Jiao and said, "Do you know that what you're doing now is crazy and dangerous? I've never seen a doctor draw his own blood for a patient on the operating table." Gu Jiao stretched out her arm. "Draw faster." The state preceptor took out a white filter and connected it to the infusion tube. "How much?" Gu Jiao said, as much as he wants. A steady stream of blood was drawn from Gu Jiao's body and flowed into Gu Yan's body through the white filter. Gu Yan had never experienced such a feeling before. Suffering from heart disease, he couldn't even sleep as well as ordinary people. He endured the torment brought about by his heart disease at every moment. But just now he fell into a deep sleep and didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. But as he slept, his body became cold. It was as if he was on top of a glacier or fell into an ice cellar. He felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. But suddenly, a warm current flowed into his body. He felt the long-lost warmth and the blood in his body seemed to surge again. He opened his eyes weakly. Sister. Gu Jiao stood beside him and held his hand. She bent down and gently pressed her forehead against his. Gu Yan, you have to hold on. I don't know why I came to this time and space. If I had a mission, one of it would be to cure you. You can't draw anymore. The state preceptor said, it's 600 milliliters. Normally, you can draw 400 milliliters at most. Gu Jiao said without hesitation, continue. Gu Yan pressed his forehead against hers and closed his trembling eyes. Hot tears fell. Sister, don't. Why hasn't he come out yet? It's dark. Mr. Ming wandered to the door for the 100th time. He said patiently, don't worry. No news is good news. If the patient really had an accident and the operation failed, the state preceptor would have come out long ago. It was reasonable, but it was also worrying that he didn't come out. If the operation was really successful, he should have come out long ago, shouldn't he? Could it be that there was some danger during the operation and he had to be rescued? Gu Jiao's eyelids were a little heavy. She moved a few times before she finally opened them. What greeted her was the glaring light, but she quickly adapted. She found herself lying on another operating table. The state preceptor walked over and glanced at her. How do you feel? You lost too much blood and fainted just now. You almost couldn't be rescued. Gu Jiao recalled for a moment and pulled out a memory from her blank mind. I finished the operation. The state preceptor nodded and looked at her with divine eyes. Yes, you did it. She had lost too much blood, but with a terrible obsession, she forced herself to complete the entire operation before falling to the ground. Gu Jiao asked, where's Gu Yan? The state preceptor raised his hand and pointed. Next to you. The cardiopulmonary bypass had stopped. Gu Yan lay quietly on another operating table. His heart was beating vigorously. The operation ended perfectly, but whether he could survive the critical period depended on whether he could wake up smoothly. Gu Jiao got off the operating table and came to his side. She held his hand and touched his forehead. Yan. She called him softly. Gu Yan didn't respond. She called out again, Ah Yan. Gu Yan's eyelids moved. He heard Gu Jiao's voice. Gu Jiao continued to call him. Yan Yan. Gu Yan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the pale face above him. He said weakly, I heard someone call me. Is it you? Gu Jiao nodded and looked at him. It's me. Gu Yan's eyes showed a trace of confusion and doubt. Who are you? Why did you call me? Gu Jiao was stunned. Was it the sequelae of the operation? Which part of the operation went wrong and caused intracranial hypertension and brain damage? She had never seen such a situation. But if that was the case, then the memory loss was just an external manifestation. He might have a more serious brain damage. Gu Jiao said, wait, I'll check for you. Gu Yan grabbed her hand with his remaining strength and looked at her seriously. You're so beautiful. Do you need a younger brother? Gu Jiao was stunned again. The little ahog on the top of her head stood up. She looked like a little confused rabbit. Gu Yan smiled weakly and said, if you don't bring me home, the rest of my life is long. Please take care of me, sister. Chapter 703. Although Gu Yan's operation was over and the tubes in his body were removed, he couldn't immediately be tired from the journey. The state preceptor let him stay in Qilin Hall to rest for a few days. Gu Jiao didn't refuse. He arranged a comfortable and spacious room for them with 2 beds for Gu Jiao to accompany them. He also arranged for 2 maids to stand guard outside the door, ready to listen to the two's orders at any time. Gu Yan paid the price for his naughty actions after he woke up. Gu Jiao called old Master Meng over to take care of him. Gu Yan had an aggrieved expression. He didn't want the old man, he wanted his sister. Gu Jiao went to cook millet porridge for Gu Yan. 12 hours had passed since the operation. The anesthetic in Gu Yan's body was almost metabolized. He didn't have to worry about a lot of negative reactions in his digestive tract and could eat a little liquid food. Qilin Hall had a small kitchen specially used by the state preceptor. Normally, outsiders were not allowed to enter. Gu Jiao was an exception. This was what the state preceptor had specially instructed before he left. The two maids originally wanted to do it for her, but Gu Jiao said there was no need. When Yuhi came over, he saw Gu Jiao's figure busy in front of the stove. Yuhi didn't know why, but he suddenly paused. This kind of youth undoubtedly made him feel unfamiliar. Although the two hadn't seen each other many times, Yuhi saw a very cold side of the youth. He seemed easy to get along with, but in fact, his bones emitted a rebellious unruliness. It was very difficult for him to connect the rebellious youth in his impression with the person in front of him. The youth seemed to have an extra layer of gentle aura. It was very faint, but it really existed. Xiao Gongzi? Yuhi called out tentatively. He simply suspected that he had recognized the wrong person. The faint gentleness between Gu Jiao's eyebrows disappeared without a trace. She returned to the appearance in Yuhi's impression. Yuhi was stunned, then he smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, Lord State Preceptor asked me to come and see if you need anything?" "No, everything's fine." Gu Jiao said, "Why aren't you sleeping? It was the middle of the night." "Yes, it's the middle of the night and the State Preceptor is still thinking about the two of you. Old Mr. Meng really has a lot of face." "Lord Imperial Tutor sleeps late," Yuhi said. "Oh." Gu Jiao continued to cook the porridge. Yuhi said, "Young Master Xiao, you can leave these things to the servants. If they can't do it, you can ask them to go out and buy it." "No need." Gu Jiao politely refused. A certain someone had just undergone surgery and was feeling aggrieved. He did not like the food made by others. Gu Jiao said, "Go and rest. I'm almost done." Yuhi replied, "All right, young Master Xiao, call me if you need anything." Gu Jiao nodded. Yuhi turned and left. When he crossed the threshold, he subconsciously paused and looked back at Gu Jiao. He had already heard from Mu Ru Xian that the other party was from a lower country. But for some reason, Yuhi felt that being treated gently by the youth was a lucky and happy thing. After Gu Jiao finished cooking the porridge, she went to Gu Yan's room to recuperate. This room was opposite old Mr. Meng's room during the day, so it was convenient for old Mr. Meng to take care of him. Although Gu Yan had slept all day, he had just undergone a major surgery and was extremely weak. He was still a bit sleepy. But he could not sleep until Gu Jiao came. Gu Jiao brought in the porridge and let old Mr. Meng go back to his room to rest. Gu Jiao went to the bed and sat down. She looked at Gu Yan, who was lying on the bed, and asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "It hurts a bit," Gu Yan said. "Where does it hurt?" Gu Jiao asked. "On." Gu Yan said as he raised his left hand to touch his chest. He was stunned by what he saw. Where was his wound? Gu Jiao curved her lips and calmly looked at him, looking for the wound on his body. Gu Yan looked confused. "Where is my wound? Did I have a fake surgery?" Gu Jiao laughed and pointed at his right armpit. "Here." Gu Yan suddenly understood. "No wonder I was wondering why it hurts here." But wasn't she going to open his chest? Why did she drive to the right side? The heart was not on the right side. He was weak at the moment and couldn't say much. But there was still a tacit understanding between the twins. Gu Jiao did not fool him simply because he did not know medicine. She explained the structure of the ventricles to him in detail. The left ventricle could not be destroyed at will. If it was cut, it would affect the function of the heart. The right ventricle was equivalent to a blood reservoir and did not have much contractile function. It was safer to enter through it. Moreover, during the surgery, Gu Yan's heart would stop beating. At this time, he needed to be intubated for cardiopulmonary bypass. The intubation places were the aorta, the superior vena cava, and the inferior vena cava. These places were better exposed by opening the right side of the chest. Gu Yan fell asleep as she listened. "Gu Jiao." Gu Yan held Gu Jiao's hand. "Old Mr. Meng stayed here for half the night." Gu Yan refused to sleep, but as long as Gu Jiao was here, he seemed to be able to sleep. She was by his side, the greatest peace of mind. Gu Jiao did not like to waste food. She ate the bowl of millet porridge by herself. Gu Yan held her hand the whole time. She also held Gu Yan's hand. She fell asleep at the head of the bed. The moonlight poured in and illuminated the floor. The state preceptor came to the door and looked in through the slightly open door. He saw Gu Yan lying on the bed and Gu Jiao sitting on the stool beside the bed. Half of her body was lying beside Gu Yan. The two of them held each other's hands and touched their foreheads. Under the cold moonlight, they looked like a pair of angels with broken wings for each other. Gu Yin recuperated in the state preceptor hall for 3 days. 2 days ago he had a low fever. Gu Jiao wondered if there were postoperative complications. On the 3rd day the fever miraculously subsided. Gu Yin could also get out of bed. Gu Jiao first helped him walk a few steps in the room. He was like an impatient child who could not wait to go out and have some fun. Gu Jiao then helped him to the corridor. I can walk. He really could walk. After Gu Jiao let go of him, he slowly and steadily walked from the east end of the corridor to the west end, and then from the west end to the east end. Although there was still pain in his chest, it was a kind of pain that carried hope. As the pain continued he would be able to get better. Let's stop here for today, Gu Jiao said to Gu Yen. I still want to walk a little more, Gu Yen said. For the past 16 years he had been tortured by his heart disease. There was not a day when he did not feel uncomfortable. Later on, with the medicine given by Gu Jiao, although he felt much better, he was still different from a normal person. It was not until today that he truly understood what a normal person's breathing and heartbeat felt like. He looked at his hand in surprise. It's good to be a normal person. Gu Jiao said, you are not a normal person now. When your wound is completely healed and the pain completely disappears, you will feel better than now. Gu Yan's eyes were bright. He was really looking forward to the arrival of that day. Gu Jiao and Gu Yen stayed in the state preceptor's palace for a total of 5 days. After confirming that Gu Yen could take a carriage, they said goodbye to the state preceptor. The state preceptor only appeared on the day of Gu Yan's operation. After that, it was always Yu He who came to receive them. The eldest disciple of the state preceptor's palace, Yi Qin, also came to visit them several times. However, since they were going to leave and the state preceptor did not come, Gu Jiao still had to go and say goodbye to him. The state preceptor was playing chess with old Master Meng in a small bamboo house in the bamboo forest. The state preceptor knew astronomy and geography. He was very knowledgeable. His chess skills were also superb. The two had been playing for 2 hours, but there was still no winner. That day, why did Dukan come to you? Old Master Meng asked. The state preceptor put down a black chess piece. You have never asked about the affairs of the aristocratic families before. Did that girl ask you to ask? Old Master Meng said, no. The state preceptor played chess seriously and said, then that girl asked you. Old Master Meng choked, just tell me. Are you going to tell me or not? Before the state preceptor could speak, a disciple outside the door reported, State preceptor, young Master Xiao is here. The state preceptor put down the chess piece helplessly. Alas, it's not that I don't want to tell him. Old Master Meng, Gu Jiao came to the bamboo house and said goodbye to the state preceptor. I will go to see Gu Yen first. Old Master Meng put down the white chess piece in his hand, got up and walked out. Only Gu Jiao and the state preceptor were left in the house. In fact, Gu Jiao had asked Yu He these days and found out that the state preceptor was only in his early 50s, but he had more white hair than old Master Meng. It was obvious that he worried too much and his hair would grow gray early. Thank you very much, state preceptor. Gu Jiao said, I will pay for the consultation. The state preceptor raised his hand to stop her and said, you don't have to pay for the consultation. The state preceptor hall is not short of money. If you want to borrow the operating room in the future, feel free to come. Gu Jiao, oh then goodbye? The state preceptor stopped her and looked at her deeply. He said meaningfully, little girl, don't you have any feelings about the operation this time? Feelings? Gu Jiao touched her chin and thought seriously, am I really that awesome? The state preceptor. Chapter 704. The state preceptor asked, have you ever wondered why there is an operating room in the state preceptor hall? Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. It's your state preceptor hall. Why do I have to think about it? I find that you're so lazy. The state preceptor was speechless again. The state preceptor took a deep breath, walked to the door and opened the curtain. Goodbye. Gu Jiao, Gu Yen and old Mr. Meng sat in the carriage to go back. Although Gu Yen had undergone a major operation, the operation was very successful. His prognosis was also very good. There was no situation where he couldn't take the carriage. Of course, there was another very important factor. The official road in Xingdu was really smooth. Gu Jiao thought of a sentence she often heard in her previous life. To get rich, build roads first. It was obvious that the transportation route was very important for the development of a city or even a country. She wondered how the roads in Zhao country were being built. The alley they lived in now was called Willow Alley. It was located in the east of Tianqiong Academy and was bigger than Jade Water Alley in Zhao country. There were 20 families living in the alley. 3 of them had tenants. One of them was Gu Jiao's group. They rented the whole house. The other 2 only rented 1 room. Since old Mr. Meng often walked his horse, he became a familiar face in the alley. Everyone he met on the road greeted him. Gu Yan rarely went out. Basically, no one in the alley had seen him. Gu Jiao went out early and came back late. The number of times she saw him was also limited. You're quite popular. After old Mr. Meng greeted the 7th person, Gu Jiao said to old Mr. Meng. Old Mr. Meng didn't understand. Am I blushing? No, I mean you're popular. Gu Jiao said. Well, the language of Zhao country is really strange. Old Mr. Meng said to Gu Jiao. The child just now taught him a few games of chess. When he was strolling, he saw the scholar trapped in the game and kindly gave him a few pointers. That scholar might never have known that the person who gave him pointers was the chess sage of the 6 nations. The carriage stopped in front of the house. Gu Xiaoshen dashed out quickly. Gu Jiao jumped off the carriage. Xiaoshen. Sis, you're finally back. Gu Xiaoshen was overjoyed. Seeing that Gu Jiao was about to help Gu Yan up, he quickly said, let me do it, let me do it. You don't have to do it, I can do it myself. Gu Yan said proudly. After saying that, he showed Gu Xiaoshen how he got off the carriage. It was especially like a 1-year-old baby showing off to his little friends that he knew how to walk. Not bad, Gu Yan. Gu Xiaoshen gave him a thumbs up. You can even walk by yourself. One dared to show off while the other dared to show off. Madame Nan and Master Lu both put down their work and came out to welcome them. Seeing that the 2 children were fine, the stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. Actually, on the 2nd day of the operation, Master Meng had sent a disciple from the State Preceptor Hall to report to them that they were safe. But if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would feel uneasy. Madame Nan held Gu Yan's arm and looked him up and down. She said with satisfaction, not bad, your complexion is much better. Your glabella isn't black anymore. Gu Yan. Madame Nan, are you sure that the glabella isn't poisoned? Does it hurt? Madame Nan looked at Gu Yan's chest and asked. It doesn't hurt. Gu Yan said. It did hurt, but it wasn't as painful as imagined. It was within the tolerable range. He was immersed in the joy of becoming a normal person. This pain was nothing. Also, the wound isn't here. Gu Yan showed off Gu Jiao's medical skills to Madame Nan. The wound was on the right side, less than an inch. In the future, it would heal to the point that it was almost invisible. Madame Nan was amazed by Gu Jiao's medical skills. Jiao Jiao must be tired too? She looked at Gu Jiao and said. Gu Jiao had lost a lot of blood, but she had been nourished well in the State Preceptor Hall these few days and had recovered. I'm not tired, Gu Jiao said. Madame Nan looked at Master Meng and bowed deeply. Thank you, Master Meng. She didn't need to say anything. Master Meng didn't say anything and stroked his beard. Master Lu hurriedly said, all right, it's a hot day. Look at the children. Let's talk inside. Madame Nan smiled. Just in time, I made mung bean soup. Gu Yan was so hungry that his eyes were shining. Gu Jiao said, you can't drink it. Gu Yan. In order to reduce the burden on the heart after heart surgery, one had to strictly control the intake of water and try to keep the body in a state of dehydration for the first few days. He already had a lot of drips every day. Drinking mung bean soup was out of the question. Gu Yan looked wronged. Madame Nan, did she make the children greedy again? Gu Yan entered the courtyard and began to look for the Black-Winged King. He can walk now. He went to the backyard. Madame Nan smiled. Gu Jiao left enough medicine before she left. Madame Nan and Gu Xiaoshen changed the medicine for the Black-Winged King every day. The Black-Winged King's condition improved greatly and was moved from the front yard to the backyard. Gu Yan liked the Black-Winged King. Firstly, the Black-Winged King was too beautiful. Secondly, the Black-Winged King was very quiet and not as noisy as the Horse King. The Black-Winged King had a noble aura, but it didn't lose its dominance and fierceness. It suited Gu Yan's taste very well. Gu Yan took a brush and brushed its mane. The Black-Winged King didn't kick Gu Yan away and let him brush it meekly. Gu Xiaoshen and Madame Nan also brushed its mane occasionally. The only person in the family who couldn't brush its mane was Master Lu. Gu Jiao, Gu Yin, and Gu Shaoshan were cubs in the Black Wind King's eyes. The Black Wind King was very tolerant of them. Madame Nan was a woman, so the Black Wind King was very tolerant of her. Master Meng was an old man, so the Black Wind King didn't bully him. Only Master Lu couldn't get close to the cubs, women, and old men. Every time he got close to the Black Wind King, he would be beaten by the Black Wind King. There was a burglary at home. Madame Nan was washing vegetables while talking to Gu Jiao about what happened at home. Oh? Gu Jiao asked. And then? Madame Nan said, that day we all went out. Little Shi also went out to drive the carriage. There was only that black horse at home. A total of 3 burglars came. They all seemed to know a bit of martial arts. They came in and ransacked the cabinets. They even found the banknotes. But guess what? They were all knocked out by the horse's hooves. None of them escaped. It did it? Gu Jiao looked at the Black Wind King, who was obediently being brushed by Gu Yen. Oh, is it that good? Gu Yen gasped, you're too tall. It's so tiring to brush it standing. Gu Shaoshan, you didn't even brush it twice, okay? The Black Wind King slowly lay down on the ground. Gu Yen moved a stool over and continued brushing its mane. On the other side, at the Han residence, Crown Prince Han had lost the Black Wind King for 6 days. He wanted to find the Black Wind King all the time, but there was no news of it. Could it have been killed? Crown Prince Han couldn't be blamed for thinking this. The Black Wind King's achievements were too terrifying. Everyone in the capital wanted to get the Black Wind King, and no one didn't fear it. It couldn't be certain that one of the rivals had secretly tried to kill it. Crown Prince, we found the Black Wind King's whereabouts. A guard hurriedly came to report. Crown Prince Han hurriedly let him in and asked, where is the Black Wind King? The guard cupped his hands and said, in the outer city in an alley near Tianxiong Academy. I think it's called Willow Alley. Someone saw a horse that looked like the Black Wind King. After lunch, everyone in the family went to take a nap. Gu Jiao couldn't sleep. She had been focused on taking care of Gu Yen in the State Preceptor Palace and didn't train much. Now that she was back at home, she naturally had to practice everything she had learned. The backyard was quite spacious. The Horse King was already sleeping on the ground, snoring. The Black Wind King stood there vigilantly. It would occasionally take a nap, but it was always standing. Gu Jiao started with something simple. She practiced the whip for a while. Then she took out the red tasseled spear and practiced the spear technique that the beautiful monk had taught her. When Gu Jiao practiced the whip, the Black Wind King didn't react. However, when Gu Jiao started practicing the red tasseled spear, it stopped taking a nap. It just stared at Gu Jiao until Gu Jiao finished practicing. Gu Jiao was sweating profusely. She walked over with the red tasseled spear and patted its head. The Black Wind King came over and sniffed the red tasseled spear. Gu Jiao asked curiously, do you like this red tasseled spear? The Black Wind King stuck out its tongue and licked it. It continued sniffing as if it was confirming something it had seen before. This was the first time Gu Jiao saw the Black Wind King showing interest in something at home. Gu Jiao didn't take the red tasseled spear away. She just stuck it in the ground. The Black Wind King continued sniffing the red tasseled spear. A trace of confusion flashed in its eyes. When Gu Jiao went to take a bath and changed into dry clothes, the Black Wind King had already fallen asleep beside the red tasseled spear. Horses usually stood up to take a nap. They would only lie down to sleep when they felt extremely comfortable and safe. The wind blew through the hall, and the red braid at the tip of the spear fluttered in the summer wind. A spear to defend the territory, suppress the demons on all sides, and drive away the enemy from all directions. With the spear, the soul of Xinyuan will not be extinguished, and the mountains and rivers of the Great Yen will not be broken. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.